finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Mr. Potato, official snacking legend. Feel the crunch. Snack like a legend. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12, persiaran langsung dari Dewan Sri Putra Bukit Jalil. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan hari ini adalah SERU Saturday. Untuk semua orang yang tak tahu, SERU Saturday adalah satu hari yang matches adalah sangat-sangat intense. So, dua match adalah revenge match daripada last season where Todak and Red Esports. Lepas tu kita ada Homebois dan juga SMG. And of course untuk last match kita ada a battle of dua negeri. So guys, sebelum I cakap pasal schedule, I nak tahu sebab ramainya yang datang hari ni. Tapi I nak tahu kalau diorang ready ke tak. So Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Alright, nampaknya semua dah ready. So, mari kita tengok jadual kita untuk hari ini. Untuk match pembukaan kita hari ini, kita akan saksikan perlawanan Todak dengan Red Esports. So, adakah Todak akan membalas dendam kepada Red Esports sebab last season diorang kalah? Untuk match kedua kita untuk hari ini, I rasa semua orang excited nak tengok ni. It's Homebois dan juga Team SMG. Another revenge match. Last season, match dorang ialah sangat-sangat panas. So, is it going to be as panas today? And untuk match ketiga, kita akan saksikan Selangor Red Giants yang akan menentang MPNC. A battle of two states. Which one will be better? Alright, so mari kita fokus pada match pertama kita. Ialah tu Todak versus Red Esports. So, adakah Todak akan dapat 3 mata penuh ataupun Red Esports akan dapat kemenangan pertama dorang untuk musim ini? So, Dewan Sri Putra, what do you think? Alright, so marilah kita jemput Todak ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Ingin membuktikan mereka layak mewakili Malaysia ke M5 dan menjadi satu pasukan yang hadir di semua M Series. Pasukan Todak berjaya menunjukkan mereka masih kuat walaupun tanpa pemain import. Adakah Coach Kuja dan analis Ajib bersama pemain-pemain Todak akan mempersembahkan game plan unik untuk memperoleh 3 mata penuh hari ini? Sama-sama kita saksikan. And now the opponents, Red Esports. Masih mencari chemistry antara lineup baru. Red Esports terus bersua mendapatkan kemenangan pertama dengan Coach Sora Payung dan talent analyst Shamilo sebagai mastermind mereka. Mampukah Red membalas dengan draft yang menarik hari ini? Let us see what Red has up their sleeves. Sekarang marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan menggalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright, guys. Sebelum show kita bermula, I tanya BM caster kita dengan English caster kita. Dan dorang sokong tim mana? Dorang cakap dorang sokong Red. Oh, Lafel tukar. Lafel cakap Todak. Oh, Todak okay. Alright guys. Diorang sokong Red sebab kita ada Milo kat sini. Tapi Lafel sokong Todak. So, kalau apa-apa jadi, korang tahu nak cari siapa tahu? Tahu kan? Tahu? Alright. Nampaknya semua dah ready? And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on!
Fun.
Magic and mayhem shall clash in an immaculate symphony of colors, signifying the continuation of competition here on the MPL MY stage. It is the second day of week 2, and we've got a host of amazing competition for you today. My name's Stafa, and joining me on the desk is going to be Adine as well as Gideon.
Yep, good afternoon to everybody out there. SERU Saturdays are exciting Saturdays here at the MPL MYs. We've got a bunch of games, which, again, plenty of history between all of the teams.
Plenty of history, plenty, a lot of stakes on the line as well. But our opening match is going to be Todak versus Red on hand right now. Let's just dive onto it right now. The biggest question, our beloved friend, our beloved casters. Some would say our acquaintance, should I say. Our acquaintance. The level is just dropping. It's dropping right now. Until he gets his first win. Then we level it up.
Absolutely here. Because last week we did see Coach Arcadia kind of outplay him with the double flex pick the last time. You know, that was the very first showing of Milo up on stage as analyst. The final call, however, does go to the players as well as Sora Byong, but we're hoping that he actually gets a win. That's why we're supporting him.
That's what I want to ask on Staffa right now.
Okay.
Is it Milo's draft or the players did not execute the game plan well? I have to say, there is definitely a little bit of both here. The draft, like we already highlighted, Shamilo kind of got played around with a little bit. Obviously, when you're against a coach with a lot more experience, things can happen. Things can happen, but what can happen for you guys? You guys can get a lot of rewards if you guys change your telco plan to Hotlink right now, because you guys can get an epic MLBB skin for only 1 ringgit. RM 1 ringgit with Hotlink. So make sure you guys change your telco plan. Hotlink is the way to go right now. I mean, you're a collector of skins, so you should be able to get a lot more with Hotlink.
I don't like the way that you pose the question, but I do use Hotlink because especially when I'm on the go, it's great to have a prepaid plan where, imagine you're overseas, you have to pay for a postpaid plan. Oh man, you're spending extra bucks for that. At least with the prepaid, I get an extra skin on top of it.
You're not a smart user, but if you change the Hotlink, you are a very, very smart user. Okay, we talk about Milo, we talk about the analyst part of it, but Todak right now, Gideon, do you think, are they experimenting with their lineup? But before you answer that question, do you have any prediction?
I'm going to predict... Oh, this one's tough. Okay. This one's tough, and hopefully you guys at home can actually help out on this one. What do you guys think at home who's going to win this match? And don't forget to predict the MVP of each one of the matches. If you think it's going to go all 3, predict for all 3. If you think it's only going to be a 2-0 for either team, predict who that MVP is. We're not going to show the lineups just yet until later on when they... well, I mean, you got a bit of a taste of it, but we'll announce them as they come. But I am predicting that Todak is actually going to take this away. Right now, they look like the better team. They look more put together. And honestly, I'm very excited for both mid laners.
Okay, the question was, are they gonna still experiment with the draft, with the lineup as well? Pick number 2.
I mean, it's Todak.
Exactly!
That's the thing!
Right? I hate that it's boiled down to just like, why Todak, man? It's just Todak things.
It's synonymous.
It's synonymous. There's no way to really get around it. And I do think that their drafts have been interesting.
Well, why don't we take a look at their own lineup. First of all, the game opening match of the day, we have Rival, Martizi, Cikugais, Yums, and surprise, surprise, Homies on the EXP lane.
For Maze. Now that's a name we haven't seen in quite a while. Greatly regarded as one of the strongest EXP laners in MPL MY history. He really has not gotten to show his face a lot. Honestly, even in the last season, only getting to play like 3 matches, 7 games total, so very interested to see what he'll bring.
Okay, up against Red Esports, as we all know, Emal, Melboy, Mal, Renqt, and again, surprise, surprise, Exot out, Kim is in.
That's interesting. Based on what I heard about things going in the backstage before the show even started, Kim's coming in this time around to kind of boost up the team, something that they're more comfortable with. Right now, Exor, during their scrims, he is the IGL. He is very vocal. But yesterday, well, I wouldn't even say yesterday's, last week's games, we didn't hear much of a voice from him, and Ren QT was the one actually initiating and calling the shots for the overall red macro.
Okay, we understand the changes of Exort and Kim, but do you think it's a big of a punishment for Exort? Because he's a newcomer to the league, right? Being the only Filipino in Red Esports, is it too harsh on him right now?
I would say that it's a lot of pressure. It's a completely different environment. You're in a technically foreign country, even though we're part of Southeast Asia. Worst comes to worst, I feel like if he has any issues whatsoever, feeling homesick, feeling that pressure, at least he has somebody to talk to in RSG.
Are you foreshadowing something right now?
I'm not saying that he's going to join them after week 3 and week 4 from the transfer. I'm just saying that Demon Kite's there, and they used to be, teammates.
I agree.
You got a friend over there.
I mean, a friend over there, but you did bring up a good point where Formis did not get a good amount of games, but we'll talk more about that later on. Kuja being the coach of Todak right now, it's a big of an addition for Todak, but what I want to know is what will he bring onto the table in terms of drafting or in terms of man management as well?
It's honestly quite interesting because on paper it doesn't feel like Kuja would mesh very well with Todak because he has a very meticulous way of approaching things, and we know Todak, they are chaos personified, and yet things do seem to be working out. You're bringing in a bit more of that discipline.
Well, I don't think it's just the discipline that he's bringing. I think he's setting protocols for Todak so that they can be flexible. In comparison to Sora Prayong, who's very attuned to the players. He is deciding who do you want to play around. Select one guy. I'm going to make sure that I draft around him. I'm going to make sure our entire game plan revolves around him.
I like how Milo, when he knows that the camera is on him, he's like, okay, serious mode is on now. I'm not sure what he's talking about, but I'm pretty sure it's valuable information. Hopefully it's valuable information for the teams.
I mean, he's a caster. He knows when the camera is on. You gotta look good for the camera.
I just imagine
side eye.
side eye. I just imagine him telling the rest of the players, don't look at the camera, you'll get nervous.
Leave it to me. Give me all the camera.
I know how it feels like, guys. I know how it feels like. Okay, for the substitution, Formis and Momo, Staffa, do you think it'll make a big of an impact, or will it be a disadvantage for Todak?
It's gonna be interesting to keep an eye on. Just like how it's interesting to keep an eye on players that we're not seeing so far in the season. We already mentioned Formis, didn't get a lot of games, but how about the people who don't even have a team?
That's a good point here because we're looking at the top, we're talking about previous top players, rookies of the season even. Zayed being number one on that list. He started off in RSG side, but now RSG has reverted back to starting to play with a lineup that actually won them the championship and even bringing back some of their coaches as well to kind of support as their supporting staff. But as we jump into this draft phase, these free agents, we can't even think about them because we need to see the clear weaknesses of each side so that we know what they could potentially adjust in week 3 and 4 when the transfer window opens.
I definitely agree with you right there, but right now the draft is gonna begin. Red Esports on the blue side, Todak is gonna be on the red side right now. Red Esports banning out the 1-1 and Pakiro as the first 3 bans for themselves. Meanwhile, Todak, the Fanny ban. So a very standard ban right now. I'm not sure the Red Esports banning banning 1-1 is because Milo is afraid of that flex pick, or he's afraid of Cikugais' capability of using that 1-1.
It was very terrifying when they had to deal with it. Typically, you don't think too much of 1-1, especially since the hero has been nerfed pretty heavily recently to the point where she is no longer a top pick. But when you're not building your draft around dealing with her, having that inbuilt Purify, having that mobility linked to your damage can be very annoying to deal with. That's the whole reason why heroes like the Fanny and the Joy, which we see on the other side, are banned so often.
Look, I would like to agree with you here, but I think a lot of it just boils down to the fact that last week, Red Esports, these were the 2 picks that they actually struggled to deal with, right? Even if it's picking it for themselves, even if it's giving over to their opponents. The fact is, when you are on blue side with a double flex pick, it makes it really hard to actually draft around trying to figure out, especially when you need your EXP laner, someone like Ren QT to be on the strong side.
I definitely agree, but we have to see what Red Esports have in store in terms of the opening draft, the first pick, because they have the opportunity to do that right now. I would like to think that it's gonna boil down into either Fedrin or Mortis as the first few picks, because seeing out the bans, Valentina is gonna ban out, Cloud is gonna get banned out. So for now, as I mentioned previously, it's a very standard ban, and I'm still gonna go for a standard pick, either Mortis or Fedrin for email.
I do think Mortis is more likely. Besides that, if they want to play it safe, Terizla's still open, but we've already seen the massive export counters to the hero recently, so revealing it too early, probably not that safe. And a lot of teams are also going for roams pretty early on too, with things like the Kaja, which we see instantly locked in by Red Esports.
Here are the lines of play that they could go for when you're on blue side. I was thinking maybe they could lean in towards Yi because Kim is coming back and that's one of his top performing heroes overall. It's something that he's comfortable with, and especially on his, well, quote-unquote debut here in Season 12, you want him to kind of be in the best position possible to carry the game. The biggest problem is Kaja and Franco. Both of them have the suppressions that nobody likes to deal with, and since Valentina has already been taken off, one of the top performers here in MPL MY in stat-wise, then we throw it over to Todak as they respond. They're looking for the Frederick, they're looking for the Angela. Now, Angela is something that I wanted to bring up because it has been, well, I think it's very, very popular in other regions as well. People are really starting to abuse the early game more than they are thinking about scaling.
I mean, even RSG brought in Angela used on mid by Izanami as well, but the playstyle was so different because we know that Izanami likes to go in, you know, all in your face kind of style, but when he uses Angela, he has to be a bit more preserved on the back line, just wait it out, and seeing the opportunity to use the hard guard. So I'm quite interested to see how Todak is going to play around with this Angela. Is it going to be an aggressive kind of quote-unquote Angela, or is it going to be the preserve, wait on the back lines kind of Angela?
And whether or not it's going to be a Martisi or a Yu's Angela as well, since there is some flexibility there. Not to mention hard guard on Fredrin, he was already unkillable before. So Red Esports now has to pay attention to, you mentioned RSG, the Angela Irritel combo completely destroy the Land of Dawn we saw previously, so they have to be wary of that.
That's not the only out that they have from Todak's side, right? If the gold lane is going to be heavily prioritized, they could still pass it over to Rival, put him on something like Ling and put Frederick into the EXP lane. That's what he's good for, right? That flexibility. And I think Red Esports is responding very nicely to it. It's like, yeah, you got Heart Guard. I could look to one-shot you and force the Heart Guard out. I have the X-Borg in case you want to flex this Frederick into the EXP.
I like it, the pick coming out from Red Esports. They have good answers to the question that being posed by Todak right now, especially the X-Borg pick, because from many games I've seen so far, X-Borg is a very natural frontliner with the Firaga armor, with the with the immortality as well. It's a very annoying hero to deal with, especially he has this second life, third life on his under his own belt.
Yep. That is honestly why X-Borg gets picked up so often now, because of how much burst damage was prevalent with the changes in emblems. You see how much DPS. Having that second life, pretty big overall. Todak gonna be falling back to something reliable here. They got that carry. I think we all remember what happened when Chiku got his hands on carry during the grand finals last season.
Absolute destruction, which begs the question, Melboy, now that Claude's out of the pool, as well as Beatrix, two of his top performing heroes last season, what else is he gonna play?
No.
I was about to say the same thing until I remembered, oh yeah, Irithel is still available. Let's not forget about that. If he does want to get a little crazy with it, I feel that if Todak reveal more of that draft and they don't have hard dive, he could potentially play something like Clint.
Oh, maybe even Leslie would not be a bad idea in this situation. True damage, breaks through the shield, breaks through Fredrin, doesn't get hampered by defenses all too often. So I don't think Melboy will have too much problem with picks as of right now. But I do kind of worry for Red Esports when they have a Kaja and a Kadita. It kind of puts a lot of pressure on them to really make things happen early on. Else they'll have to deal with their damage falling off quite quickly.
I like to see Todak picking up. I like this Frederick to go onto the jungle and picking up a very damage-oriented EXP laner, especially what do you call that? Physical penetration kind of a hero, because again, facing this Xbox is going to be a huge problem for Todak right now, as of now, and it allows him to get a better position. Meanwhile, the frontliner of Xbox is going to open up the map for him. So Todak might need, again, a damage-oriented EXP laner to kind of deal with this Xbox.
I'm on a different opinion. I feel that right now, it's about mid-lane priority. When you have Angela, you can actually get quite aggressive, like how we saw RSG Izanami actually abuse the laning phase. Angela, you trade against me, no problem, just love tap, I damage you, I heal myself. The trades end up net positive for whoever's playing the Angela. And I think, you know, Todak recognized that. They need to make sure that whatever support that they get needs to be able to actually affect the lanes. I'm thinking along the lines of like Grok maybe, But I would argue Kufra as well, but that's not enough pushing power. Edith as well is a good shout.
We haven't seen Edith here yet. Doesn't quite match up well against the Exborg and the Kaja though, so there's a chance that Todak is thinking about that. And we still don't know whether this is Angela Rome or Angela Mid, so we still have to keep that in mind. If you ask me personally though, like the question you posed with the EXP lane, all I want to see is Formace Benedetta again. That's it. Like,
Regardless of whatever happens.
Ulterior motive, I just want to see that hero in his hands.
Unfortunately, it's going to be a Trellis. Still, a very, very good pickup. Somewhat of a good frontliner as well, who can initiate the team fight with the penalty zone and combination of flicker as well, and the hard guard as well. So we shall see hopefully a very, very aggressive Terizla by Formace.
Agreed, and I think that at this point, locking in the Terizla for Todak has confirmed all of my suspicions, right? The fact is that carry isn't exactly a priority pick for the side of Todak. They just want to deny it away from Red Esports because they wanted a tanky front line. And with a tanky front line, true damage is always going to be your biggest problem. Now, we cut back over towards Red Esports. Even if they do get the Leslie, this is a lot of people. Like, yes, the Leslie will be able to 1v1 carry, no problem, but it's going to be tough. So instead, they go for Bruno as well as Yuzong, so they wait to jump into that back line and actually start peeling away a lot of core members, throwing Exborg into the jungle to support the marksman.
I like the pickup of Yuzong. It's just that I hope RenQT polish his gameplay from week number 1. A lot of times he went offside, off position, and went in with the Black Dragon farm without any kind of objective, I would say. The follow-up was quite late, so hopefully, again, the hero pick is nice. The player himself got to polish the gameplay of the Yuzong.
Cut back to Wise just going at Black Dragon. There's no Black Dragon forming around these turtles. Don't go for them.
I do kind of have an opposite feeling about this though, because Yuzong is RenQT's signature hero. It's probably one of his most comfortable picks. I actually personally think it wasn't a RenQT issue when we saw him going in too early. Is that he's so comfortable with the hero that he's expecting to be able to start these engages before his team can catch up.
So hopefully the communication is a bit more better, that the team fight is more fluid, more smooth. But as you can see, the last pick by Todak was indeed the Farsa, a very comfortable hero for Mortizi, so hopefully he does well on this matchup as well.
Yep, with the secondary scaling hero to help you with high ground defenses, or at the very least what we've been seeing very often here in the first 2 weeks of the MPL MY, the idea is you engage as hard as you can, but if anything goes wrong, Farsa can get us out of there.
Not to mention the debut of Bruno here in MPL MY Season 12. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves, because I get the feeling we're going to be witnessing a bloody battle between Red Esports and Todak, both teams vying for supremacy upon the land of Dawn.
Alright, ladies and gents, hold on to your seat. It's gonna be a bloodbath of a match. Amal and Rival. Two somewhat, I would say, uprising jungler using two different playing style of hero. One is Xbox and the other one is gonna use the Fredrin. Both are frontliners, but as we talk about the emblem, Gideon, anything to say about this emblem setup right now?
Alright, in terms of emblem setups, nothing too out of the ordinary here. Pull your stuff together, coming in from Kadita, very standard. Bruno wants to have some attack speed, agility for the Kaja, and as well as the Angela. So overall, nothing too out of the ordinary. The only big giveaway right now is the fact that RenQT, he's not looking to win his lane. Ideally, he wants to affect the team fights, thus taking Brave Smite.
Yeah, I feel like a bit of the stabilizer, I would say right now, it would be the gameplay for RenQT, but we shall see how it fares out up against Terizla used by a Formace, because I feel like both EX mainers have to clear out the waves fast in order for them to rotate out before the first turtles arise.
You're totally correct there. And Formace, he's always going to win that battle, unfortunately, in the earlier stages of the game. So unless RenQT figures out a way to kind of like punish Formace, get a flicker out of him ideally, then there is a possibility.
Love this. Will still come down to that turtle fight though. When we're talking about the EXP laners, doesn't really matter who bullies each other in lane as long as the EXP still remains even, and RenQT is doing a good job of that. But with 15 seconds left before the turtle, who gets level 4, who can join the fight more comfortably, going to really matter.
I mean, the independence of the EXP laners is so important in this match because the strong side for Red Esports is going to be in the Bruno lane, right? Carrier walks up, you have extended range, and one empowered auto attack, you win the trade straight away.
But normally when you have a Bruno, you have a support as well. But without the support, it's going to be quite tough for Malboy to get his farm up against Carry, up against Angela as well. But the turtle dance right now is gonna begin.
Black Dragon form in the back line. We get a nice penalty zone onto 3 members. The Petrify comes in. Amal gonna secure the turtle away from the side of Todak, but now Rankity and Tim stuck inside. First blood, Rival with a smash, gonna be able to pick up one with the Brazen Wrap. And now Rankity left by his lonesome. The double kill for Rival.
It started out so well for Red Esports, right? But now they instant invade down by that purple to put Emal behind as far as they can.
Just a lot of utility coming in from Todak right now.
The flicker, Divine Judgment pulls Rival back, doesn't reach the tower. Rough Waves infested as well as the last insanity, as the last moments of Rival will be secured.
Okay, at least some kind of a guaranteed kill right there for Red Esports. Using all of the ultimates really well together, getting a kill against Todak right there. But still, as Gideon mentioned, Todak won big in terms of that teamfight right there. But Cikugais,
Ouch, that's a lot of damage, but here comes the hard guard. Cikugais now wants to re-engage, but Melboy keeping his distance. Very nice trade there from the Bruno.
Yeah, and they get the hard guard for free. I mean, the timing obviously could have been a little bit better when they could have fight closer towards that turtle, but I think, you know, in Melboy's mind, this is a great time. We know all the positions of the Todak members, so even if I do get the hard guard out, maybe somewhere along the lines of these next 40 seconds, Red Esports could look to make a play in the enemy jungle.
okay, Gideon, back to you right now. Bruno, Carry, late game potential. My guess would be Bruno. Maybe a biasness a bit over there, but what do you think?
I think the matchup starts to even out the longer it goes. Because if Cikugais is able to close that distance, I think even Melboy might struggle to try and one-shot him, because it's all about who pops that Winds of Natures first, who actually gets that raw damage to go through. But let's also not forget, Melboy, it kind of depends on his build. And I'm guessing it's crit.
It should be crit. It should be crit because you have to face the Wind of Nature coming in from Carry. You have to face the hard guard as well coming in from Yum. So a lot of armor gonna be built upon Chiku later on, but we shall see as the game progresses along.
Now this turtle situation can be extremely dangerous. We're getting all 4 members!
Petrify gonna find one. Hard guard gonna keep Formaze alive, but not long enough as Turisa falls. Turtle dropping 20%. Black Dragon form. Rankute is zoning things out. Divine Judgment pulls Rival away, but he still gets the turtle anyway. Kim now in danger. Brazen Wrap gonna find him just like the first blood of the game. And just like the first blood as well, Rankute gonna be left alone with the members of Todak, who will pick them off. Todak with another victory.
How and why? How did Rival manage to get that turtle even when he was tied with the Divine Judgment? First question. And why Red Esports started off that fight really well. Formis was taken down. It was a 4 versus 5 kind of a situation right there for Red Esports. But in the end, Todak still managed to arise the victory.
I don't know. I feel like Red Esports, they feel desperate that they need to get the snowball going for them, right? They already have a winning lane in Melboy, so the rest of the team are looking for a secondary carry to actually invest their gold into. And ideally, it would have been Kim, but so far he hasn't been nailing the entire combo just yet. Oh, quick lane swap. It could be a punish.
Here, gonna find a Petrify. Rough Waves. Cikugais removed from the face of the map.
Beautifully played.
Even with the Purify, it wasn't enough. I mean, you had double, I would say, initiation right there, but
Re-engagement, penalty zone, gonna find one, but Divine Judgment, hard guard, keeping him alive. Will he be able to survive? 1v3 under the tower. He's still life stealing everything, but last insanity finishes him off. Humes forced the flicker out as the feathered airstrike, zoning at Red Esports and picking up Maul as a consolation prize for Todak.
Hey, Gideon, why?
Hey,
what was that?
Look. First, the flicker coming in from Melboy, frame perfect. And then there's Mao, who's just like, I'm not the priority target. I'm gonna linger around this Farsa a little bit longer. And I would argue that there was different, you know how magnets of different polar opposites are attracted to each other? That was exactly it right there. He was moving closer and closer like, hey man, just touch my fingers.
Just to let you know I'm here.
They're both birds.
They are both birds. Is it mating season? I don't think so.
I hope not.
But there is a general attraction.
Alright, the next turtle dance is gonna begin right now on the 6-minute mark. Rival is just gonna try to peel this turtle away. Cikugais is on the backside, but take a closer look at Kim!
Kim finds the backline. Humes is gone. exploded by the rough wave. Homebois penalty zone a bit too late, but Rival still gets the turtle. Here comes Ren QT, and Ren QT is gone. Double kill for Kim in exchange for the Yuzong. Last Insanity comes up. Homebois drops, killing free for Amal. Double kill for the X-Borg. Cikugais, the only survivor, forced to retreat with his tail between his legs.
Great call coming in from Red Esports. Now Kim is really warming up. He's finding some good angles.
Cikugais still alone here. Hard guard used very early. MLBB joining the fight, and that tower gonna somehow survive with a tiny bit of HP, but it will fall soon enough. MLBB, make sure of that.
Oh, this snowball coming in from MLBB. It's only the start of it, right? He's already unlocked himself. They've taken all the tier 1 targets. The question is, how does Red Esports convert this 2.6k lead and look for a 200x on it? And right now, the way that I would imagine it is looking, well, at the very least, looking for jungle invades here. Let's look at the replay one more time, because again, there's so many things that's going on. Number one, Cikugais just clearly does not have enough items, and especially when you're free hitting someone like Emal on the X-Borg, that Faraga armor is just getting double the value.
May be a bit dangerous there. Not gonna find a petrify. Rough waves used. Rival with the pre-man taunt under there. Oh, Todak! Steamrolling Red Esports. They don't care about the tier 1 at all. Yoon misses his flicker, but doesn't matter. The rest of his team is still around. Last Insanity not gonna do anything. Homebois will be traded off as Amal gets shut down, fed over to Cikugais.
Meanwhile, looking at the bot side, Bruno by MLBB is doing his job, trying to split pushing his way because he knows that we cannot teamfight right now. Kim!
Rival doesn't let him go home, and Martizi, the bird, gets the fish today.
I feel that was some kind of a personal vendetta right there by Rival, not allowing Kim to just run away, and Ren QT might suffer the pain.
Okay. Look, he traded flickers. At the end of the day, he traded flickers. If you flicker and Martizi just holds his steal, he wins out big time there. Knowing that they don't have the feathered airstrike, they're just going to back away. They start playing forward this more, but Red Esports, they have taken some damage.
Speaking of Martizi, that was a very good three-man stun, but the Rizla,
Homebois, flicker penalty zone, finds MLBB, but he dashes out. Last Insanity, they're gonna secure the kill on Rizla, removed from the fight. Rough waves, Kim! Steals the Lord away! And now Yums and Rival fall in quick order. Amal has lost his life, but the trade has been worth it for Red Esports.
Is it me or is Kim submitting his form to like, hey, Homebois, you need somebody else to secure Lords? I got that down.
I was about to compliment Martizi, the three-man stun by himself, but looking at Kim as well, not allowing himself to just be denied right there. And looking at the itemization being set up right now, you did mention about Bruno for the critical build, and yes, it's going to be the critical build with the Berserker Fury, with the Husker as well.
Oh, he's got the GDS as well, and I'm excited for that, right? Because again, this is a massive lead coming in from MLBB. He should not be dying. He should not be giving these huge shutdowns over to Todak's side. If he continues with this type of momentum, I don't think Todak can actually maintain that front line anymore. Like, Rival, for an example, is taking heavy, heavy damage from the Bruno alone, and I think if Cikugais or even Yums are left by themselves, throw in Martizi there as well. MLBB should be able to maybe even 1v2 them in any combination.
I mean, with the item built by MLBB right now, it doesn't even matter with the hard guard, right? Because he can just tore apart that armor with the hard guard, but you gotta be careful with that feather aspect by Martizi.
Mal, he doesn't get the Divine Judgment! First it down, he has immortality, but will he be able to get out? The answer to that is no. Chiku with the killing spree. Rival dashes forward with the hard guard, catches out Amal. Probably not the target he's looking for, as MLBB is free hitting. Last Insanity comes in. MLBB with the killing spree. Rival is gone. Homebois looking for the re-engage. He has penalty zone back up, but Red Esports will respect the distance.
Right now, MLBB, he does a good amount of damage, but 12 auto attacks on top of the fact that he has to punch through the healing coming in from Yums on this Angela. I think he wants to get that Malefic Roar sooner rather than later to kind of shorten the time, but let's look at the damage dealt difference so far, and wow, a huge difference coming in from MLBB, but of course, we'll wait until Cikugais catches up with items.
I mean, Martizi as well, 42k of damage being dealt by the feather aspect is nothing to be joked around, but Kim, finding this positioning really, really well, finding the pick-off target really, really well as well. I mean, just now, he got Yums, and without Yums, Todak feel like, I would say, armorless without the hard guard, right? It doesn't allow Todak to be who Todak is. Very aggressive, very up your face. So, maybe, just maybe, Red Esports, in the next couple of team fights, Yums should be the priority target as well.
Yums should be the priority target. The question is whether Yums is going to get up in your face.
Yeah,
and I
true.
think right now, after dying twice already with 9 assists under his belt, I think he recognizes that getting engaged upon probably isn't the best idea, and they want to repeat the situation that they created by the second turtle of the game, where essentially you're waiting for them to engage, and then you look to hold your abilities until you can counter-engage your opponents.
Thing is, Todak has kind of a timer whenever they take these fights where MLBB needs to go as soon as possible, because even if they were to wait for Red Esports to take that engage, as long as Ren QT and Amal can hold that front line, the damage will still be overwhelming.
I feel like it really boils down to the positioning of these both leaders between Cikugais as well as MLBB. Who has the better positioning? Who has the better, I would say, itemization in terms of Queen of Nature later on? But Bruno or MLBB has not completed it yet. I'm not sure about Cikugais. Maybe just maybe he has that Wind of Nature. But looking at the mid side right now, Kim!
Oh, gets the Divine Judgment! Yums!
Hey!
He has been found!
Oh, you called it, Adine. You called it right on the nose. They found the opportunity to get on top of Yums, and he just could not react enough. There's going to be an instant lore coming in from Red Esports.
Without Yums, I feel like this should be a free lot for Red Esports, but we have to mention the high ground defense capability coming in from Todak, from Martizi as well. And right now, okay, I'm going to change my target prioritization. If Red Esports wants to get an inhibitor turret and maybe get the win, Martizi should be the next target.
That I can agree with. That I can agree with. But this is currently 62% AI prediction win rate coming in for Red Esports. 12 minutes into the game, what used to be 68. And this is the big problem that a lot of MY teams are facing. The second Lord is so much stronger than the first Lord, and especially when you've got high ground defense, closing out these games can be a bit of an issue.
How are they gonna do it? We shall see. We shall see in terms of the positioning, especially Ren QT. Who does he gonna go for? Is it gonna be Chiku? Is it gonna be Martizi? Because he has the utility, right? With the Black Dragon form, with the Petrify as well. But we cannot forget about Mars Divine Judgment.
Well, guess we'll find out how things develop. MLBB already down to 30%. The Feathered Airstrike doing so much damage. He will be able to regen though. Conceal play instantly denied. They took some damage. Here comes the Black Dragon form. Maul gonna be dropping low. Drops his immortality. Formate flickers forward. Wailing Zone gonna find MLBB. But will he be able to do enough as Amal is continuing to delay the rest of Todak? MLBB gets that mega kill. 4 maze taken off the table. Only 4 members of Todak surviving, but the same for Red. Feathered Airstrike gonna zone them out once more. Their health is not high enough to continue this fight.
MLBB is so strong, but if he's put down to 10% HP by 4 maze alone by himself, that's a huge problem. And I think that Todak has just identified what the win con is starting to look like as we get into the later stages of the game.
Even a bigger of a problem right there was Martizi. I did mention about the high ground defense that they have, and they managed to defend at least 2 inhibitor turrets are still with Todak right now. A bit of itemization update. Wind of Nature is up on Cikugais, and it's not up on Bruno or MLBB. So really focusing on relying on the damage output that he has, and also the catching ability by Mal as well as by Ren QT. So hopefully this sort of gamble works out for MLBB later on.
I mean, that's not the only gamble they're taking here right now. Look at both of the marksmen, right? In terms of their itemization, they're basically maxed out. Athena Shield coming in for Cikugais because the biggest problem for him is getting one shot by Kim. So with an Athena Shield, that should keep him alive. The conceal play, though.
Look, speaking of one shot by Kim, they're trying to find him, but Rival does a great job of delaying. Hard guard onto Chiku. He gets pulled back. Divine Judgment. A lot of damage is being absorbed right now by that shield, and Chiku is still going. Feathered Airstrike backs him up. Amal finally gets the shutdown. Rival with your Brazen Draft nearly gets the kill, but Cikugais is already gone. There's no more damage for Todak, and there is for Red. Oh boy! Flickers forward. That's a triple kill for the Bruno. Somehow they don't find 4 maze in that brush.
No, they've had enough. They're like, even if we found 4 maze, we probably couldn't do much about it. But MLBB is so big right now. Look, those crits going up to 3K.
4 maze, there's nothing he can do as the Divine Judgment solidifies legendary for the Bruno. Red Esports secures victory in Game 1 against Todak.
A very clean victory by Red Esports. A good flank coming in from them. The concealed play. They know that the hunger is on Chiku, but they have the biggest of strength. coming in from Bruno, coming in from Melboy. The crits, man, it's just the crits.
It's so big, and again, it was such a big gamble because he could have opted to switch out one of his items for immortality afterwards, but no, Winds of Nature, juggle the items, maximize each and every one of these cooldowns.
There seems to be a lot of faith there to make sure that he's not going for defensive equipment. He did have a Wind of Nature at the end, but he believed that his team would have his back.
Yep.
I mean, it feels so bad when you see all of his hits are all in mid color. You know that every hit is a critical, every hit is a critical. I mean, it does. Red Esports, right? It's in the name as well.
It's in the name, it's on a brand, so it's huge for Melboy this time round. Well played for Red Esports. Hopefully, they can continue up with this type of momentum right now because it feels like they are warm, and especially for Kim in that mid game, he's even warmer.
What went wrong for Todak? Is it because of too late of itemization coming in from Cikugais, or is it because of their own playstyle that allowed Red Esports to just overwhelm them with all the damage?
I think a lot of it boiled down to how disrespectful did they want to get, right? They need to incite something, they need a response coming in from Red Esports, and they knew Cikugais was pushed up really far in front on purpose to try to bait something out, with the majority of their members hovering around that gold side of the map to hopefully hit somebody.
Alright, right now we gotta take a look at our MVP. It should be Melboy. Yep, it is gonna be Melboy by the Bruno gameplay, but I would like to give a little bit shout out to Kim. His Kadita was on point as well.
A great debut by Kim on the Season 12 stage here, and you can see why Red Esports decided to bring the man back in. The synergy was there, the communication seemed clean. Red Esports, this is their peak right now, and at the center of it all, our MVP of the game, Melboy on the Bruno.
Yep, disgusting Bruno play, really maximizing his overall high range, naturally high range, and with the powder artifacts, just bullied out Cikugais in the lane itself, with the rest of the team pulling attention to force the supports out of position and more so to help out the weaker sides. It just allowed Melboy to take full control, considering that Todak likes to kind of leave Chiku by himself.
Do you think it's because of Todak not having much of a catching potential, allow Melboy to just roam freely, you know, hitting on the backside? No one was be able to catch him except for maybe Forme's penalty zone. But apart from that, there was nothing to be able to ensure Melboy is captured.
Yes, no, there really isn't much well, there is a couple, right? Number one, Formes for an example.
Sebab kat situ kan tak ada cikun. Kalau nampak dia tak ada baru kan. So let's go. Bismillah.
Okay, memudahkan segala drafting kita.
Kalau main bising 800. Main bising menang. Mantap gila. Wow. Mana woi? Mantap guys. Mantap gila.
Alright, let's take a look at the item bit first of all. I still want to hear Gideon's explanation, but taking a look at the itemization coming in from both sides, we're going to focus on the victory team, of course, Red Esports. Melboy, we talk about all the damaging item, but looking at Kim right now, it's not even full slotted yet. Yes, it's all offensive item, all magical penetration, but without any single defensive item. This is a huge gamble coming in from Red Esports.
I think it is a bit of a huge gamble from Red Esports, but they also recognize what the win conditions are, right? It really doesn't matter what Kim has as long as he's able to one-shot his targets through the hard guard. And ideally, the more items, the better, but the snowball is just equally as important. As I was mentioning earlier, right? A lot of this just came down to baiting out the initial big spells coming in from Red Esports. No Black Dragon form, no Firaga armor, no Kadita with the rough waves. You can do so much once those cooldowns are down.
And something that really surprises me here when looking at the itemization here, right? You have a Terizla, you have an Antler on the enemy side, and you only have one Dominance Ice, and that's on Rencuti. There was so much faith that Rencuti is going to be able to do all the application we need. We don't have to go for necklaces, we don't need a Sea Halberd. It's totally fine. Just give the Yuzong the dominance, he'll do his job.
I like this. More offensive mindset, not much of a defensive gameplay coming in from Red Esports. It's just, we know we have the damage, we know we have the capturing ability coming in from Mal, coming in from Rencuti. So why not just all in damage right now?
I think all-inning on damage, especially if your win condition is like, when we fight, we have to fight with Rencuti. If not, this is going to be way harder than necessary.
Right, let's take a look at Todak right now. I'm gonna focus on Chiku first of all. He did manage to build up full item, but it's just that maybe it was a bit too late. Maybe it was not being able to get himself closer to the enemy to dish out all of this damage. But looking at Teresa, looking at Fredin, they just did, I would say, they did enough, but it wasn't good enough to capture Red Esports.
Yeah, I think their counter engage was always going to be good, especially in the earlier stages of the game towards that turtle. But later in the game, when nobody really reveals themselves, and considering that Red is the one who always has to look for the initiation in comparison to Todak, who have to kind of assess it and identify and fight for space just to get that information, it's such a big flip side in terms of the overall game plan for both of these teams.
But I feel like it's something that Todak is fairly comfortable with doing.
Oh,
They've
but
been in
of
this
course.
position plenty of times before, so it's a testament to Red Esports that they were able to understand how to make a full use of this lineup, and I get the feeling they did kind of get Todak to underestimate them a little bit. I feel like Melboy may have been ignored a bit too long.
I agree, I definitely agree right there. But looking at the damage there, it wasn't too big a much of a difference between both of these teams. Coming in from Red Esports, you know, the Bruno is going to be the main damage dealer. Coming in from Toda, Martizi using the far side with the Feather Ash, right? 60,000 damage being dealt upon Red Esports. But again, the main focus should be Melboy being able to farm up really, really well, 870 gold per minute, which means, as Sadafa mentioned, no one was really focusing on Melboy, trying to disturb his lane, trying to make his life more miserable, hence why he managed to get the gold that he needs and the itemization he needs.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, something for people to look back on and do analysis is going to be how many times did Cikugais have to recall in the lane? When we came back, right, it was level 5 to level 4. He already had an EXP lead prior to the very first turtle. Second turtle comes on, he forces him to recall again, taking a terrible trade, as well as Yums having to use a heart guard early.
In addition to that, look at the damage dealt. We saw Melboy shredding through people, but looking at total damage numbers, Amal is only 100 damage behind him on the export. He was creating so much space and pressure.
I think it's a testament to true damage and how effective it is in a meta that is especially centralized. Well, I wouldn't even say the entire meta, but a lineup that is centralized around these tanks.
This was the, I would say, the theme of the game, right? Where Red Esports started out the team fight really, really well, but Toda continuously giving out the pressure to Red Esports, as we can see here. This was the moment where Mal, you know, I'm not sure why he dances around the Feather Trap, but there was another good setup coming in from Red Esports. But again, Todak was still in it. Todak was still in this team fight. Although I would say, yes, Cikugais, if he had a much more better itemization, could be a different story right there.
Oh, look at them collapse on it like that, just squishing them into a sandwich. No, I agree with you. I think, you know, when you start to think about the lineups in terms of like the strongest, or the strong side, the weak side, and more importantly, the overall game plan, these neutral objectives are so dangerous for Todak to sit on top of, but it's the only way they get Red Esports to initiate on them to look then for the counter engage later.
That was a very good initiation coming in from Mal as well as Kim. Knowing that Yums is the big target prioritization right there, without the hard guard, Todak is, I wouldn't say useless, but really, really not effective. But this was the determining team fight coming in from Red Esports, flanking from the backside, the concealed play, the target prioritization as well, and it won them the game.
It was damage consistency in the end. At first, it looked like Cikugais could take that fight, but because Amal was still alive, Melboy was still alive, they still had more than enough resources to take them down. And this was just really smart gameplay by Red Esports. I feel like one thing to know, Melboy was not part of any of the first like 2 or 3 turtle fights. That's how he got so much base.
He was just meeting Cikugais, taking his lunch money away, and then walking back into lane. It's like, hey, what's up, everybody? It's me.
With
It's
the
your
gold
boy.
chain and all.
yeah. He's holding him by the legs and shaking out his shillings.
Pretty guy. But a very, very good gameplay coming in from Melboy and our boy as well, Milo.
Hey, yes,
Yeah.
no, that's honestly, to his testament, I think his drafting was actually looking good. But then, I don't know whether we're going to see this Bruno again, considering everything that's going on.
It's okay, guys. One thing's for sure is you guys make sure to join in the MLBB to celebrate our Independence Day from 24th up until the 6th of September. Make sure you guys log into the game and get a special Hari Merdeka emote that was voiced by 3 MLBB players.
Ooh, 3 players from our very own MPL MY. That's interesting. Like, do you guys know who were the ones voicing it?
It was Chiku. It was Rippo. The other one was I want to say it was Zorn, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh.
If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah. You're right. It is Zorn. I was thinking about the solos one.
That's different.
Sorry. I'm still in the past.
Come on. Let's get back to the present right now. And
Alright.
if you guys seen the video or the IG reels, the Merdeka emote, there was a special teaser at the end. Someone made a kissing sound.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure who was it.
I can't. Out of the 3,
Yeah, I'm not sure who.
Out of the 3.
Who you guess? Rippo, Zorn, or Chiku?
it's gotta be Ripple,
It
right?
has to be, right? Or
To
maybe
be-
maybe they pull one over us because Rippo is the most obvious.
Chiku's the one who's
and-
doing it. I can't imagine Chiku doing it. I feel like somebody goaded him into doing it rather than him making it by himself.
It could be.
Maybe.
I hope to get the answer soon so that we can share to you guys, but it's okay. Now, game number 2 is on the line. Red Esports managed to get the win with a good draft, with a good gameplay as well. But Sudapa, what can Todak do different for game number 2?
So in game 1, I could see what the game plan was. Kichiku is obviously terrifying on the carry. You give him a really strong front line, bolstered by the hard guard on Terizla, on Fredrin. On paper, there's no way anyone is getting past that. But then they kind of underestimated Melboy. They thought they were taking really good fights, getting kills on Kim, getting kills on Ren Cutie. And I think it kind of fell into a rhythm where they weren't ready for the sudden power spike that Bruno presented.
So you're saying that Todak was a bit surprised by the power spike
little
coming in
bit,
from Red
actually.
Esports, right? So I can agree with that. And Gideon, I want to put you on the Red Esports shoes right now. They did really well, game number 1, good draft, good initiation, good team fight. Should they replicate the draft, everything from game number 1 for game number 2, or change it, tweak it a bit?
I think for Red Esports, they had a solid game plan, right? I think the mistake really just came from Todak's side in the drafting phase because it was all about counter-drafting their opponent. But it looks like we have a bigger issue to address, the fact that the EXP laners have switched up. It's going to be Momo coming in instead of Formaze.
Is
Big
this
Sag.
is this a panic button? Or is it?
I really hope not.
It's time to bring Weapon X. Momo starts walking out.
Honestly, I feel like Formaze deserves more respect than that. It feels good to see him on the stage and not get to see him on some of his signature heroes before he's suddenly thrown back onto the bench again. We all love Momo. He, like you say, is kind of a secret weapon for Todak after all this time. So we'll see. I think it's a good adjustment, unfortunately, for Formaze, even though I love him as a player.
You want to know what is a bigger curveball?
Yeah.
Chiku on the EXP, Momo is going to be on the goal list.
I was
Oh, man.
thinking about that. I looked at Adine and I'm like, I know what he's gonna go with. I know where this is going.
Because both players are very, very flexible, especially Chiku. You can put him anywhere, literally anywhere.
Oh my god, this reminds me, Yuzong mid the last time, so might as well throw him into the actual lane Yuzong was designed for.
On the mid!
Yeah,
On the mid!
Was he?
He was!
He was.
I can't remember season what,
I
but
think
he
it was
was.
like season 9. Season 9 or season 10, one or the other. I think it was season 10 to be fair.
Hey, if you think about it, clear the lanes and then just rotate. And if he rotates onto the
guess that's
if he rotates out to the wrong lane, use the Black Dragon form to get to the right lane as well.
Hey man, Milo is getting real popular. How many people get shout out by Rose Gaming?
Oh my god, I want to know how much he pays Rose. That's the big question.
That's true. I didn't think of it that way.
I saw him walk out, talk to Rose a bit. Maybe talk about, hey, why don't you show a bit of my picture on stage, you know?
So that's why he had the QR code.
How much is being exchanged hands, huh? Whether it's whether the amount is semi low or semi high. We're gonna
Fair enough. We shall see. Can Milo keep the winning streak going on for Red Esports, or Todak, is this gonna be a comeback from that? As we all know, Todak always come back from any kind of situation. Red Esports right now, opening up with the bans similar to game number 1, 1-1 as well as Paquito. Meanwhile, Todak Fanny and Joy. Gideon, what do you think about this ban as of now?
I think, Red Esports, they're going to commit to what's already working. And again, these two picks have been giving you, the overall team lineup, especially when they're on the blue side of draft. Too much to think about, especially when it comes down to flex picks. And they're also making sure that, Chiku is a little targeted at the same time. So I think it's great. No adjustments need to be made. We do need to see how Todak wants to respond, because if they get rid of Kadira, Valentina is going to be the first pick here.
What was the Red Esports first pick? Game 1?
Game
was
one, the Kaja.
Yes.
The Kaja. Could be similar, could be different. I hope to see different because I get bored easily, Sudafa. I don't want to see the same kind of draft.
I agree with you. I also
on.
get I want to see different heroes, but this does create a problem. If Red Esports goes for Kaja first again, Valentina can be taken to steal the Divine Judgment. If Red goes for it, then they have that same kind of counterplay, but it does leave things more up in the air.
If a winning streak, I was gonna say if a high win rate hero is on the line, you should pick it. Because Milo is a stats guy, but then again, I mean, Kaja is going to be picked up as the first pick for Red Esports. Wow. Predicting the draft of Todak, that's a big ass.
Yeah, it really is a big ass, but I think Todak are adjusting much better, taking away the export, gets them as a supplementary flex pick for the EXP jungle, because at the very least, export has a ton of good matches. We saw just now, if you're a tank, if you only have one way to gap close, you can just peel him till forever.
I agree.
It's pretty effective.
I would like to see right now, because Xbox is on the hands of Todak, right? So Red Esports should focus a bit on the damaging heroes that would have the chance to take out the Firaga armor as fast as they can, but we shall see later on. As of now, Farsa and Asbab from Todak's side, I like the picks as mentioned by Gideon, the flexibility that he has, and giving a comfort hero for Martizi is a good move as well.
So now Red, they've got mages, they got Valentina, they have Eve if they want to go for comfort, but they're gonna give the Valentina, so Kim can use the feathered airstrike as well. Ooh, I do like the Lapu. Compared to things like the Terizla, like the Yuzong, Lapu has a little bit more options against the export.
Okay, sure, I suppose. I think it's interesting because this could have been Fredrin. This could have literally been anything, but I feel like Red Esports are highly prioritizing this gold and as well as this overall jungle pick and saving it to the very end just to get one of those matches in a winning lane. Todak, on the other hand, the fact is, I feel like Farsa is very volatile. She is good, don't get me wrong, very, very good, but very volatile at the same time. There's so many things that can actually disrupt and actually break her combinations and stop her feathered airstrike from getting effective shots. And more importantly, so Todak now playing for Chiku, they're like, we don't need a counter draft anymore, let's play to our strengths. We're gonna make sure that gold lane has priority.
And speaking of Chiku, looking at the information that we have, epic meta trauma in MPL Season 7, Cikugais brought both Mia and Layla in the same match against Red Esports. He was the MVP in those two games as well, so should have picked up one of those heroes, not the Beatrix right now. Should have picked up the Layla or Mia, man, come on.
Sometimes these fun facts, the title is a little bit exaggerating, but I feel like this is very accurate in trauma. Like, if this does not give you trauma, I don't know what does. And I imagine Red Esports does have a bit of a bone to pick because of it.
If I think about it correctly, in Chiku's entire career, I think his Mia is still 100% win rate here in MPL MY. Not internationally, but MPL MY. I don't remember him losing on a Mia.
I mean,
even when Momo was playing it, they didn't lose.
I think so. You should be right on those stats. You should be right on those stats. But right now, Todak gonna ban out the Link. Meanwhile, Red Esports taking out another suppressed skill hero by the name of Franco. One more ban before we see the pickup from themselves right now. Should be the Roamer as well right now. Kufra maybe?
Ways to disrupt your opponent, ways to kind of look for... yeah, I would say that the set tanks are going to be pretty important. Good call on that, Adin, is they already get rid of Kufra, which leaves Todak with a couple of options when we're thinking about ways to actually set it up. Edith, I feel, is like a win-harder hero. Not exactly the best at setting up unless you actually have the flicker to make it happen. Other than that, I would imagine that an argument for Grok can be made, an argument for even Lolita can be made.
But you gotta make sure not to give ultimates that can easily be stolen by Valentina. So maybe the good old reliable things like Cho or Ruby could get pulled out, even if it does seem a little bit unlikely, because I don't even see like supports like the Fairmiss, because Cold Altar, bad idea. Diggy, bad idea.
Natalia.
Oh, wow, really?
Think about it. All right, I'm theory crafting here. Chill. But imagine if that was Natalia.
Imagine, right?
The scenes, the levels. It could still be. No?
I don't think so.
Wait, I mean, you could.
Cho goes into EXP.
Yeah,
X4 goes into jungle.
Yeah, it still could be done. It's Todak for all sake. It is Todak right now. Red Esports, do they go back to the Bruno right now? Because Iritel is still open. Iritel, Brody is still open as well. So, not sure right now, not sure.
Could be a little tough. Right now, Red Esports needs a guaranteed way to actually interrupt the Feathered Airstrike other than just the Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu, yes, sure. He jumps in, you can threaten with kill pressure. Same goes with Kaja at the same time, and we'll probably see very similar situations to game number 1, where you see Mal flicker, you expect RTZ to flicker as well.
Alright, we shall see Brody and Frederick.
There we go.
I did say the Brody, but I don't necessarily like the pickup, because Brody, yes, has a good amount of range in terms of the Tonopot memory, but still, to get the initial stats on to the target, that could be somewhat quite dangerous, I would say.
Basically, the main threat now for Melboy is going to be the Cho, because if it is for Yumes, he's going to always dive the backline, and he's going to be the target priority number 1. So that Corrosive Strike is going to get him out of a lot of sticky situations and can be flexed for the Farsa. It's most likely not drafted with that in mind. I personally don't like the Fred too much, because we saw how much damage Xborg was doing to it in the last game. Maybe I would have preferred like a Martis or so. But we do see Todak taking a page out of Red's book.
Sudafa is a sugarcoating. He doesn't like the Fred because he can't use it. Well, right,
The
Sudafa?
Fredrin? I love Fredrin.
Oh, you love Fredrin?
Yeah, but he's so boring to watch.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not like Terrence in this particular case, but I think that, playmaking capabilities are so important in this meta, because you can drag it out, especially if you've got really solid foundations with high ground defense.
Martizi, again, with the Farsa, gotta be able to use the Feather Strike really, really well. The timing, the positioning, because you have Kaja on the side of Red Esports. You have the bravest fighter coming in from the Lapu Lapu. So, the battle of the positioning is super, super important for both of these teams.
Both of these teams eager to vie for victory as they clash once more in game number 2. Red Esports, 1 game away from securing the series for their first win here in Season 12, whereas Todak wants to live up to this age-old rivalry and pull this into a final matchup. Which of these 2 well-matched challengers will emerge victorious as we enter the land of dawn?
With Red Esports starting on the blue side, expect to see very similar starts there. Oh, actually, no, they're going to be on opposite bus, making sure that Xborg is going to get that orange very soon. Fredrin starting on his purple, with mid essentially getting shoved in fast.
Look at you, just being just being annoying right there, just trying to disturb Amal as much as he can. But right now, we can see a different kind of focus from Todak, pressuring Melboy in the early stages.
Looking at the emblems, nothing too out of the ordinary based on what I am seeing. I'm just going to double check to make sure, do my due diligence, and yes, pretty standard across the board. I do think it's interesting that, especially for Rank QT, he didn't want to get agility. He made sure that he has tenacity as well as adaptive penetration, just so that when he jumps in, he hurts more in comparison to Lapu Lapu, who kind of wants to stick to you like tape.
He wants to win out that EXP lane. I think both these teams have realized the importance of securing a good lead in the start and being able to unlock themselves for the EXP lane. I do like the adjustments that we're seeing though from Todak. Instantly the change, a bit more attention towards Cikugais, because Melboy is playing on another snowball carry.
Yeah, something very small by Melboy. What he did there, just squeezed out the lane, allowing Chico to get closer to himself so that Melboy could clear the lane, as well as damaging Cikugais a bit. But looking at the positioning by Cikugais, just staying in the bush, hiding himself. But right now, Melboy found him.
He's basically, if Melboy was level 4, that is a dead Cikugais. But he's already done his job, being able to send the Beatrix back when the turtle is going to be coming up soon.
No, I think it's even more damaging than what people would imagine, right? Because he's freezing the lane. He wants to freeze that lane. Unfortunately, Chico was able to disrupt it and put it low enough so it doesn't lodge itself too deep into enemy territory. Because because he doesn't want to participate for this turtle anyways.
Momo not gonna use the Petrify too early on.
Oh,
Feather
no.
Strike doing a lot of damage. Here comes Rank QT. Double leg sinker right into Kim! Momo drops his first blood and Hughes follows right afterwards. Rival does secure the turtle, but it's gonna cost 2 of his teammates' lives.
That was clean. That was super clean by Red Esports. Yes, Todak managed to get the turtle, but the double kill coming in from Red Esports just outweighs the turtle's advantage right there.
Absolutely, and you can see Melboy is having the time of his life, right? Chiku is going to take the space, and whenever the turtle is down, the rest of his team comes right back to the top side of them to make sure that he's able to either go even or break even.
Oh, they got it.
Big Sag, big Sag.
Again and again, I feel like Melboy is playing really well. Game number 1, game number 2 so far is won by Melboy at the gold lane side. So hopefully we can see a bit more aggression coming in from Todak to pressure Melboy a bit, because we don't want game number 1 to happen to Todak again. How Melboy just erupts his itemization and his goal lead as well.
Just wait for the BOD. When Cikugais gets the BOD, then he's got some legitimate damage to really chunk out Melboy and punish his mistakes, like trying to go for an early corrosive strike. Oh, guess what? Nibiru's Passion, I'll put you down to 50% instantly.
But I also imagine that Melboy has to be feeling really good about this right now.
Oh,
He's
for
feeling
sure.
himself. And imagine how much pressure Todak has to put against him when he's up against Cikugais, who usually holds his own. And speaking of holding his own, Momo! Oh,
No way!
Black Dragon Perfect Kim flickers forward, gets the final hit. Up in the top lane, Feathered Airstrike already used. Amal zoning out, but taking a lot of damage from Rival. Chiku getting fed a massive amount of gold plating. And Red Esports not going to be able to stop him.
Okay, so they managed to save both the side turrets, right? But you have to admit, that was pretty smart of Momo. Goes out of the map as expected for the Yuzong, but he cancels his ultimate right before he gets hit, so that once he spawns, he has to spawn inside the map and not outside the map in his regular empowered form. So, small micro, but very well played from Momo despite dying.
That was super smart, not gonna lie, but right now Rival
Forced to use Last Insanity to escape from Rank QT and Amal. Momo is here, he's looking pretty engaged, no Petrify. Feathered Airstrike comes out, Humes gets the kick, wrong direction, but it may be enough as Amal is not close enough to the turtle, and Rival will secure it for Todak. Will they get Humes in return? He dashes out of the Appraiser's wrath and escapes with his life intact.
top lane.
Oh, Cikugais though! He does not get out with his life as Melboy gets the kill.
Beautiful.
I like what Red Esports is doing right now again and again. Turtle number 1, they did not manage to get it, but they get double kill out of it. Turtle number 2, again, did not manage to secure it, but getting a kill on top lane up against your opposition gold laner is super big. Even bigger gap by getting the turtle as well. So again, Red Esports just counter engaging right now. Yums!
Beautifully played, Melboy with a flicker back, torn apart memory. Will it be enough? Yums survives with a tiny sliver, and now Maul is gonna eat it in his the beautiful jukes! Rival has to use his ultimate to finally catch up the Kaja.
Oh, this is definitely a mood right now, but I don't think
Melboy
Kim recognizes it!
He walked way too far forward. Martizi and Chiku still waiting for him. And Melboy finally gets picked off, but Rival gonna bite the bullet in his stead as Kim gets the killing spree.
This is such a mess. It's such a mess. When you think they're completely done, they're like, okay, this is when we call it quits. They just go for more. But at the end of the day, who is really winning out? And personally for me, I think Todak is actually winning this out ever so slightly, only because they're able to get pressured down by the bot side. They're able to kind of set things up, especially breaking even forward. Cikugais currently is only 800 gold behind, but notice on the opposite end, closing the gap between the Lapu Lapu as well as the Yuzong is going to help a lot.
I like the matchup between the Brody and the Beatrix right now, having the BOD on Beatrix, allowing himself to deal a lot more damage and be more aggressive, but Brody with the Blade of Heptasis having that penetration as well and allowing him to just get a bit more stacks, and the taunt apart memory will hurt a lot.
Momo with the engage, gets the Petrify, they kick Amal into the Feathered Airstrike, and Fredrin is gone. Ren QT now left by his lonesome, has to use Raging Slash to get out. Turtle gonna be easily secured by Todak, but look at Melboy. He's still doing the Melboy antics.
Yep, he's going to keep on pushing. The tier 2s might be a little bit tough, but Cikugais is going to pull the rest of Red Esports' attention with Yums to be a living war to give him the info when they start to rotate.
It's going to be a hat trick of Turtle coming in from Toda, allowing themselves to secure all the neutral objective for game number 2. A very good showing by them, and for the first time in this game number 2, Todak has the goal lead. Ever so slightly again, only what, 200, 300, 400 goal lead, but it is a starting block for their comeback right now.
I think the scariest part is the fact that Rival hits his first item power spike, right? He's already finished building the Ice Queen's wand, so peeling for the side of Todak is going to be really, really effective here. You just touch that Frederick once, you immediately feel it. It's not like he's trying to build rapid boots where you get slow reductions. You just have to eat it.
Yeah, and looking at the EXP lane is a mirror of an item, Hunter Threat as their first item, allowing themselves to move a bit more faster, as well as having the penetration. And looking at Aaron as well, my bad, Ren QT, having the Bloodlust Axe, again, more damaging oriented coming in from Lapu Lapu. I like it, but will it be enough for him to sustain in all of this team fight later on?
That's assuming he lands the hits every single time he jumps on him with the Brave Spider, right? That's the big assumption, but I think better yet, with the damage that he has, if he's on top of Chiku, it's going to force Todak to move back.
QT, good escape, but forced to use his ultimate once again, so that's not going to be available. Right now, we are seeing Red Esports go for a very 4-in-1 sort of lineup where Melboy is not participating in any of these fights. Todak has adjusted. They're not going to give him easy 1v1s that he can snowball off of, so that makes sure that he gets his farm a little bit slower than before.
Oh man, RenQT, if he has his ult, he needs to clear this way.
Oh! RenQT jumps forward onto Cikugais, just so much damage! Oh! Flicker forward! The final hit of Raging Slash! RenQT gets Cikugais. Rival with the last insanity will finish him off, but look at Maul, he pulls Martisi into their own fettered airstrike. Rival will lose his life as Farsa just barely walks out. Humes, he sees Amal, but there's nothing he can do in this position.
That was super smart coming in from Red Esports. Again, very good initiation, and as Gideon mentioned, landing the Bravest Fighter, landing the Flicker as well. Van QT getting a solo kill on Cikugais, allowing Red Esports to just dominate against Todak on that team fight just now.
Guys are just playing very disrespectfully, but let's see how the lore goes.
Momo jumps in, Petrified, Black Dragon form. He's on top of Melboy. Cikugais gets the Lord for Todak as Amal is kicked out of the Lord pit, denied from his retribution.
It's hard for Red Esports, especially if they have to face Todak on 2 different fronts. They can't do that no more. They have to play the traditional front to back, and if they can't achieve that, I think Red Esports should call it off entirely, because Amal is taking unnecessary deaths because the rest of his team aren't able to kind of back him up in the same direction.
My compliments was backfired by the pressure coming in from Todak right there, just knowing what to do at that situation. But right now,
Ooh, Flickers, he misses though, doesn't get the angle he needs, but that could be enough disruption. Feathered airstrike, zoning out Red Esports, corner part memory too. Todak will get that mid-tier 1 for free. How much more will they claim?
Surprisingly, RenQT did not use the Bravest Fighter to clear the minion wave on mid and just allowing Todak to get that mid turret very easily. Some would say very free as well, but looking at this bot side, can Todak do a lot more because rival Cikugais all on the backside right now.
They got plenty of damage from Melboy at the very least, right? But it's about the coverage. They're trying to make sure that there's not enough space for Todak to actually get into the middle of the composition and force Melboy out. But the feather airstrike.
Yeah, speaking of forcing him out, instantly he's forced back to base. Renner's apathy threatening him. No casualties on Red Esports, but Todak is now taking buildings and control of the map.
Why Red Esports are just like watching, just waiting Todak to just take every single turret on their own side. I wish Red Esports would adjust and would answer back this aggression coming in from Todak right now.
Look at how annoying Rival is being. RenQT dropped to 50% just like that. And they're under their tower and can touch nothing on this export.
What did I tell you? This Ice Queen's wand is such a difference maker. And I think even RenQT understands that if he all-ins, if he doesn't get a kill, he's basically dead. Even without the way of the dragon, Rival can basically run him down to the ends of the earth. And if he pops his flicker too early, then he won't have it for the upcoming neutral objective.
Right, as we see Todak right now, Black Dragon form, and then Conceal coming in from Humes just to scare Red Esports off. But the counter engagement, Red Esports.
Yep, Conceal play. Will they find anyone? Maul flickers forward, but he's just a little bit too far. Cannot find Humes. And those are resources wasted by Red Esports. for nothing.
So I called it. When you see Mal flicker, expect to see Martizi also want to flicker too. And at least he got his flicker out of it. With just pull yourself together, it will come off at a shorter cooldown timer. But at the very least, they've pretty much secured bottom tier 1 at this stage. This turtle fight is going to be all or not. Sorry, this Lord fight is going to be all or nothing for both sides.
Alright, Rival starting things off, just using that flamethrower right now. Pretty annoying, but Rival, gotta be careful.
He loses his Miraga armor. Finally, Red Esports thinks that's gonna be no less insanity until his immortality gets popped. But unless they try to force something, there will be a lot of time for Rival to recall and get that build back up.
The longer this dance goes, the more gold Chiku is able to accumulate on the opposite side of the map. And that's what Todak wants to do. Give him the time necessary to scale up as quickly as possible and really take advantage of the weapons master.
Looking at the flicker timer, Mal is still having a no flicker. Gotta be careful right now. No flicker divine judgment can be used right now, but Todak is in a prime position to engage. Look at Yums.
He misses, but he does get him inside the better airstrike. Forces the flicker out from rank QT. He is out of the fight already, as now Momo jumps in, petrify onto Amal, dropping low, and he is dead. Mal pops his immortality as well. Todak running them down. The Kaja is gone. Melboy forced the flicker away from the clutches of Todak as they run Red Esports back home.
A couple of things went wrong there. Number one, the fact that Mal ended up dying like that, very unfortunate, because Kim already had the feathered airstrike ready to go, already stolen, but he was way too close to Todak's composition to get effective shots off without putting himself in danger. Worst of all, we saw so many ultimates come out from Todak's side. That's no excuse for Red Esports to actually lose the engagement.
That's the thing. I feel like Red Esports is very passive in that team fight right there, especially in game number 2, because they have the initiation counter potential as well, but they did not use it very well. In terms of in-game equipment as well, we know that Cikugais is gonna snowball with the itemization on hand, BOD, with the Malefic Rock, with the Husk Claw, and Wind of Nature to just save his own life.
But will it save this game for Red Esports? Lord colliding, Momo, he sees rank QT, zoning out with the Black Dragon form, feathered airstrike as well. That's a lot of resources used by Todak, but they will get 2 inhibitors in exchange. So all in all, pretty worthy trade.
I respect that. You know, a lot of teams struggle to close out these games, and Todak recognizes that Red Esports, they've got damage. The problem is they're not getting it onto the right targets. So as long as... Oh, Mal gets revealed here.
Oh no! Chiku, he sees him, Mal flickers forward, Divine Judgment, but his team is too far away, and Rival is cutting them off. Cikugais now charging forward. Yums looking for the cutoff. Will he find anyone? He's not going to be able to get the kick in time. A nice disruption, but Martizi with the shutdown from the back line. Red Esports 3-man versus 5 strong from Todak. Their only consolation, no minion wave, but one gonna be coming up from the bottom side. Will they be able to defend this?
I don't think they will. The inhibitor is already going to go down, and now they're going to start chipping away at the crystal for as long as they can, assuming that Red Esports doesn't look for an engage.
Crystal is exposed, Red Esports comes out, last insanity as well. Rank QT flickering into the backline, not going to find anyone, but he may buy some time here with the cost of his life. He's still surviving against all odds right there, and will draw Todak away, allowing Red Esports to survive the push.
Why didn't we see movements like that during the tier 2s, during the bot tier 1s as well? This ultimate is so good. Lapu's bravest fighter is nasty with such a short cooldown as well. He should be popping it off of cooldown to save his team from situations. If you have to die, just die, because you are the least important member compared to people like Melboy or even Mal.
Yeah, I agree. And the same question I pose to myself as well, especially on the tier 1 mid turret, the tier 2 on the bot side as well. He should have used that move again and again to save his own assets right there. But okay, it's fine. Things have changed. It was history, and we have to focus on the present right now, which is Todak is leading almost 10k gold lead. As we take a look at the damage dealt difference, Momo 14,000, Rival 39, Martizi 58. The biggest damage of all, and should be the main target by Red Esports. Should be able to use Mal's Divine Judgment, and if Kim has the Feather Airstrike stolen as well, they need to combo these 2 ultimates in order to get Martizi, so that there is no feather airstrike. It's gonna disturb Red Esports later on.
But the peel coming in from this X-Borg alone is a problem in and of itself, right? Like, look at Rival. He's sitting right in front of Amal. It's like, come closer.
Come on.
Yeah, come on. Try it again. Oh, break my Faraga armor. Oh, terrify me. Nothing. I can keep taking shots forever. Break it. You still haven't done that.
It's so annoying. Rival already got the Lord. Better Airstrike comes out. It's an absolute mess in the backline. Kim doing a lot of damage. Martisi gets a mega kill onto Amal, but Cikugais has been picked off by the Valentina. Momo, though, keeping a tight grasp on the backline. Killing spree on top of Melboy. 3 members down on Red Esports. 2 down on Todak. Malzo has no damage. He needs Ren QT here to defend the base, but he's being delayed in the backline. He's still taking the duel against Rival, and now he's being so down 1v2. On the ultimate, tries to get out, but he's being crushed by the pressure of 1,000 men. Momo with the mega kill, and as the Lord collides with the crystal, ladies and gentlemen, we will be witnessing game number 3 between Todak and Red Esports.
GG, well played. And Todak once again breaking down the composition very well and hurting and hitting Red Esports where it hurts the most.
Wow, and again, Momo, what a monster on that Yuzong right there. Allowing himself to catch on Melboy, and not only that, by taking down Melboy as well, was the determining factor for Todak to be able to come back and pushes us to game number 3.
Ooh, what a game we just saw right there. And now I am very worried, honestly, for the momentum of Red Esports. Todak, traditionally known as the kings of 2-1, they've adapted. They figured out what they did wrong in the previous match. Going into game number 3, this is home ground for them.
I was just one question right there at the last moment. Ren QT did pop the Bravest Fighter. He used the flicker, but I was hoping he used flicker towards his own home base right there. But he flickered for what? 5mm of a distance?
Look, he was hoping to get over the wall, man. He was hoping that that final jump will cover just enough distance before you flicker over it, and then you have some space to work with. But unfortunately, sometimes you mistime it. You know, I can't blame the guy. He mistimed it, and I think overall he was one of the better performers on the team because so far they couldn't break through the Faraga armor to deal with.
Yep.
And I think that Emal with this Fredrin pick, when you're up against such a devastating matchup in this X-Borg, I think he was capped. Unfortunately for him, he was basically non-existent in this game.
He can't do anything. As you mentioned, he walks up front, gets hit by the flamethrower, gets hit by the Ice Queen 1, and just did not allow him to go even much more further. But why don't we take a look at our MVP for this match? I'm not too sure. It should be Momo, but is it gonna be Momo? Oh! It's gonna be Martisi. Okay, I agree. I definitely agree. The rookie coming in from Toda did really, really well.
He had a, honestly, pretty difficult game to actually work with, right? If he's ever mispositioned, he will die 100%. He recognizes that, right? So that's why he decides to opt to wait for the rest of the team, wait for the big abilities to start coming out first, especially once the Bravest Fighter is down. All right, I can just go all in. And he uses his Feathered Airstrike a little bit more aggressively just to start off the fight and then Lord Dance until he has his ultimate back up.
A big responsibility on his shoulder as well, becoming the secondary damage dealer, or some might say the primary damage dealer as well. As Gideon mentioned, you need to be able to position yourself well, you need to allow yourself to get a lot of damage onto the opponent, so all these two things collide, but Martisi handled it really, really well as a rookie player. But why don't we take a look, why don't we take a listen at the mic check coming in from Todak.
Kerana percayakan City. Tidur dia. Boleh bar. Custom support tau. Kaca ada. Coklah pelapunya. Aku kaya ni, kau tahu tak aku? 30 tau hati aku. Boleh sih? Aku ada. Dah. Santai mau. Okey. Atas dulu sih boleh. Momo di ganas lah. Pergi Amo, kau Amo. Aku farm sikit. Kau farming ah. Dia dekat aku tadi. Momo garang dia suruh aku go. Aku export je cok tak nak terbang. Mo, cover. Tarik. Dikai balance. Guys, bertenang jap guys. Santai. Tarik nafas jap, cakap macam tu. Tak suara-suara info, jangan semua info sekali. Aku info. Flicker Brody masa kalau kau dapat. Nice. Boleh end guys. Tidur. End guys. Di mana Eren? Di mana? Flicker lagi.
Again, when I take a look at the flicker, I just I just can't. I just can't.
It hurts. It definitely hurts a little bit. But hey, Ren QT has definitely seen some better days. As we look at the item builds, let's start to break this down. Because again, once you see these Export have the 2 core items, Immortality plus Ice Queen's Wand, he gets to do whatever he wants when the Immortality is off its cooldown. You walk up straight into Amal's face, and you're not worried in the slightest that you're going to get punished.
I mean, I take a look at the neutral objective, right? It's all on the favors of Todak, and because their lineup allow themselves to do that again and again. Fredrin wants to go in, wants to try to take the turtle, wants to try to contest the lot, but it's being stopped. It's being denied by Xbox, it's being denied by Chow with the kick as well. So overall, the drafting was won by Todak right now.
Yeah, what I saw was that Red Esports is very willing to give up early turtles to give Melboy an easy snowball. And Todak instantly after game 1 adjusted to this, realized, oh, that's what they're doing. They still focus on getting turtles, but they make sure that Chiku gets the best marksman he can get, the most balanced, as well as giving him the time necessary to make sure that he's able to somewhat match up. And then after that, you just leave it to Rival and Momo, who, like you guys mentioned, were doing so much zoning that Chiku and Martisi never have to worry about a thing.
Let's not forget about the bluff that they actually pulled off. Very first turtle, yeah, traditional. One on the side, which is Chiku in the goal lane up against Melboy, and then the rest of the team just playing around the turtle like nothing ever happened. Turtle number 2, send your support up top side. You already have this lead on X-Board. Once he hits his item power spike, they can do basically whatever they want to. They utilize that freedom to get that initial punish, and from then on, Beatrix is having the time of her life, breaking down tier 1s like they're nothing.
It was nothing for Cikugais, breaking all the turrets by Red Esports. And as we take a deeper look at the itemization coming in from Red Esports, I want to take a focus on Kim right now, because he was the, I wouldn't say the only damage dealing hero that Red Esports has, but he was the only functional member, because Ima couldn't do nothing. As he walks up, you know, you get flamethrower by the Xbox, but Kim having the Valentina, when he stole the Feather Extract, that allowed him to do a bit more. But when he doesn't have that Feather Extract, it just wasn't the best showing, I would say.
I would agree. I think there is an argument that Kim could have stolen the Black Dragon form as well, just to kind of open up the map a little bit more and not have to always commit to Amal opening it up, get caught, and then die to the Feathered Airstrike. Let's also not forget that we do see a Berserker's Fury coming in from Melboy as well. Not too sure where he was getting the idea. He doesn't necessarily have the attack speed to like... I mean, maybe he was hopeful. He's like, all right, man, I've got like a 20% chance to actually land this crit. If it happens, you know?
I won with crits last game. Let's do it again.
One more time, but with a much lower percentage of actually getting those red numbers. But let's look at the post-game stats, right? Big damage coming in from Ren QT, which is great to see. But then Martisi, he's in his comfort zone. Backline, high ground mages with artilleries. Martisi is just going to go to town.
I mean, having Momo on your side using the Yuzong and how he just focused on Melboy, could not participate a lot on those team fight, and allowing Cikugais as well to go on a bit more aggressive, a bit more aggression with the BOD, with the Malefic Law, with the Wind of Nature as well, and Martisi to just allow himself to just dictate the tempo of those team fight, right, with the Feather Astride zoning out a couple of members and getting a few kills for himself as well.
Yeah, it did seem to be just a huge problem for Red Esports, where even though they have heroes that should be able to dive the backline, Martisi was just taking a vacation. And you can see from the gold graph here just how quickly things swung in Todak's favor.
I feel like the 7-minute mark is the minute mark of Xbox Ice Queen 1 itemization. When he gets that Ice Queen 1, as Gideon mentioned, everything just went in the favors of Todak, right? Because Amal could not participate anything, could not contest all the neutral objectives. And again, if Amal, as strong, as big, as buff as that Frederick, could not be able to withstand the Ice Queen 1, what more could Kaja do? What more could Brody do? What more could Lapu Lapu do as well? So again, Todak just playing with the power spike and playing it really, really well.
Yeah, I think X-Borg is quite an issue here in the meta because, again, there's not too many good matchups against it. He always kind of sandbags you, and he does particularly well against tanks now that you actually have emblem setups that work for you.
Yeah, I mean, we can take a deeper look as we dive into the highlights for game number 2. Again, it's not like totally Red Esports lost entirely this game too. It was a bit of a big and forth of a team fight, a seesaw of a performance. But again, Todak just having a bit more flexibility with the Xbox, with the ice cream one, as well as their own personal gameplay coming in from the micro and macro gameplays. But again, Red Esports, I would question the Brody pick. It's just it doesn't work out for me because you are facing an Xbox, the Firaga armor, the immortality. I would prefer they pick up maybe the Bruno again, maybe an Iritel, somewhat of a consistent critical hit upon critical hit would be better for this match.
I do think it's a bit of a pick your poison situation, right? No matter what marksman you have, you need some kind of evasive ability because there's 3 strong divers for the side of Todak. The Cho, the Momo, who's currently playing the Yutong, as well as Rival if he does jump in with the last Insanity. He just needs one tick of that Ice Queen's wand to make it easier for people like Yums and Momo to start the initial catch on that back line.
Yeah, I personally like the Brody here. I think it's just one of the better options that Red Esports had left in their pool. What I don't like is the Brethren. I already expressed this during the draft. I don't think it was a good choice. You put that up against the X-Borg. You saw exactly how terrifying it was in the matchup in Game 1 on the other side.
Should have picked Nana, man.
Yeah, that was their problem. They
That
didn't
was
pick
by
Nana.
Nana. I mean, imagine Nana. I mean, if Xbox walks up, you get turned into Molina. And then use Molina Blitz, and then, you know, Xbox no more problem, right? So Nana is always the answer to every single question in your life.
True.
You can't have armor if you're a plush toy.
Basically, you're useless,
Dude,
man.
if they make that change that if you get turned, if Molina touches you and then people just do true damage, Nana is going to come into meta and I will be very upset. I'll be extremely upset. I'm not gonna lie. But game number 3 does require some adjustments from the side of Red Esports, right? They tried to play the same strategy again. We did see Todak actually adjust very, very well, turning gold lane into the strong side. And now, I guess the bigger question is now, who do they focus on? Is it still going to be on Melboy, or do they even up the matchup a little bit more for Ren QT again? Try to get him back into that Lapu Lapu VU zone.
I think a lot of it does come down to, in the end, Cikugais, he is the star player for Todak. There was a lot of pressure from Red Esports to make sure Melboy won his lane against him. They ban out heroes like the Wanwan and the Claude because they know Todak likes to play the 4-and-1 themselves. Let Chiku win his lane, let him farm, let him not be interactive. So what we saw of Melboy's gameplay in Game 1 is actually very similar to how Chiku normally plays. So I think the draft does play a big role.
Draft will determine how did they play and who are they going to pressure, right? If the draft is more reliant on the jungle, maybe Melboy should not be the focus. But if the draft focusing more on Chiku's farming, allowing Chiku to be able to get his own power spike early on, maybe the focus should be on Melboy. But all of this question will be answered later on as we take a little break for us to take a breather, for the players to take a breather. So see you guys soon on MPL Malaysia Season 12, week number 2, game number 3.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara pelak.
The kings of comebacks here in MPL MYs were able to show their opponents that their gameplay was red, and it turned out to not quite work out for them. And we are going into the final game of our first series of the day. You're here on the English cast with Mustafa, Adin, as well as Gideon once again.
Milo, I'm disappointed, that's all.
Disappointed? Why disappointed?
Wow. You should have closed that game, man.
Ah.
Should have.
Look, the man's not up on stage. I'm telling you, if Ling was open and he was playing, the game would have already been over.
Yes, yeah. Todak would be shaken by that.
Fine, I'll do it myself.
I'll do it myself. I have to admit, it would have been pretty interesting. But have you guys heard about potential awards for esports commentators?
Yeah, which was Lafell and Sunfrost has been nominated as the Sports Commentator Award ceremony. So make sure you guys give a big support to both of these talented casters by voting for them. Just scan the QR code. For me, it doesn't matter whoever wins between Lafell and Sunfrost. I want one of them to win because it will put MLBB at the highest of high stage.
Exactly, and there's multiple awards to be won, so make sure, go and scan that QR code and show your support for the MLBB community as well as our two standout casters. But coming back in towards game number 3, right? Adjustments being made by Todak in game number 2. They win it out, bringing the score to 1-1. Red Esports, do they still take blue side and do they still commit to those bans? Because I feel like the Paquito ban is going to change.
For me, I feel like they should stick with the blue side, and the banning as well should be able, should be the same as well, because I feel like what they have done so far is pretty good, but it's just in terms of gameplay wise was a bit iffy for game number 2, but that's just, again, my personal opinion.
Would you say Xborg needs to go, though?
It either needs to be taken or it needs to go.
Yeah, I like, because Xborg was such a big problem both games, and really, I feel like it may have been. Yes?
Okay, sorry. Was it a problem because it was facing Fredrin, or was this a natural problem?
I was actually gonna bring that up.
Yeah.
I was like, it was Xborg that strong because for some reason both teams picked Fredrin into it both times, even though it's just not a good idea. I feel like that definitely played into it somewhat. But even if we take Fredrin out of the equation, there was just not enough damage to deal with this hero.
Another curveball that I want to throw out right here, maybe to Gideon, the Martizi comfort hero right now, the Farsa, should be banned or still give the guy the Farsa again?
Absolutely not. I think that Farsa shouldn't be of concern because it's a very volatile hero. It's a hero that can easily be punished. I mean, let's change out. Oh, hey, Kaja, switch it to Grok. Feathered Airstrike, Nature's Barrier, instantly cancels, Wild Charge as well. There's so many ways to actually manage the Farsa, and the fact that they didn't have any suppresses, even more surprising that they got away with what they did. A lot of it was just peel, oh, you're slowed, instantly engage, Feathered Airstrike, get a pick, reset, do it all over again.
I agree right there, because as you mentioned, a lot of heroes can counter the Feathered Airstrike, can cancel out the Feathered Airstrike, but as we take a look at game number 3, the draft has begun. Toda is gonna have the blue side right now. Fanny, Joy, and Farsa is going to be banned out by themselves right now. So we can see a different kind of hero coming in from Martizi. Meanwhile, Red Esports still banning out the 1-1 Cloud. And surprise, the last ban should be the Paquito or the Xbox right now, Stefa.
Ooh, that's a tricky question. I think Xbox should go here, but then you have to deal with Momo, Paquito, which is also very scary. Though no, there are heroes worth contesting right now. You do see the Valentina is still open, so I think it's an option. You still have Kaja, it was picked up pretty often by Red Esports. So I don't think Paquito is a sure pick, but man, if I was in Todak's position, that would be my answer.
Oh yeah, no, I totally agree with you here. I think, you know, the mindset of where Red Esports is placing their priorities in terms of hero picks and bans, so far so good in terms of bans. We'll see with the picks later on, because the question really boils down to Todak. What kind of composition do they want to play? I think Paquito is a good shout, but keep in mind there are a lot of counter picks to Paquito as well. Ufra, there's even the Melissa as well, if it comes down to it. We'll see where the supports, which is going to be the biggest indicator of how they want to actually manage the fights, or better yet, manage the map.
Yeah, to just counter argument to that, it's going to be Momo Paquito, so no matter what counters you bring upon Momo, he's still going to rise on top on that EXP lane. So we shall see how Red Esports deals with the Paquito. I mean, Edith is still playable right now to be able to at least disturb a bit of the laning phase from Paquito, but we shall see, will that be in the heads of a Shamilo right now, as well as Sorapayo. The first two picks, Kaja still open, Fedrin again still open, Martis is still open. Are they gonna go on the normal expected route, or are they gonna throw a curveball right now? Kaja again, one suppress hero down, and Kadida. So foreshadowing that gonna go back onto that game number 1 gameplay right now.
Yeah, personally for me, I was a little. Oh wait, hold on. Are those two professional players sitting up in the second floor of our stands here at Dewan Sri Putra?
The biggest question is, it's Anip and Zain Senpai, which means Anip going to Todak or Zain Senpai going to Homebois?
I can't imagine.
Both of them free agents?
wait. I don't think Anip is a free agent though.
This is just going further and further away from reality.
Zaim Senpai, Onic PH?
Question mark?
You just have to say keywords and we'll see how many people fall for the bait. Now, coming back to this, right? I felt like the Kaja pick by itself probably would have been a mistake for the side of Red Esports. We've seen that Mal actually performs a lot better on the Franco, but when you pair the Kaja with the Kadita, you have a deadly combo. Now, Todak, on the other hand, locks in the Fredrin as well as Farmis, and I think this is a perfect Melissa setup right now. It's a really good Melissa setup because if they lock in Melissa here and then they start banning out artillery mages, they've got such a huge advantage.
I agree with lesser suppressed skill heroes on the line. What's left is the Franco if you want to take that down that path, because you have a Farmis already, so it forces Farmis to play on the mid side later on. So we shall see. I like the pickup from or the idea coming in from Gideon. Apart from Melissa, maybe securing Amal's hero could be a good idea here as well. Assassin is still available, the Link is still available right now for the last pick, but Terizla is gonna be the main pickup for most likely Van QT right here.
Okay, I think that's totally fine. I think that at least with Terizla, having some hard engage, especially with a composition that wants to stick together, I mean, given they're playing Farmis, you kind of have to stick together for that call altar. It gives a lot of flexibility to themselves in terms of marksmen, because it's not just Melissa that they have to worry about, right? There's plenty of others. I mean, technically, Melboy could still play Bruno if it is a winning matchup early on.
What I worry here is that Red Esports has been put in kind of a reactive position because they showed their mid-roam combo so early on. Typically, you don't reveal Faramis in the first phase because there's so many easy ways to counter the hero. Like one of the most obvious being that Valentina, which was still open, but they know there's no way Red Esports is going to grab it now that both mid and roam have already been locked in, so they're comfortable with that. And now it forces Rank QT to Glock in an AoE EXP lane. Terizla's still solid, don't get me wrong, but I feel like they instantly have to shift strategy.
Okay, Gideon, a big question right here. Is it a good game for Amal to use this assassin jungle, your Ling, your Lancelots, for this game right now?
So here's the interesting thing about, I mean, this has been a continuous ongoing argument since season 10, and that's usually how does Farmis actually fare up against assassins, right? I mean, there has been nerfs to him obviously in that period of time, but a lot of the same sentiments still hold. You get an assassin, you force out the call altar as soon as possible, you back away and then look to re-engage once more. Very similar situation if you play something like Hayabusa, where it takes, well, 1 or 2 auto attacks plus the shuriken to break the temp HP. And that's a lot to work with because the shurikens technically works like an AoE at the same time. It's a micro thing, but it depends on which side of the argument you're on.
I'm sorry, before you mention your point, because I feel like if, let's say, Assassin is going to be the main pickup as of now for Amal, I'm quite worried because Franco is still viable for Toda. If, let's say, Hayabusa is picked up, Toda can just immediately reply with a Franco, with a Ruby maybe to just disturb the movement of a Hayabusa.
I get what you're saying here, but I do feel like this is a roam Faramis just because Yums feels more like he would play the Faramis comparatively. But with so many marksmen being banned out, like if they need AoE, Iritel is still on the table. They don't necessarily have to go for the jungler just yet. And since like Chiku will still be looking for gold laners, reducing the pool might not be a bad idea.
He goes for the Bruno. They're going to go for the blind pick Bruno here to hopefully dominate the lane. I really felt like they should have gone for the Irithel here just so they know what the full lineup, because they could still get punished, right? As you mentioned, Farmis goes into the support section. They get Eve on their side just to make sure, hey, Red Esports, if you look to engage, if you use your mid combo on anybody else, at least we have a counter response.
What do you think about Minsita gold lane right now?
I think it's trash. I
don't like it
so
here,
Come on! Penalty zone, and then you counter with the King's Calling as well.
And then you get bursted by Rough Wave.
Why not? Just throw everything in there right now. Because
I don't disagree that the King's Calling sounds like a really good idea, but that laning is going to be so rough if you have a less than 50% hit rate on your, Spear of Glory.
Ooh.
Alright, Akai.
Wow.
Akai, wait. Okay, wait.
Akai and
Okay, wait. Akai roam. Probably.
Wait for it. They still have one more pick for the side of Red Esports. Then we'll know for sure. I feel it's most likely gonna go into the jungle. I'm just gonna throw it out there.
So Akai jungle, Faramis and Fedrin mid.
No. I think it's still going to be Faramis jungle.
Okay. Faramis
Sorry,
jungle.
not Fredrin.
Jungle.
Fredrin jungle. They both start with F. I got messed up.
Okay, all good. So Fedrin jungle, Akai, Faramis, duo mid, Paquito EXP lane. I think that should be the answer. But again, Todak, we never know. Last pick coming from Red Esports is gonna be Team Martis. Finally, Martis is picked up by Red Esports, and it's gonna be a very classic rivalry between Fedrin and Martis.
All right, let's find out here.
Yeah, no
They're
changes.
not changing it.
Yeah.
They're not changing it at all. It's going to be Fredrin in the jungle, Akai as their support, with Paquito as the EXP lane. So, with that being said, we have two strong side lanes for the side of Red Esports. And we know what teams do with high-pressure side lanes. They push it in. Who gets the most punishment? The enemy jungler.
I'm just worried about Todak right now. Yes, it's good having the Akai, but is it enough to capture Bruno on the backside? You might have to use your flicker to be able to catch Bruno out, but again, it all depends on the positioning later on.
Positioning going to be very important right now as both teams bringing an interesting lineup into this bar brawl we have up here on the MPL MY stage. Todak and Red Esports both one game away from claiming the series as their own, and we shall bear witness to a battle of historical proportions.
Let's see how this game is going. Sorry, this series is going to conclude between Todak and Red Esports, with Red Esports looking to play a pick-off composition with strong engaged tools, while Todak playing a very traditional team fight 5v5 style.
Alright, I feel like Red Esports should focus on Melboy's farm right now. He needs to be able to get the itemization quickly for him to be able to dish out those critical damages, because Todak, quote-unquote, has a second life, but before that,
Yume's getting caught in a three-pronged attack by Red Esports. Very nice pincer. Gonna be giving Ren QT their first blood.
Disrespectful. Walks into enemy jungle, starts to kite down to the bottom side, and Rank QT is like, I already cleared the wave. Like, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be here at all.
I mean, got punished immediately right there, Fred. As I mentioned, Todak, they quote-unquote have a second life with the call out coming in from Martisi, but looking at the emblem right now, Gideon, anything to spot out right now.
Nothing too out of the ordinary so far, but look at this. Oh, they're not gonna dive this early, right?
There's 4 members of Red Esports up here. They really want it, but Yumes will be here to deny it. Whereas on the opposite side, Rival and Momo gonna be keeping Ren QT in place, and this is the turtle lane, which is arguably more important right now.
I feel like both of the mid laners having the pull yourself together sub-emblem is very, very important, because both ultimates are super duper important. The call alta as well as the rush wave, but Melboy!
Beautiful engagement by Yumes. Melboy forced to flicker away, but now Cikugais gonna get caught out. The decimate from Amal into the double kill for the Martis, starting things off strong. Martisi a bit too late to the battle, and Momo being played around in the bottom lane.
I just realized that Cikugais actually has flicker instead of the sprint.
Oh, wow.
That's so strange for an Irithyll who really abuses movement speed.
Maybe really focusing on the Electro Flash, maybe, just maybe, but again, I'm not too sure about it. But Ren QT right now,
Ren QT secures the turtle for Amal, and now Rival is caught out once more. 4 members of Red Esports secures his end.
Adine, I think you actually need not Electro Flash, but Quantum
Charge. I'm sorry guys, I did not do my due diligence well right there. Again, living in the past as an old man.
Yeah, well, as an old man? Dang! That means there's centuries now. The way that this game is going out is starting to play out how I expected it to be, right? Strong side lane pressure, making sure that you're kind of pushing inwards towards the enemy jungle is always going to be a very good idea for Red Esports, and that's how they're developing their lead, but they're not really punishing Rival specifically. They've only gotten one death out of him, and they've got Amal ahead by 1 level, now turning into 2. Hopefully, we get to see them get more aggressive and start the dives. More importantly, so forcing out big ultimates like the Call Altar.
Yeah, speaking of dive, maybe a dive might be able to commit on the top side by Red Esports, but the counter engagement by Todak is really good in rotation. Coming in from Rival, but
Mal flickers forward, finds out and catches out Rival. Rough Waves not gonna land actually, but Altar has been used. So some wasted resources on both sides. No casualties as of now.
Yeah, the Altar?
The Altar. I don't know if I said that, but I'll take it. That's my brand now.
That's it. That's the way we call it. We don't call it Call Altar, it's just the Altar. I like this abbreviation, but Momo, he's playing a dangerous game.
Yeah, dropping the 40%, but he will flicker out of the turtle pit, so he's fine. Penalty zone comes out. Rancuti trapping Rival in place. Abrasive Raph doing a lot of damage, but not enough to finish anyone off. Raymal with the killing spree. He's got the decimate. Ooh, that's not gonna be enough. The heavy spin only zoning them out. No catches for Todak.
Melboy, get in there! Get in there! Your boy needs some help to get the reset.
That's a lot of damage. Tiku flickers backwards. He catches out Kim. Catches out Rancuti. He's still alive for now, but the Irritel chasing him down. Regens just a bit, but runs into the fist of Momo. Catching him off. Amal gets pulled back, but guess what? So is Cikugais! And now Red Esports dismantles the members of Todak.
Patience, young Padawan Gideon. You want Melboy to join in the teamfight, but he knows better. I need to clear the wave first. I know that this teamfight is gonna shift onto my waves right there. And why get 1 kill when you get a double kill coming in from Melboy? 2-0-2 without any single death and having the time of his life, building up all the items he needs.
Look, Melboy got lucky there because Momo whiffed. He whiffed. He really needed to hit that ability to put him down low enough to threaten his life. And I also feel that at the end of the day, Red Esports needs to be accountable to how many ultimates, or at least how many battle spells in terms of timers that Todak has utilized. Because Melboy probably would have had the time of his life. No flicker coming in from the aerial there. No flicker, no ultimate coming in from RTZ. Rival's already dead. The only person that's unaccounted for was Momo, and Yums didn't have the heavy spin, so he could basically walk around and free hit all he wanted to, but instead he decides, I'm gonna go back to lane when Todak is fighting.
I mean, he needs that itemization first of all, but looking at Yums.
Well, Divine Judgment probably the bad target right now. Rough Waves will cancel the call though, so a really nice countering into Red as now Amal jumps straight in. He's looking for the decimate, but Momo knocking him back with the knockout strike. Rancuti will finish off Rival. The turtle as well as Cikugais' life will be claimed by Melboy.
Shamilo, this is why I've been talking about game number 2. Just use whatever you did in game number 1. You should be able to get the win. And right now, Red Esports using the strategy of game number 1. But before that, Momo,
he whiffs the enhanced jab. That would have been enough damage to finish them off. But they're still very low. Mal and Kim trying to escape. They get the boost and they are out.
Momo's got to be furious. Like, his flicker is available. He could have 100% chased them down had he hit the empowered jab with the champion stance. A little bit frustrating, but hey, it's not the end of the game. It's just a 4K, somewhat 3K lead for the side of Red Esports.
Now I'm kind of agreeing with Gideon. Red Esports got to count their lucky stars, man. I mean, time again. Momo with the enhanced ability, not allowing himself to get the kill and not allowing Todak to get a grasp of this game, right? Because as we take a look at the goal differences, a lot shifting to the side of Red Esports, especially Melboy. A bit of 2 to 3K goals of a difference. So it's a huge difference if you're a gold laner right now.
Right now, it's so good for Melboy. He's so far ahead. He's already got the Berserker Sphere. He's looking to build up that Haas Claw as well to give him some extra survivability in case Momo, again, whiffs his ultimate once more and can actually chain that kill into more profits later on once he has that lifesteal. But in the meantime, I think Amal is playing an extremely good game. You can see that he's so comfortable playing Vargas.
Yeah, I mean, look at Agent Mal as well. 007 right now on the KDA. Just the assist is backing up. Rival, gotta be careful right now.
Conceal play denied. Rival, he's taking so much damage, he's gone! He's decimated! And now Martizi will follow the Melboy mega kill, heralding the potential end of Todak.
Why would you walk up to just a straight danger right there by Rival?
he believed that Yums was gonna save him, and Yums was like, sorry, bud.
Nope.
He ditched him so fast. Like, he had the angle to disengage, but he was also afraid because so many ultimates are still available. Makai jumps out. Oh, well, it doesn't really matter. You're gonna get knocked up. Oh, no.
RenQT, he's surrounded, pinned to the wall by heavy speed, but he's surviving everything! Mo with the divine judgment! Into the rough waves! RenQT still alive! What? And now Todak are on full retreat. Mal chasing down 3 members by himself. Momo picked up in the backline. Avo with the mega, with the double. Rival left by his lonesome. And Melboy with the unstoppable. Heralds a team wipe. Red Esports taking out all 5 of Todak.
It's a disaster coming in from Todak right there. Did not manage to kill RenQT when 4-5 members commit on RenQT right there, and RenQT buys a lot of time for Red Esports to just counter-engage on the backside just now.
Yeah, the shred coming in from Melboy's ult. God damn, what a difference. They get absolutely melted so very quickly. Even the call altar, you barely get to see the temp HP before they're already respawning on the spot.
Oh, the wave of the world, man. The wave of the world right now. Looking at the differences between Melboy and the Todak right now. Sorry, Cikugais.
You're not entirely wrong.
Yeah. Look at Cikugais. Only 2 items. Up against Melboy right now. Husk Claw, Berserker's Fury as well. I mean, it's a huge mountain of a difference. I mean, if anyone be able to come back right now, it should be Chiku, but the chances are looking very, very slim.
It really is, and I think Yums needs to be more carefree with his ultimate. I feel like he really needs to start disengaging his team from these tough spots that he's in, but he always wants to get the maximum amount of value. He wants to disengage while still isolating a target that he can push back into his team, and I think he needs to give up on that idea. It's 16-2 right now with a 9K gold lead that's about to turn into 10K, and that means that Red Esports most likely can close out the game.
Looking at the jungle as well, Stafford, 3K goal of difference between Martis and Fredrin, and in terms of itemization as well, only 1 item, a full item picked up by Fredrin, the Athena Shield. Meanwhile, Martis, again, having the time of his life, all items is being picked up by this boy, Amal.
What's more, that 1 item Fredrin has, Athena Shield, that's only going to help him against him. And right now, Amal, Melboy, they're the real threats in this situation. Todak are heavily on the back foot.
I would expect for the upcoming fight, and maybe even for at least 1 inhibitor, expect to see RenQT actually initiating rather than Mal.
All right. Looking at how the composition of Red Esports right now, the lot has been taken. The lot is going to march on the mid lane, as well as Red Esports just allowing themselves to just play around outside of the base of Todak right now. They need a high ground defense. They need a good defensive capability, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Look, Red Esports just staring down that inhibitor turret like it's nothing.
Yeah, they don't want to get caught by RenQT if they're too close together. Rather, you can have the inhibitors, right? I'm not really capable of defending it, even if I wanted to try, but it's better to deny them an angle to close out the game entirely rather than sacrificing just as many inhibitors as they want.
All right. Systematic destruction here. Red Esports wants to take all the inhibs. Mal has to conceal out. Flickers forward, misses Martisi. Good disengage. But what does it matter right now? With only a sliver of health left on their final inhibitor, Red Esports is eager to close things out here and then. They could play it safe though. They could wait for the Lord. They already have full control of the map. That might be what they're doing.
This was my biggest concern of Todak, right? There's no security in terms of catching ability. Yes, you have Yums using the Akai, but it's not a guaranteed secured, you know? It's not like a Kaja, it's not like a Franco. Meanwhile, Red Esports, they dove under the turret of inhibitor turret on the top side, Red Esports. And that should have been the potential or the moment where Todak could capitalize, but not having a guaranteed kill hero, it's very, very difficult for Todak to engage if ever Red Esports goes offside.
Well, that's not the way the comp works, unfortunately. It's all about 5v5 team fighting, right? And I think right now, with the lead that Red Esports has, they can basically disregard it and disrespect them. The call altar is basically nothing to them at this point in time. They've got plenty of AoE to really cut through that temp HP. And honestly, if you just compare it to the wave of the world and the temp HP coming up for the call altar, I'm pretty sure Melboy by himself can probably, I don't know, break 3 health bars at that point of time with just 1 ult.
Should be able. And just a little fun fact, it's not Wave of the World anymore. such a Gen Z name right now for the ultimate of
is?
Bruno. It's Worldy.
You're kidding, right?
Wait.
I'm not even
Are you
kidding.
serious?
It's called Worldy right now. Such a Gen Z name.
I'm gonna look that up. I
Yeah.
have to look that up.
Go fact check that out. It's Worldy right now. So Bruno using the Worldy.
Worldy.
Such a Gen Z
Oh,
name.
I have to confirm this. This sounds ridiculous.
Sounds like
and
I'm trolling,
incredible.
right? Sounds like I'm trolling coming in from me, but it's not. It's definitely not. And what's true right now is Red Esports gold lead. 13k gold lead. But then again, we ever seen this so many times in MPL Malaysia where one team has a humongous lead but not managed to close the game off. Is it gonna be another case of that for Red Esports?
Okay, I'm gonna call it right now. Red Esports, there is no way they could flunk this.
No way.
There is a 0%
Oh.
chance that they could whip this, especially with a 12k lead. This is 42k compared to a 30k, not even a 32k lead from the 30k deficit coming in from Todak.
I like the confidence, but Sudafa,
Yeah.
have you fact checked that?
It's actually called Worldy. WORLDIE. I cannot believe this right now. Just like I can't believe that Todak is in this position. You never see this. And now the Lord is looking to be crashing in. Red Esports, they want to end the game with this. Right now we see a concealed play from Mal. He's looking for Momo. Knockout strike. Really nice disengage there. Kalaltar comes out. Does Red Esports has enough man? Yooms, he finds the heavy spin onto Melboy. Momo, he's trying to find him. But the crystal is exposed. It doesn't matter to Red Esports. They get the victory. And Red Esports with their first victory of Season 12, taking down the defending champion.
In Shamilo we trust, in Shamilo we believe, but the players is the one that we should be complimenting. They execute the game plan really well to perfection.
Yep, we may be biased towards Shamil, but
Whatever.
you have to admit that Red Esports played that well, correctly, in a matter of fact, really punishing Todak for the small things in the game. Irithel not taking a sprint and takes Flicker instead. That can't be, no, that's not allowed.
I thought it might work at one moment, but then again, yeah, it doesn't look right. It doesn't look right at all when Irithel doesn't have the sprint, instead having a Flicker. Yes, a good moment from Chiku getting the early kills, but in the later stages, man, he really can't do anything. Even with the Quantum Charge, it's not enough.
Yep, I mean, I would expect him to take sprint just so his team composition works the way that it wants to, right? Team fight, use all your resources from the side of Red, which is a pick-off composition. Press that sprint and run each and one of those members down.
Just amazing gameplay here from Red Esports. This is the team we wanted to see, and it does seem like shifting him back, having that macro play, that communication, that comfort with one another allowed them this victory. So let's throw it over to our host on stage.
Dan itu dia kemenangan pertama Red Esports untuk musim ini. 2-1 dengan defending champions kita. Oh my. Alright. Okay. Tadi I nak pass mic, semua orang tak nak. So I pilih lah. I pilih. I pilih ke korang nak? Okay, dia nak. Alright. Kita nampak tadi game pertama Red Esports nampak sangat kuat. Game kedua, dorang sub in Momo, lepas tu kalah. Game ketiga, Red menang balik dengan a clean domination. In 8 minit dapat wipe out kan? Apa yang jadi, macam mana korang reset, macam mana korang bincang backstage tadi?
Sebenarnya kita orang bincang yang kalau lepas dapat Bruno dah menang .
Oh, kalau dapat Bruno dah menang. Betul juga perform kan? Sebab tadi tu, Red, it looks like a very different Red. Especially last game tu. Alright, Coach. Coach, untuk match ni, Coach turunkan Kim instead of Exort. Last week kita nampak Exort main. What led to this decision?
So sebenarnya nak ikutkan kita orang bagi Kim main disebabkan Exort ada masalah sikit untuk visa tu. So dia kena balik Filipina. Tapi insyaAllah next week mungkin Exort main atau Kim, depends on performance dekat Scream. So Kim walaupun dia menang lawan Todak, dia kena fight tempat jugalah untuk next week. So itu
Alright, okay. So guys, korang rasa siapa MVP untuk match ni? Okay, count with me, alright? 3, 2, 1. MVP kita adalah Mel!
Mantap.
Last season, semua orang cakap, semua team cakap, Mel ni hanya bisa Claude. Sekarang, dah ada hero baru. Nak cakap apa dekat orang?
Season lepas cuma bisa Cloud, season ni cuma bisa Bruno.
Ni kalau Bruno kena ban next game, I tak tahu nak cakap apa.
Kalah.
Kalah. Alright, thank you. Syamilo. Apa Syamilo nak cakap dekat semua orang yang sokong Milo as attack? Tengok tu. Oh, tengok tu. Talent pool kita proud tau.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih. Kemenangan ni bersyukur kepada Allah and usaha tim kita juga. Tak tidur sampai pukul 5. Saya dengan Sora tak tidur sampai pukul 5 plan untuk hari ini. Tapi apapun, terima kasih juga ke Kak Pen, Cik Su yang sudi bagi saya peluang untuk bersama dengan pasukan Red Esports. Terima kasih juga Todak Patriot sebab datang, tak terhenti bagi sokongan. Terima kasih pasukan Todak. Terima kasih Red Alpha, korang memang terbaik. And kemenangan ini kita tujukan korang dan banyak lagi hero-hero yang kita akan bawa nanti.
Alright, any last words? Edit. Oh, okay, tak ada. Alright, and with that, I think kita boleh pass it back to the casters untuk dapat tahu apa yang jadi dalam Best of 3 series ni. Casters, silakan.
What a game, what a performance by Red Esports, but especially to this guy right here. Last season, Cloud only, this season might be Bruno only. 13-0-8 in terms of match KDA without any single death. But yes, every time he gets the Bruno, it's just a different kind of monster, Malboy.
Yeah, he's playing to his strengths. He wants a lane bully, he's gonna get one of the best lane bullies they have with some of the longest or normal auto attack range. Naturally, he's abusing this hero so much, and I think it's because of the hair. I think because of his haircut, without that fringe blocking it, he can see everything on his phone.
You can see very clearly. And honestly, I don't even know how to follow up with that right there.
I agree.
It's just fact.
And when you look good, you play good. That's what I gotta say, man. When you look good, you always play good. But
that's true.
The tweaking of the GDS item, right, the Great Dragon Spear item, I feel like it's such a situational item, but having that allows him to move a lot more. But why don't we take a look at the mic check first of all by Red Esports.
Dah, Iman. Kepo Iman. Cocok. Nice. Padahal Trizla aku salah. Tahu dah. Recall aman, semua recall sentak. Tahu. Saya selalu. Tahu. Kita tahu enak. Dah, enak. Nice. Baik gila Mel.
Can I just say something before I pass to Gideon to talk more about the itemization and everything?
Yeah, sure.
No one was focusing on Malboy in the last moment. He was just preheating the crystal. And then just
What do you mean not focusing?
He was being pinned against the
Come on!
wall.
He was getting 2v1 and he was just like, no, stop that one guy.
That was literally the only moment Malfoy got caught.
But there was nothing for him. It's like, guys, I'm getting caught. Guys, please help me.
Please end the game before they ruin my KDA.
Before I get that #1 right there.
What a game, man. What a game. Okay, let's talk about the itemization. Gideon, what do you have to say for this game, man? It was a total domination by Red Esports, in my own opinion.
Absolute total domination here. I think, Kim, very, very good when he is communicating well with Mal to make some sick things happen across the map. But most importantly here, I think that, with the addition of GDS, disengaging is actually so much easier. Because when do you use the Worldie is the big question, right? Do you start to initiate fights or do you follow it up? I don't think so. He only uses it, number one, either to disengage or better yet, when the call altar comes out to break that temp HP, and the extra movement speed allows him to kind of speed away if someone like Momo, for an example, whiffs an ability or tries to go for a empowered champion stance double jab.
Yeah, I mean, the GDS, the quantum charge as well, allow him to move to evade all these skills coming in from Todak, right? And not only that, the itemization, obviously we're kind of focusing on the critical, on the physical damage aspect of it, but we have to take a look at Kadita as well by Kim. The positioning is really, really good, although the itemization is not a full build yet, but it's enough enough of a penetration to get a few kills up against Todak. But if he doesn't get the kill, it's okay. Just his presence, the threat coming in from the rough wave is enough to just scare Todak off.
I'm really impressed by Kim's performance this game. Like, you expect that when you reveal the Kadita Kaja combo so early on, then you pick up things like the Cult Altar and the heavy spin, the counteract it would be very difficult to play around this, and your lineup depends on those early pickoffs, and yet it did not deter them in the slightest.
Not at all, especially considering that the lineup was heavily revolving around these team fights. I think Yums needed to be a little bit more generous with his ultimate to disengage for some of the tougher spots that they were put in the early game, rather than holding it to try and greed out and get Todak in a snowballing position. It's all about scaling here, and if you're able to delay these fights, if you're able to play those Lord dances a little bit better, I think Todak might have been able to turn this around had it not been a 13k lead, but instead maybe even a 5k lead would be very manageable for Todak.
It was too late for Todak right there. As you mentioned, 10k goal lead, 11k goal lead. I don't see any world where Todak managed to be able to come back from that kind of a deficit. But was it boiled down to the drafting coming in from Todak that did not allow them to be able to come back for this game?
Well, I mean, let's look at the stats and I can double confirm that, because a lot of the damage being dealt just straight up came from Amal, because he was finishing targets so very fast. And this is what I was talking about earlier, right? When you have lane priority, what do? You push out those lanes, you start closing in on towards the jungle, and then you have Amal just walk on into invade because he's always going to get the reinforcements first. I think it's less of a draft problem, and I think a lot of the decisions made in the game was a little awkward coming in from Todak.
Yeah, I mean, with the flicker on Cikugais, not the sprint, also it's a big question mark, not allowing him to just maneuver around those teamfights and allowing the auto attacks of a betel to just decimate a bit of HP coming in from Red Esports. So it's not just only how they play the game very awkwardly, but the battle spells is, again, a big question mark coming in from Cikugais.
Like, it's not unusual because we actually have seen this before in the past from Chiku. He will play his own way, and he's confident in it. He feels that that's what's going to secure victory. And on paper, Todak's draft makes sense. They have good counter engage, they have Cult Altar, but Red Esports were in full control of the tempo right from the very beginning, which is something Todak never expected. Like, this is not a situation they're used to being put in, especially against this team in particular.
Agreed. I think, you know, the early game plan was to everybody needs to hit level 4, and then they stall out the mid game as much as they possibly could. Around level 10 is when they can start actually contesting, assuming that Red Esports has probably gotten the lead in the jungle, but other than that, you can hold out, right? You can hold out to counter engage during these neutrals, and that's the go time for Todak. They just tried to get their composition online way too early, putting a lot of trust in Momo to finish off that backline, but then you're just rolling the dice, assuming that he won't make a mistake or he won't miss an ability.
What I like what Red Esports did in this particular game is that they did not go passive. When they had the lead, they pushed the agenda against Todak, right? When they had the lead in terms of gold, in terms of itemization, as Gideon mentioned, Amal just invade the jungles, knowing that he has that backup as well. Because some of the teams, if they had this kind of a lead, they put off the gas of the pedal a bit. They go a bit more passive and allow the opponent to come back, but Red did not did that. But as we take a look at the overall standing, Red Esports with this win managed to push them again up onto the lead against MPNC, Team Secret, as well as Team Lunatics. But Todak, with this loss, it did not hurt them too much. I mean, they are still in the top 4 right now with 5 points on their hand.
Yeah, currently even tying up the positions of 3rd and 4th place with Team Hawk. And that's a scary thought here. You know, teams are coming up very, very strong. And as we expect, now they're starting to see holes in their own gameplay, holes in their overall draft. And I think by the end of this week, a lot of the teams are going to have a rough idea of who maybe they could potentially switch out when the transfer window opens.
Yeah, the transfer window going to be a very key point right now because we are already seeing some very surprising things in the standings. Todak, remember, defending champions. Yes, they're still in the top 4, but this is not the starting performance they were hoping to have coming into this, considering the stakes that are on the line for Season 12.
Normally when you bring an import player is to fix the issue that you have on hand. But for Red Esports, when they brought in an import player, they lost.
Look,
They put back a local player they want.
I'm not going to be pointing fingers at anybody just yet. I will say that it is very early on into the season, and for a lot of these teams, especially for Todak, which everybody seems to be very hypercritical of, this essentially is a different lineup. This is essentially people who are like, yes, they played together, but obviously when we know Todak, they play as 5 rather than individual players, or Cikugais Esports in these particular cases. I feel that they need to kind of find themselves, especially their individual players.
Well, we shall discuss that later on because we have another match up on our hand. The main match of the day. Team SMG up against Homebois is going to be a rematch of last season's playoff where SMG knocked Homebois off in the playoff. But later of the day, we have Selangor Giants up against MPNC. The battle between these two states is on the line.
Ooh, some very spicy matches coming right there. Some rematches, some old rivalries being rekindled. And you can expect that we're going to be seeing some intense and chaotic clashes upon the land of Dawn for the rest of the day. We already started off the day with what an amazing series right there. So I'm just excited to see what comes next.
Or we might just see another old textbook SMG gameplay, you know, by the books.
Hey, Homebois have changed. They might be able to break out this time.
Hey, I mean, I think SMG has changed a little bit since then as well.
That's fair.
Stuff's more interesting now.
I don't know, man. Will history repeat itself? We shall see later on because we're gonna take a very, very quick break before we get back into the action of MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory.
Malaysia lah.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! Ay, ay.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Grind on. Confirm lah Nescafe. Never stop fighting. Grind on. Power up with only Nescafe. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12, minggu kedua, hari kedua. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan ini dia, match kedua untuk SERU Saturday kita. Guys, mana semangat? Alright, untuk match ni kita akan saksikan a rematch technically. Will Homeboys be able to get their revenge on Team SMG? Sebab kalau korang ingat musim lepas, Team SMG stop Homeboys untuk masuk ke Grand Finals. Adakah ini akan jadi revenge game? Ataupun SMG will repeat history sekali lagi? Alright, before kita ajak kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas, I nak tahu, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? So I guess semua orang dah ready. So with that, mari kita jemput Team SMG ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Team SMG berjaya membuktikan mereka mendominasi regular season musim lalu tanpa sebarang kekalahan. Musim ini, mereka kembali dengan kemenangan pertama menentang rival mereka di final. Dengan kemasukan Coach Pau memberi impak yang sangat besar kepada pasukan. Mampukah Team SMG meneduhkan pasukan Homeboy sekali lagi? Masanya untuk kita saksikan. Dan ini dia the crowd favorite, Team Homeboys! Pasukan Homeboys mempunyai misi yang sangat besar hari ini. Selepas kekalahan tipis 3 berbalas 2 musim lalu yang menyebabkan mereka tersingkir, Homeboys hari ini bangkit untuk membalas dendam dan mencuri kemenangan dari Team SMG. Mampukah pewaris legenda melunaskan dendam mereka hari ini? We shall see. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Match yang sangat-sangat panas untuk SERU Saturday kita. Kita nampak semua dah ready. Poji je yang tak ready. Sebab Poji dekat side SMG kali ini. Tapi you guys can see Dewan Sri Putra is full. So guys, sebelum I throw to the casters, vibe check sekali lagi. Alright? Sebelum kita mula match ni, Dewan Sri Putra, are you guys ready? Nampaknya semua dah ready. Players dah ready. Casters juga dah ready. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
The earth shakes and tremors are felt underfoot. But are they from the heated live audience or from the giants that will encounter one another on the MPL stage. SMG versus Homeboys shall be our second game of the day. And here on the English cast, you're joined by me, Staffa, Adin, as well as Gideon.
What a match we have in store for us. It's going to be a repeat, a rematch of last season playoffs where, again, SMG managed to knock Homeboys off. But it's a different story today. It's a different book, shall be told.
Yep, imports coming in from both sides to bolster up the weaknesses of their previous roster. I don't know. That team lineup, like seeing SMG walk up to the stage, I don't know whether it's me reading into this too much, but they almost seem nervous here.
Oh, you're saying they seem nervous? I feel like they're quite expressionless and very, very much focused on the job on hand. As we all know, SMG is a very textbook of a team, right? If plan A doesn't go well, they always have a backup plan, B, C, D, and any of the alphabet. But Homeboys right now, a different kind of a lineup, having a superstar of an import from Rizel. Will they have what it takes to take down SMG today?
Yeah, you mentioned that rivalry is going to be running very high here. We've already mentioned a couple times, but this was the matchup we saw in the lower bracket finals of Season 10, where after a grueling day of matches, Homeboys unfortunately faltered right at the finish line, sending SMG into the grand finals. Now does he get the chance to encounter one another again with new lineups, with new coaches as well. Dynamics are going to be very different.
And not only that, they need the energy. They need to pump up the energy if they want to go forge the victory. But what better way to get more energy with Nescafe? Never stop fighting, grind on, power up. Only with Nescafe. You need the extra boost. Nescafe is always there for you guys. This guy is a big lover of Nescafe. I went to his house. He had a very much every side of his refrigerator is filled with Nescafe.
Yep, I made sure to get the collector's edition, the MLBB ones. Wow. I still have those all posted up.
Nice.
Yes, I am a big lover of Nescafe. I am energized because of it, but only because that today's games are going to be this exciting, right? Two polar opposite playstyle teams. SMG more orthodox, a lot slower and methodical compared to the Homeboys, who used to play off of heavy momentum. I feel now that the win conditions are a lot clearer, but they're more decisive on their decision making. And especially when you have Rizel as consistent and how he's been playing since week number 1, I'm hoping that spills over into week number 2.
But up against, I would say an old-timer by Sasa is not going to be an easy matchup for Rizel. But then again, what do we know? You guys know better than us. This is your moment to take on your prediction, where just scan the QR code down below, make your prediction for this match, and you guys may be able to walk away with MPL skin for you guys.
Sounds like a pretty good deal to me. Like, I'm not usually very accurate with my predictions, but I know you guys watching, you guys are really smart, you know. So make sure you guys flex those smarts, flex those brain cells by telling us who is going to be the MVP, because honestly, with a match of this size, it's going to be impossible to tell.
It's going to be impossible, and we don't even know, because from the position 1 until position number 5, everyone is a superstar on these both teams.
Yep. Yeah, I would say that there's a lot of good things going on for these teams. The question is who warms up first, because in week number 1, I'm pretty sure that most people would have questioned, hey, Miko kind of started a little slow for the team overall, and the same can be said about Saksa as well.
I agree, but this is another information that we need to lay down for you guys. It's a battle of imports between Filipinos and the Indonesian, where Homeboys from the analysts, the gold laner, as well as their mid laners are all from Indonesia. Meanwhile, on SMG, their coach is from the Philippines. Their roamer, as well as their jungler, is from the Philippines. So, which one has the better imports right now? Sudapa, what do you have on take for this?
An international battle on a local ground. We bear host to quite a competition right here. I'm pretty sure everyone watching online is already giving us their 2 cents in the comments. You guys know who you are. Everyone wants to know, like, oh, ID is superior, PH is superior, MY is superior. But what determines that is going to be the players up on stage.
Alright, we're gonna begin with SMG, Saksa, Miko, Sasa, Stormy, as well as Smooth Idiot.
Yes, the 2 imports here is going to be Miko as well as Saksa. Now, Miko starting very slowly in week number 1, whiffing a lot of his engagements, but then slowly building up momentum and eventually closing out the game. But it's tough to say whether the Indonesians or the Filipinos are actually going to get a leg up in this race, because when you cut to Homeboys with Chibi, Zorn, Rizal, Warlord, and Sapat, it feels like Homeboys work well with the Indonesians.
Not only that, Homeboys played much more matches between SMG. I mean, it's a difference of one match, but still, they hit the ground running, Homeboys. Not only before MPL as well, they already gel well between one and another. So this could be another big factor as well between Homeboys and SMG.
Yeah, what is actually very interesting in terms of the dynamics between these teams is that yes, all of these players are star players with their own styles, with their own gameplay. But when you compare, SMG has much more of a team identity, while Homeboys has very strong individuals.
It all ups to the coach, I would say, wisdom on how they want to gel every of this individuality together to form a team between Coach Pao and Coach Pops. Gideon, what do you have to say between these two amazing coaches, I would say?
I think they both bring something to the table here. Coach Pao in particular coming off really strong from his season with the Lunatics, and obviously, you know, having Joam to hard carry him. But the things that he does, playing around Joam, knowing that he's the strongest player, drafting around and making sure he has a good matchup on top of a support system that works, in comparison to Coach Pops, didn't exactly have that sort of momentum coming in, but he is still a solid coach when he's talking about the overall macro decision making that actually the process of decision makings that go along with a lot of these team fights.
You gotta remember, if we take a very step back for Coach Pops, been in so many positions back then in Orange Esports, he did not have a true jungler. He had to play with many kind of lineups, but he managed to, I would say, overcome all these obstacles very, very well, which shaped him up to become a very talented coach. But again, Coach Pao, I would say a very more calculative, as Gideon mentioned. He knows his strength, he knows his players very well, and drafting around his team would be the winning factor for SMG for this matchup.
Well, drafting being a very important factor in the game so far has already been solidified through the matches we've seen this season, and this shall be no different. With Team SMG going to be drafting on the blue side, Homeboys on the red side, we're already seeing several bans removed by both teams.
Yep. Right. I mean, Xbox is still on play. We know how annoying that hero is. Pakiro is being banned out. Fredrin is being banned out. Quite interesting by SMG. Is it foreshadowing something from SMG right now, Gideon?
Possibly. I think, you know, a lot of it comes down to they don't want to deal with the flex pick, whether it's Paquito or even if it... Hey, wait, that's Front Sunfrost over there hanging out with the Homeboys.
Whoa. Man's picked his side, it seems like.
Yeah, it looks like he has a clear direction with where he wants to go, because as we see it yet, Homeboys have yet to decide their very final ban here to predetermine what they want to set up for in this first phase, and it looks like the flex picks might be a bit of an issue.
Ooh, Buxel is going to be banned out by Homeboys just now. I mean, it opens up very big. Kaja, Xborg, Martis is open. You know, there's a lot of ways to go right now for SMG and Coach Pao. A lot of question is being thrown onto his side. What is the answer will be? What kind of hero might he focus on? And from the first pick, he really wants to secure his success hero. Martis is going to be the main pickup, but as I mentioned, I just thought of something. Martis could still be flexed onto the EXP lane side.
Yeah, not wrong, but I don't feel like this is a very smooth hero, so we'll leave it up in the air for now. What interests me is that I don't feel like Team SMG really needed to ban Fredrin in this situation, so I'm kind of curious about that choice.
Speaking of which, they're going to be locking the Valentine as well as the Claude, very stable heroes. But fun fact, the Black Dragon homie, since his debut, Subbot has recorded a total of 20 games with Yuzong, where he won 70% of those games on the Yuzong. And with the recent Yuzong buffs, I wouldn't be too surprised if he gets the opportunity to actually play it. He's absolutely going to take it.
I mean, that's a very strong showing by Sapat using that hero, which is the Yuzong with the Black Dragon form. But the opening draft by Homeboys, I like it. Having a very comfort hero for Rizal, which is the Cloud, and try to draft around Rizal's Cloud with the Valentina as well. A very high win percentage hero on Homeboy's side by SMG. Immediately taking a bit out of Red's draft just now, having the Karita and Kaja, the double key combination coming in from SMG.
Yeah, Valentina is already so very good when you pick it up for yourself, especially when suppressors start coming into the mix, right? Any way to kind of chain the kills, having flexibility with the ultimates is always great. We've seen many top-tier players decide, you know what, I don't even need the Divine Judgment, just give me that Decimate and I'm going to turn that into a multi-kill chain.
Yeah, especially like when you come to more aggressive players like Stormy, for example. He loves stealing Decimate. He'll take it all the time. But this time, it's not gonna be Stormy. It's gonna be Warlord, a pretty aggressive player in his own right. But will definitely take a step back, play a supportive role when his team needs it. And ooh, we're gonna see the Lancelot come out. SMG already took TP's most common heroes with the Fredrin and the Martis. So we're gonna see this kind of classic pick here.
Wow, a highly mechanical hero that gets punished very easily if you don't time your abilities, right? Or if you literally just miss a dash by a pixel, right? You can get hurt badly by this Divine Judgment. They've already set up the combination for the side of Team SMG, so it's all about Homeboys having to kind of find these holes and chinks in the armor to really start getting ahead.
I like the pickup by Homeboys with the Lancelot, right? Because they know that SMG has a roamer Kaja, so there's not going to be something like a Ruby or a Kufra that's going to stop the maneuvering ability of a Lancelot later on. So it's a good pickup. I just want to see how it fares out in terms of the grand scheme of things. Homeboys right now taking out another gold laner by the name of Beatrix right now. So just I would say reducing the hero pool by Sasa. But then again, gold laners, there's still a lot. You got Leslie, you got Iritel, you got Brody. So there's a lot of heroes for Sasa to play around with.
Yeah, and no, when you see a Claude, it's very common to pick Harif to instantly counter him in lane and get a bit of a leg up from the first few minutes. So that's something that both teams will probably want to be considering as of right now, especially with the Kufra ban.
Kufra bans. Interesting that Team SMG is the one that's actually getting rid of it. They know that Homeboys does have that first pick, so they want to keep in check what Zoran is going to play. If that is the case, I wouldn't be too surprised if they decide to also ban out the Cho and force Zoran onto something like a Franco, maybe even a Grok. We'll see in a little bit, because Homeboys, on the other hand, they don't want to give all the priority to Team SMG. They are making sure. Ban out the Beatrix, probably thinking about another marksman that kind of fulfills the same role, if not bullies out this Claude. They also get rid of the Harith too.
Very good. Good shout out by Sadafa right there. Knows your matchup really, really well, where Harith can easily match up well against the Cloud. So hence why Homeboys banning out the Harith. Now SMG, for me personally, I would like to see them banning out the Franco, because we know Zorn is a menace with that hero. But then again, it allows Zorn to use the Chow or the Grau. So it's a matter of pick your poison. Where do you want a Zorn, or what do you want Zorn to play for this particular match? So it really depends, because as of now, Martis, Kaja and Karita, 3 of these heroes by SMG is super strong. You know, Divine Judgment, Rough Wave, Decimation, all can complement well within one and another.
It's a very aggressive lineup right from the get-go, so they want to make sure that Homeboys doesn't have good solutions to counter-engage. They do get rid of the Franco in the end, so that'll be one less thing to worry about from SMG. But no, a hero that was very heavily contested, that X-Borg, is still available until this point and is a very safe EXP lane option, since right now neither team has shown theirs.
Yeah, they're not really getting too much out of this, and I feel like, I don't know, it feels a little strange to see, right? You see Martis, you see Kaja, you also see the Kadita. As an EXP laner, even if you want to go for some of the meta picks, it might not even be worth it. I would make an argument that Uranus or even Esmeralda might actually come here, or Homeboys might just think a little bit ahead and lock in the X-Borg early, but then that begs the question, how do they actually engage upon their opponents?
Ooh, okay. Terizla, pick up by Homeboys, a very good setup hero with the penalty zone, and a very good frontliner as well. As we've seen, Red QT uses it really well, how he buys time a lot for his own teammate. But Homeboys, how do they want to play around this Terizla is the main question, because for SMG, in terms of EXP lane, yes, Martis is still open for them, but maybe, just maybe, a Benedetta pickup for Smooth could be a good option here.
I mean, as much as I love watching Smooth play on that hero, I don't feel like this is the game for it right now. I still think like X-Borg is the— oh wow! Alright,
So evil.
I'm proven wrong, but I am very happy to be wrong.
I'm just saying I have a medal for season 10. Just saying for a reason.
It's just lying around.
Just lying around my bed.
He had to get some of these predictions, right? But I think it's a good shout. You know, at least with Benedetta, you kind of do the same thing. You have a strong engager on your side, especially when Petrify is up. And more importantly, these neutral objectives are a little bit more manageable now than it was before when you had no no real engage. I am a little curious whether or not this carry is actually going to get any work done, but we'll find out a little bit as Homeboys double down on that Grok, and now carry stonks are looking mighty valuable.
I definitely agree. It all depends on how Sasa position himself and the catching ability, by Kaja with the Divine Judgment as well as the Rough Wave. But the battle of the EXP laner is going to be very interesting. Whoever, again, clears out the lane faster, rotates faster on towards the turtle side, should have the better winning percentage in terms of turtle team fights later on.
But we're going to be seeing a lot of fighting. Both these teams have a little bit of a bone to pick with one another, and we are seeing some pretty balanced lineups with some very interesting choices. I am so excited to see that smooth Benedetta gameplay once again. Let's hope he hasn't lost it. For now, Team SMG versus the Homeboys. We're going to be going into game number 1. Will this be a revenge match, or will we witness history repeat itself once more in the land of Dawn?
Welcome everybody. This is going to be game number 1, match number 2. We're going to head to a pause real quick. The disappointment of the crowd can be heard. We've got fans sitting down. Oh, and honestly, it's overflowing, right? There's not enough chairs for them, and people are sitting down on the floor. The second floor is already filled. Even the third floor, we do see fans just stepping over the edge just to have a look at these games.
I mean, it's living up to the name of SERU Saturday, and it's the middle match of the day as well. A rematch, a repeat as well. So we're gonna take a short pause right now as the team settle out all the issues right now. But Gideon, we've talked about late game potential in the first match series. Right now, I want to talk about the early game potential between SMG and Homeboys. Who do you think have the better early game advantage right now?
That's actually a really tough call. I would say that right now, Homeboys have a very slight advantage, and that's only because Grok is great at actually manipulating the waves. Ideally, you want to manipulate the waves in a way that you can actually start rotating in towards EXP side, where you are the strongest because of your Charizla in that 1v1 matchup against the Benedetta. Honestly, not too bad, especially if you can bait out the eye for an eye. So that's why I think the early game is going to go for the Homeboys.
Ooh, I actually disagree.
Okay.
I think SMG has the better early game lineup. They have Kaja, they have Kadita, they have Martis. This is a kill combo if I've ever seen one. If they're able to start things off strong with a snowball, we've already seen what happened in the hands of Red Esports. On the other hand, Homeboys, they have Claude, they have Valentina. Their late game is secured. As long as they don't get too heavily rolled in the early to mid stages, the late game is theirs.
I mean, it all boils down to the execution and how they proceed with their team fight, right? Because all of these heroes that they pick, there are pros and cons to it. But again, it all just comes down to, again, positioning, how they engage as well, and how do they fare out in terms of their team fights later on. But the late game potential is something to worry about. Having Cloud and Valentina is quite scary for the side of Homeboys, especially when you know Rizal is super comfortable with that hero. But hey, we gotta take a look. We have to take a look and see what's in store for game number 1 between Homeboys and SMG as we dive back into the land of Dawn.
Yep, and immediately we see Homeboys take full advantage of the strong side of the map with an early proxy to force level 2 onto Warlord, and they steal away the Beetle at the same time. Wave manipulation already started early on with the very first wave, but let's keep in mind here, there is a big breakpoint for Team SMG. Like Stafa mentioned, right? The level 4.
Miko got the orange buff away from TB, and now engaging the two-man knockup from Stormy, and TB falls as first blood.
Yikes, not a good start by Homeboys, but it's not all over yet. Still quite early, but a very good showing by Miko, as Gideon mentioned. A lot of pressure on Miko. Started off really slow on week number 1, but week number 2 is a different ball game.
It really is a different ball game here. Great play coming in from Team SMG, especially from Stormy, right? Recognizing that this is a guaranteed kill.
Kinda scary there. They almost make the gank, but Rizal now gonna be caught out. Miko not level 4 yet, so the Claude will get out. But we are seeing a lot of aggression already from SMG.
Yeah, and this is what I was expecting Team SMG to do, right? Just play for their strong side, which in this case is going to be towards the gold lane rather than Smooth. And I feel like every single season, Smooth has to, you know, just deal with the pressure down by the EXP lane like a typical EXP laner. You just gotta take it. You just gotta get shafted.
I mean, he knows his job desk, he knows his responsibility, what he needs to do to be able to bring that victory over to SMG. But Homeboys, a rough start right now as the turtle still falls down to the side of SMG. Zorn, he's just gonna be cornered here. He's trying to juke things, but I don't feel like he needed to stay that long. He's gonna get taken out easily by 3 members of Team SNG as now they instantly rotate over, invading the purple buff. Miko coming in to join them. Sabat penalty zone, only gonna find one, unfortunately. Dropping low, Electro final blow into the top of Petrify! Into Stormy, Rough Wave takes out GB, and Saksa gets the killing spree onto the Terizla.
Okay, so Zorn sacrificing his life, trying to buy a little bit of time, assuming that at least for GB will be able to actually try and retreat contest for his purple buff to hit level 4 and maybe make a flip actually happen. But Team SMG, they played this so well, and especially for Stormy, he recognizes when he can jump in, especially if his battle spell is off cooldown.
And not only that, the timing of that execution between the Rough Wave, the Petrify, as well as the Divine Judgment is timed to perfection between Miko as well as Stormy. Hence why you are seeing a very, very good early lead by SMG. 2.5k goal lead, only the 3-minute mark. Miko!
Ooh, flickers forward, Divine Judgment. Zorn caught out once again. Forced the flicker and wild charge to get himself to safety.
They managed to get on out of there, and you can tell Team SMG, they're trying to kind of speed up the momentum here against the Homeboys. They know that they're weak, and more importantly so, GB is super far behind. With this Martis 2 levels ahead of him so far, this is going to be a tough match.
Sabat taking the 1v1, maybe a bad idea. Stormy, here he comes, Petrify. Going to miss actually as Sabat jumps out of the way with that penalty zone.
I mean, it's okay. Beating out the ultimate from Terizla, beating out the ultimate from Grog just now. It's a very good initiative coming in from SMG, but Homeboys holding their ground really, really well, even though they are being pressured so hard right now. Rough Wave was used, not sure why, but hey, he's alive, so it's okay, I guess.
I mean, he needed to get on out of there. He doesn't want to get turned around upon.
Smooth engaging, doing a god amount of damage right there. Saksa, unfortunately, not going to be able to stay and contest the purple, so Chibi finally gets his hands on it.
Okay. Level difference, still 2 levels ahead. I don't think they should contest this, but how else? There's nothing to really punish on the map right now. No visuals on Sasa until now.
Miko's looking for something. Saksa pulling the turtle back. Smooth is here as well. Miko, penalty zone, gonna find 2 in the front line to get the knockup onto GB as Saksa gets that mega kill with the Rough Wave support. Zorn, though, takes the turtle away, but what will it cost as GB is chased down by Smooth?
I need to take a look at Smooth's item build right now. The damage coming in from that Benedetta is just too much. I feel like GB still had a good amount of health left, but just one slash, one electro final blow took him out immediately after the turtle was taken by Zorn just now.
I think a lot of that early game lead, that EXP lead that Smooth took, he's running away with it. And I think he's running way too far with it, as a matter of fact, because Sabat, he's down 2 levels. It's basically over for Sabat, right? He's just an engage bot and nothing else. Smooth, on the other hand, is a legitimate threat to the entire lineup of Homeboys because he's technically now turning into the strong lane.
Homeboys got to adapt right now. They know they are very quite behind in terms of schooling, in terms of level as well. As Gideon mentioned, Sabat right now just need to be the enabler, the initiator with the penalty zone, but he has to rely on the follow-up coming in from Homeboys, which is existence, but the damage is just not there.
Yeah, things are pretty tough right now. Team SMG definitely doing a good job. Smooth in the mid lane, getting ganked. Electro final blow and some quick dashes. Gonna get him out to safety as Zorn now delaying 3 members. Here comes Miko. He doesn't get the Divine Judgment as Zorn gets the point blank wild charge and flickers away. Homeboys will trade the tier 1, but they'll get out with their lives.
Yep, SMG are just playing it to perfection. Team SMG just slowly choking out the Homeboys, taking objective by objective. And I think Homeboys, the most that they can do to adapt is to make sure that GB tries to catch up, and that's what he's been doing, right? Invade, go down, take the plot wave, rinse, repeat, and now he's even up the score from a 2-level lead for the side of Saksa to now a 1-level lead.
Ooh, GB gonna get found by Smooth. Is he gonna go for it?
I don't think this is a good idea, but the lower he gets him, the more annoying he is. He won't try and contest the purple, but right now you can definitely tell that Homeboys are feeling the heat
feeling the heat immediately right now. SMG, what I'm worried right now is the Ultra League potential right now, because SMG having the carry, having the Kadita as well, you know the damage is gonna come from both sides, right? The damage!
A nice catch with the butterflies, beats the unstoppable streak to Saksa with a beautiful rough wave setup. Stormy is feeling himself today, and Sabat is really not having a good time.
This is one I'm afraid of, Gideon. SMG has the magical damage. SMG has the physical damage as well. So it forces Homebois to pick up the Athena shield, to pick up maybe the Antique Kiros as well. So that is gonna deteriorate the damage output coming in from Chibi as well as Riser later on.
Oh, absolutely. Right now,
Wow, Smooth actually engaging in, taking a lot of damage. The Claude actually does more damage than you think, and Smooth misses the Petrify onto Warlord too. You don't expect that from him.
Okay, I don't mind the fact that he misses. I just mind that Chibi is getting absolutely destroyed and caught out against the composition from Team SMG, which is all about pickoffs.
4 deaths in the space of 8 minutes of game time right now. It's not a good showing by this jungler. Chibi gotta step up real big time.
No one looking for the concealed play, not gonna get the cutoff, but Rizel is here, so Team SMG has to be a bit more wary. They can't force things. They are maintaining a good grasp of their net worth lead.
Yeah, but they also have no lane priority. Smooth is now way stronger than Sabat. He's always going to be able to push these lanes faster, and more importantly, he's always going to rotate just as quick.
I mean, with the Divine Judgment, with the Suppress that they have, with the Rough Wave, with the Petrify as well, a lot of utilities coming in from SMG, just not allowing Homebois to maneuver around as they would like to. You know, you have Chibi with the Lancelot, you have Zon with the Wild Charge, but everything is being denied by the utility of SMG. Petrify, Rough Wave, as well as Divine Judgment.
So far, it's looking a little tough for Rizel. Doesn't have enough.
Oh, Sabat with the flicker, gets 3 in the penalty zone. Here comes Chibi. Will it be enough? Team SMG instantly splits up, and Saksa gets a 2-man knockup. Rough Wave used by Stormy, gets him out, and Chibi gets lane in return. Here comes Smooth. Electo, final blow, Petrify, Warlord in danger. Able to dash out in time. Rizel comes in, Wind of Nature, Blazing Duet. He's gonna be able to chunk down the members of SMG. Smooth is down in the back line. He finds Rizel. There's the Smooth Benedetta we've been waiting for.
Oh, he's so hot right now. He's so hot. And Homeboys, unfortunately, it was a good engagement, but no way to close it out with Chibi not getting his ultimate off in time and getting locked down consistently by Team SMG.
That was so clean by Smooth. The way he just maneuvers around the map, went in, tried to get Warlord, did not manage to get Warlord, but it's okay. I'll take the bigger prize, which is Riser's life right there. And talking about Smooth, looking at the gameplay of SMG overall, it's super smooth. 10-0 in terms of kill lead, 7k good lead. All turrets are still up for SMG.
This is starting to look like real daunting for the Homeboys, right? Because even if we're talking about like how hard Rizel and Warlord can actually scale, it might not be hard enough, especially if Team SMG finds a solid engage and if Sabat keeps on trying to attempt to jump into that backline, because he stands no chance against Sasa, and especially with the Winds of Nature already active for Sasa, it makes it even harder.
Looking at the item right now, Demon Hunter Sword, Golden Staff, the usual for Cloud, but the amount of damage coming in from carry is the bigger worry right now, especially Saksa. Just building upon items, just having that damage raw output, but Smooth on the backside, almost opening up the opportunity for SMG, but Homeboys just maintaining their distance really well.
Their positioning has to be so key right now. The Homeboys can be sieged from any direction at any point. They were able to mount a great disengage against Nico, who kind of wasted his flicker earlier. But the Lord has been taken out as well. So SMG isn't going to be able to continue this. Not going to stop Saksa from being annoying and clearing one more tier 2 though.
Yeah.
Question, Gideon, how do Homeboys come back from this deficit right now? It's a huge disadvantage that they are suffering.
I don't know. It's a little tough to say, because number one, there's so many priority targets to get rid of, right? You gotta somehow get rid of Stormy before he gets his ultimate off. As soon as he gets his ultimate off, you basically don't care about him. Smooth is a bit of a problem as well, but not to the point where it's like, oh, we must use all resources to take him out, because Sasa is the dedicated damage dealer. And I think getting on top of him is relatively easy for the side of the Homeboys. It's just that they don't have the damage to finish him off. You can't expect Warlord to jump in there. Rizel is very close to the Trinity build, but he's not done with it just yet.
one thing's for sure is that if Homeboys tries to target Smooth, I don't think it's a bad idea. Sorry, I don't think it's a good idea because how the movement ability by the Benedetta himself and the user himself, Smooth, he just knows how to just glides in and slides back out without any worry. But maybe, just maybe, Stormy should be the main target right now because the rough wave, the petrify is just super annoying to deal with.
I think that's too many resources you would
Yeah.
need to
Because
utilize, right?
SMG has so much defensive utility too. Like you mentioned,
Exactly.
Smooth, he can just slide around. Stormy, remember, he gets out with rough waves. He has his passive to heal back up. And Homeboys really doesn't have enough solid crowd control. They're really reliant on the penalty zone and Zorn. And right now, Sapat as well as Zorn are not getting the opportunities to look for engagements.
Smooth knows. He knows something. He knows something is not well. If I dash forward into this H push right now, it's not going to end well for me. Hence why he's just staying there and allowing SMG again a free Lord.
There is a concealed play. Will they find it? No, they're too late. And they've been stopped by Stormy. He does get stunned, so he can't ult on the crowd. A Smooth dashes forward. Warlord just barely escaping by stealing Electro final blow. He'll get away from the clutches, but it's not going to be the same for Sabat as Saksa claims his monster kill. And now Homeboys on the back foot once more.
Man, this has gotta feel so bad for Genie. Playing on this assassin, you are expected to make plays for your team. You're expected to outplay your opponents, but right now Team SMG is looking on form. I said that they were nervous earlier, but I guess they were scared. They were hurt. Homeboys' ego a little too much now.
Yep, Lord pushing in. Gonna be doing some damage. The crystal is exposed. Miko flickers forward, gets the divine judgment onto Zorn. Phantom execution onto multiple, but Stormy with the perfect positioning for the rough waves. Picks up GB. Zorn is gone. Warlord is gone. Smooth is cutting off the entire backline by himself. But here comes Sabat. Flickers forward. Penalty zone 4 members as Ryzel gets a shutdown. Finally, is it going to be enough? The minion wave has been cleared, but another one is coming up mid lane. Ryzel dropping low. The crystal's dropping low. Sabat trying his best, but Team SMG won't let them as they claim victory in game number 1.
Played to perfection. The drafting was on point. The execution was superb. The pressure was non-stop. That's how you play MLBB, boys and girls. That's how you win a game.
GG well played. The Team SMG, they played a clean game and there was no warm-up period for Miko as well as Saksa. As soon as they get into that game, they keep on pushing forward and they continue to hurt Homeboys' lineup from many different angles.
But I'm disappointed.
Why are you disappointed?
Smooth died.
That's true.
If not, it was a clean game.
He did ruin his KDA.
When will he learn?
Wow.
No, I'm kidding. All jokes aside, he played super. He played phenomenal right there.
We were excited to see Vendetta in the hands of this kind of player again. I wasn't expecting to see in this game, but boy, am I glad we did.
This is my, 6th season of casting. I still don't know how to play Benedetta, and I still don't understand how he plays the Benedetta.
It's hard, I'm not gonna lie. It's really difficult. You know, it's not easy to time your abilities and having an overall game sense of your, I wouldn't even say spatial surroundings, just understanding when people want to punish you kind of gives you a rough idea. He's very situationally aware, and Smooth is an intelligent player, but you can definitely see there were moments where Homeboys might have been able to actually turn things around had it not been for their support Miko actually stopping it or Stormy completely shutting it down.
That's the thing though, the aggressiveness of Smooth, right? It opens up certain possibility for Homeboys to counter. But then again, having Stormy on the backside, having Miko to cover things up, just allow SMG to go even further. But as we talk even further, our MVP of the game is gonna be Saksa with the Marty 6-0-4 with 680 GPM. I mean, you can argue, Smooth deserve it, Miko deserve it, Stormy deserve it. Everyone played well, honestly.
Team SMG played beautifully this game. We mentioned how this is a team that tends to have very clean gameplay, and the execution this game really proved it here. Like you mentioned, 6-0-4 on the Martis, he got so many kills. We mentioned during the beginning that as long as Homeboys doesn't allow themselves to fall too behind the early to mid game, they'll be fine. But then SMG just says, well, guess we'll do exactly that.
Do you think, okay, hold on to that thought, because we gotta take a look at the mic check coming in from SMG.
Why you keep laughing? You laugh for what? Why you laugh? Why you laugh? What only my laugh for what?
Semangat semua, pelatih semangat.
Pause.
Relax. Nice one. Chill, santai.
Relax tayo, relax.
Nice one. Chill.
Objektif ya,
Santai aja.
Relax.
Miko. Nice.
Fokus.
Ayo go Wallet. Gerak.
Hawa.
Tower.
Nice.
Alright, before we talk about the item build, Gideon, do you think this is a different kind of SMG where they had the lead, they push on the agenda? Because last season, when SMG had the lead, they tend to be a bit more passive. Do you think it's a different kind of momentum shifter from SMG?
Oh, absolutely. Did you hear that, my chick? It's Saksa and as well, and especially Miko, who are especially vocal about moving forward. Look at this guy now. Keep on applying the pressure onto the homeboys. And obviously our MVP, Saksa, played a huge role in not only just maintaining the pressure, but canceling key abilities from the side of homeboys to open up an opportunity for Stormy to abuse the rough waves.
I mean, Sasa had a field day over time. He did not be pressured. He farmed his lane really well. He just maintained the positioning, got his item, and participate in this team fight where he knows that I can deal a lot of damage and no one can stop me. Without any single doubt, that was what he did to, again, perfection.
Honestly, this has been a quality of Team SMG since last season as well. You know SMG won a clean game when Sasa doesn't have to do anything. That's you, like, even last season it was the case too.
I definitely agree, because all the job was done by Miko, right? 0-0 and 10 assists, the way he set up his own team, the positioning that he possessed, as well as the ability to open up the map, to give the information to Sasa, to Saksa, to Smooth as well, to determine, okay, what's our next move? Miko, find someone, go for it. I have the Divine Judgment, I have the Wing of Order as well, I can stop him, so just go on forward. Like Gideon mentioned, the command from Miko is what brings out the best out of SMG.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, having a strong IGL makes all the difference in, you know, a 5v5 tactical mobile MOBA, right? Now, Homeboys, on the other hand, had a couple of issues. Number one, we've already gone over how the early game was supposed to go from my perspective, especially when you have strong sides to Rizla, but Sarafa brought up a really good point. The fact that you start losing control over your mid lane and Smooth winning out his lane after one interaction makes all the difference, because now Smooth, with such a volatile lane and the fact that he can actually proxy it pretty safely, allows the rest of Team SMG to hover around Sasa and really rally behind him.
I mean, we didn't miss this Dafa. Chibi using the Lancelot, there was no, I would say, a certain hero that can capture him immediately. Yes, you have the Kaja. Yes, you have the Benedetta as well. You don't have like a Franco or a Kufra. But how Chibi did not manage to just maneuver around with Puncture, with Phantom Execution as well?
I think the thing is, a lot of these players are still used to tanks a lot playstyle. There's this subconscious feeling that I will be able to survive this, and I can kind of greet things out. Not to mention that nowadays Lancelot is squishier compared to before, even without counting in the items. So I do feel like a lot of it came down to, first, the homeboys were not quite prepared. When you have a Grok as well, before he hit level 4, he doesn't actually contribute that much utility. When you add that onto the fact that Saksa was being unusually active, and Stormy with his positioning was like perfect, it's hard to really fault Chibi in this situation.
I mean, with the Petrify, with the Rough Wave, the Ocean ODT as well, every single category, it falls down to the side of SMG, right? With the rich guy, Saksa, 771 gold, the damage being dealt by Smooth, almost hitting 40k as well. I mean, again, if you want to win a clean game of MLBB, this is what you should follow by SMG.
Yep, and I mean, they got so much off of that very first blood here, right? You saw how Team SMG kind of responded with Homeboys early proxying, forcing level 2 on towards the mid lane and as well as EXP laner. They stole the beetle, the instant response from the side of Team SMG. You know what? We're going to go to the opposite side of the map, and if we see you there, we will kill you. We have a majority of our members having great setups, and not to mention that Stormy is actually pretty effective at level 2 with Petrify. The fact that he got 2 people there was already surprising.
This is the most important part. When you have the lead, use that advantage. Don't put your foot off the gas. pedal to the metal because you know you are way ahead in terms of level, in terms of itemization, in terms of gold as well. So use that advantage, and that is what SMG did. Use the advantage, just push Homeboys back into a corner and just end the game.
And they not only identified that they needed to step on the gas, they were able to do it with such finesse as well. There are times where you do have to hold back a little bit, where we've seen teams throw away massive leads by trying too hard to end the game. But SMG understood, now we can go, now we stop, now we get the kill, and on top of all the intense micro plays, like Stormy getting like, what, 4 petrifies before minute 5, GB being caught in 2 of those, that's rough.
It really is rough. And I think, you know, the biggest deal breaker here was going to be Saksa on this Martis because he is canceling a lot of good abilities. Mid-dash, clapping GB, making sure that he's got no resets to work with. And the same goes for the Trizla, right? Getting into that back line is not easy, especially when you're holding on to the mortal coils, waiting for the opportunity to look for the counter engage. And guess what? You don't even necessarily need to use it when somebody else can just petrify. Oh, go back into the fight. All over again, rinse, repeat, and utilizing the map to kind of force angles that you don't want to be caught in, especially choke points for the Homeboys.
And not only that, what adds salt to the wound is like, sorry to all Zon's lovers out there, he was non-existent in that game.
Oh no, absolutely
He
not.
couldn't do anything, not even a single one charge was, I mean, it was used, but again, what's the outcome of it, right? Because you were down a humongous lead. You know the itemization by GB, by Ryzel is not enough for them to be able to put on more damage onto the side of SMG. So again, I'm not sure if it's the hero was off or was just the whole overall gameplay of Homeboys just did not work well.
Well, I think there were a lot of correct ideas going into the draft, and I think a lot of the execution could have been slightly better, but it was such a devastating early game. Like, they got literally dominated, manhandled for a good majority of 6 minutes, and even then, they couldn't break out of that momentum.
I do feel like the draft was a little bit greedy there from the Homeboys. They start off with Claude, they start off with Valentina. These are already late game when you're up against the Kaja Kadita.
I mean, I feel like all of the sides of SMG must have an ROG phone because they play like champion. They dominate like champion with ROG Phone 7. Make sure you get your hands on the ROG Phone 7, win lanes, dominate the game, and maybe, just maybe, you'll be able to walk champions like SMG.
So that's how Smooth won his lane. I mean, in a majority of these matchups, especially when you're Benedetta, right? Most EXP laners, 1 kill makes all the difference. But with Benedetta versus the Trizla, half the time you don't expect Benedetta actually walking away with a level lead.
Exactly. Honestly, the EXP lane can be very volatile. We know Smooth was one of the best EXP laners, literally getting regular season MVP for season 10. But it's not as if Sapat is no slouch himself. He's still very solid. He can usually win his lane. And in this matchup where he should be prioritized, Smooth being able to come out on top just shows the degree of mastery he has on this hero.
The fact, the amount of times that we thought he might be dead here, he might die here, but just walks away with the eye for an eye, with the electro final blow, and not just literally walk away, walk back into the team, gets a kill, and then walk away again. I mean, the understanding that this guy has on the Benedetta is just on a different level. But hey, let's close the book. Let's close the chapter of game number 1 and open up chapter number 2, game number 2. Homeboys up against SMG. Homeboys will have the blue side right now.
All right, this time around, Homeboys is going to have that first pick. Team SMG on the red side will have second, but they will have to complete their composition last. So there's a bit of give and take on either side, and we're already seeing, you know, Fanny, Kaja bans, Claude ban for the side of Team SMG, as well as the Joy. But the Claude ban kind of gives you an indicator that they just don't want Ryzel to feel comfortable.
But then again, they dominate against Ryzel using the Claude as well. So, I mean, maybe a different kind of idea for game number 2. Maybe if, let's say, SMG let go of the Claude, it will disrupt a bit what they have in store for game number 2.
I think it's an interesting adjustment, and I really can kind of see Coach Pao all over this, because typically SMG was a team that didn't change their lineup very much, especially if it was that successful. Now that we have Coach Pao coming in, we remember how he led Lunatics when something worked or didn't work, he would be 100% ready to just switch things up completely in game number 2. And I think what they're doing here is they don't want to allow Homeboys to adjust. They're not going to go for a really hard early game anymore, because the more things they change, the more their opponents will be forced to adapt.
I think it's that's a good point. That is a good point. But
there are risks, of course.
There are risks, and I think that's what Team SMG is taking into consideration here. Because again, that first pick coming in from the Homeboys could be extremely punishing if they want to bring up something like a Kadita, a Kaja all over again, right? They're either going to be missing one part of the combination, and Homeboys could easily deny in the ban. And some of the fact that they didn't touch it, they're at least going to take away the Martis, who has such early game momentum on his side.
Then allows myself to see a different hero for Saksa, because I feel like in week number 1, where they only played once, it was a Martin show all the way for Saksa. So I would like to see a different kind of playstyle by this jungler, this Filipino jungler on the side of SMG. But will Coach Pao prioritize the jungle pickup as the first 2 pickup? Because there's still a lot of heroes open. Xbox is still open, Edis is still open, and Fredrin is still within grabs. But Edis is going to be the pickup as well as Fredrin.
Double flex pick coming in from Team SMG. They don't want to show their hand just yet.
Interesting. We're already seeing some taunting from the fans there. Who's Chibi? Who's Saksa? Just throwing these back and forth. Edith, we have not gotten to see this entire week here, even though this was such a prio pick in week 1. Now, I admittedly, again, not a big fan of the Fredrin here. We've already seen the Martis versus Fredrin matchup, and I do feel like it's a bit more Martis-centric.
Yeah, it is a little bit more Martis-centric, and that's only because he's strongest in the early games. Towards the later stages, it becomes a lot easier to kind of manage it, but that's under the assumption that you don't have true damage or a carry, for an example, being the biggest perpetrator of it. I think that Team SMG at this point of time are considering, hey, we might need to have to ban out Xborg later down the line.
For now, what SMG has a good utilities of heroes, right? Fredrin with the energy eruption, Edis with the onward, and I was gonna talk about the damage. Where is the damage gonna come from? And it has been answered most likely with the God pickup. Hey, don't turn your eye on this guard, man. It's a strong hero, especially on those high ground defense situations.
Well, maybe if I would hope we get to see it, that Sasa decides to play Cho. We might see something. Sorry, Saksa actually tries to play Cho. It might be pretty impressive at the very least if you got to catch that tooltip earlier. Now, Kadita gets banned out, and I think it's great ban to have, especially when you are using Misty Gush.
Yes.
You're kind of a susceptible here to everything.
Absolutely. You cannot allow the Kadita through when you're on something like the Gourd. If you really wants to go for artillery as well, you might want to get rid of Farsa since he will mostly be stationary. Warlord does like the hero, but we'll see what happens here. Team SMG has already shown something very unique. This hero has a 100% win rate right now in the 1 game we've seen it, and I can imagine that Naisu is going to be so happy.
Yeah, I mean, the first time it came out in MPL ID, he was already jumping for joy. I want to see whether or not it actually makes that transition over into MPL PH. That would be interesting. Right? But when they start, we'll get back to it. We'll get back to it. For now, Wan gets banned out from the side of Homeboys.
If they start, we'll claim we started it. We'll just claim it. It doesn't matter, man. It appeared on here. This is our hero now. It appeared in MPL MY with 100% win rate because team in Malaysia don't know how to deal with Cord right now.
I don't know. I don't think it's the greatest showing in the world. Bored of all things.
Okay, serious question right now. Homeboys, Gideon, what do you think about Sicilian pickup for Warlord?
I don't think it's that bad. I think that having... All right. Here's a couple of angles that we're thinking about, right? Because when we're thinking about Sicilian, we're thinking about, you're sacrificing a little bit of range in comparison to Farsa and Eve, the artillery mages that do scale for infinite scaling. Somebody who can do an infinite amount of damage with an infinite amount of time. And I think that's a bit of a problem for the side of Team SMG if they have no way to lock him down specifically. I think that they might even consider going for a more aggressive jungler even.
Interesting. Right now I'm still holding out like what is going to be the choice here. With Homeboy banning Terizla, I'm actually leaning towards Warlord potentially wanting the Veramis. This was like a signature hero for him when he debuted here in MPL MY. Wouldn't be too bad since SMG's damage right now is pretty cooldown based.
Into the Gourd though?
Yeah.
I suppose, but I feel like at the end of the day, Homeboys, they are designing a kickoff composition, right? I don't imagine them actually going into... I don't imagine Homeboys going into a position where it's like, okay, we're going to convert into a team fight composition right here, right now with a little bit of pickoff.
I'm sorry, I just don't... I'm not sure why I thought of this decision. It's just a matter of Guard not having a good amount of mobility allows the Sanguine Claw to hit on him and just decimating with the bad impact. That's just something that is playing on my mind. But again, we have to see how it fares out, how it turns out for Homeboys right now. One more pickup, most likely it's going to be the EXP lane for Sepat. What else is there? I mean, another Betel
is still around. Okay. Lapu Lapu, safe choice since until now they actually still don't know what Smooth is going to be playing. We could see the Benedetta again, in which case Lapu Lapu is still a very solid option. Otherwise, I don't know, do you think Smooth just doesn't want to play exploit?
I think that Smooth recognizes that even if he does play Export, it doesn't really do much for his composition. Because his composition wants to move forward more than it wants to peel away backwards when you already have somebody who picks off as well as the Martis. Now, Irithel gets locked on, and Team SMG is like, oh, you want to keep on pushing forward? That's fine with me. Once you're out of abilities, I'm running you down.
This is quite scary coming in from SMG because you have the run and gun by Irithel, right? Hopefully he used spin. If not, he's gonna use flicker. I'm not too sure about that, but hopefully he used sprint so he can just run and gun down Homeboys. And meanwhile, on the backside, you have Gord with the Mystic Gush. I feel like it's a super scary lineup in terms of damage output, but they need to be able to scale up to that point. Meanwhile, Homeboys, same situation as well. Need to scale up to that point of damage output by Warlord and Rizal.
Homeboy is going to be coming into game number 2 with a much more balanced lineup. The Sicilian having a 100% win rate right now. But Team SMG with the Siege, the run and gun coming in from Irithel and the Gourd. Going to be posing the question towards the Homeboys. Will they be able to still move under gunfire?
Well, before we get into the game, we're going to have a quick tech pause here to make sure that we can figure out what's going on. We don't know what type of problem it is just yet, but it's coming in, and the call has been made by the side of Team SMG. Luckily, we don't get to miss any action. We don't get to, at the very least, miss out on the early starts from these teams, because I think these next 5 minutes are going to be by far the most important.
Pakiro up against, sorry, what was Homeboy's EXP lane?
They decide Homeboys' EXP lane was Lapu Lapu.
What do you think about that matchup?
I think it...
Is it a 50-50, just cancelling each other out?
Okay, I think it's extremely volatile, and it's a little bit more Paquito favorite because there's more opportunities for Paquito to actually get the early trades and an early kill onto the Lapu Lapu. But as soon as Lapu hits 4, that's when it's a bit of a 50-50. You never know who's going to win. Generally, I would say that Paquito has the advantage.
So we shall see right now, because Land of Dawn is the name of the place. Homeboys up against SMG, where SMG has the upper hand, 1-0 up against Homeboys.
I'm honestly so excited to watch this match. I don't think we've seen Stormy play Gord yet, even though he has a pretty weird hero pool. Zorn is staying a long time here. He will land the hook, flickers backwards, pulls Saksa out, and the buff resets because of it.
He's so mad. He's so mad, and Zorn gets to live for it as well. At the cost of his flicker, he completely slows down Team SMG.
Alright, as we take a look a bit on the emblem setup, again, nothing too out of the ordinary, I would say. Edith having a bit of extra attack speed, knowing that once she uses the ultimate, those extra bit of attack speed will help in terms of the damage output up against Homeboys later on.
For sure. And let's not forget that Warlord going for the common emblems to make sure that his mana consumption is regulated a lot easier compared to last time, where all you have to do was get an enchanted talisman and maybe even hope for the best sometimes. The scaling for the side of Warlord, for the Warlord on the Sicilian can feel very, very slow, but like you saw earlier, right? He's walking and making sure that he is taking advantage of every opportunity to get a bad impact off and to scale up his stacks as soon as possible.
a lot of Homeboys' lineup as well is built around making sure that Warlord has the space to get these bad impact stacks. And we've seen him play this hero before in this season, in fact, and he did a really good job with it, farming a lot faster than I think a lot of teams would expect.
A lot of pressure coming in from this EXP lean side. Prioritizing the farming for Smooth as well as Sepak, but most importantly is the level. This level 4 is gonna be a big factor because the turtle dance is gonna commence immediately once the turtle has respawned on the 2-minute mark.
Onward's gonna flip him over. GB is gone. First blood to Stormy instantly, disrespecting the distance, and Miko finding the catch.
Yeah, no matter what he did there, he was going to get hit by CC. It's great to know that Stormy is keeping an eye on the map and following where Miko is, because it's very easy to have the natural anti-synergy. Oh, I'm gonna stun him. Onwards flips him into a different direction and you completely whiff.
Yeah, but it was such an easy combo between Miko as well as Stormy, right? Onward, Mystic Projectile and Mystic Gush to just kill off Chibi immediately. So again, another good showing by SMG early stages, managing to get the first turtle on their own hands.
Another catch Onwards onto Zorn, right into the field, and Stormy with the Mystic Gush gets the final hit in. He's taking a fair amount from the ultimate, but Cecilion right now does not have enough stacks.
No, he doesn't. And Stormy actually having a significant EXP lead over Warlord. He's going to move first. And now, for the first time ever, we're seeing Agord maintain the lead in his own lane. Let's see how he starts to spill into the side lanes.
1.1 Keiko lead. The Ice Queen 1 is on Stormy's hands right now, so
No
you can
way.
expect.
Wow, he hits that.
You can expect.
He hits that! The hook onto Miko, finally getting some vengeance there. The blind hook into the brush.
Homeboys need to rely on those blind hooks from time and time again, but Saksa, almost getting hooked, but immediately just tries to run away right now.
Mystic Gush used. Here comes Sabat, gets the land shaker, but he's just gonna commit to clearing up the wave. Stormy is really accurate with that Mystic Projectile.
Yeah, he is. If not, he's faking out players by making sure that it bounces slightly in front of them, just so that if you do take a step back, you will get hit by the continuous bounces coming out from the Mystic Projectile. It's a little frustrating to deal with, and more so, the hitbox is a lot bigger than what people imagine.
I definitely agree, and it's super annoying to deal with as well, because you thought you were safe, but you still get hit by the Mystic Projectile. But as we take a look at the AI winning prediction as of now, as of the 4th minute mark, 56 winning percentage on the side of SMG. It's not in a total dominance for this game number 2, because Homeboys are still winning grabs, are still in this particular match.
And they're not as far behind as compared in game number 1, but SMG are still feeling themselves. Miko gonna be looking for an opportunity. Sasa farming the opposite side of the map. Doesn't look like Homeboys will contest this. Move, jumps forward, knockout strike, delaying the Homeboys. GB still can't quite get close. Zorn gonna whiff the iron hook, unfortunately. Sabat flickers in, Landshaker on 2, chasing down Stormy. Saksa still gets the turtle though. Stormy gonna be chased down by Lapu Lapu, but Smooth chasing down Chibi instead. And he actually doesn't. Stormy! He gets the killing spree and turns around on Sabat.
Sopa's gotta be furious. I'd be furious. There's no reason for him to die there, and yet it happened, and Smooth continues to try and dominate. His eyes are locked on to Rizel and as well as Warlord down by bot side.
Miko, he's looking for it. Rizel flickers forward! But he will be, oh no! Rizel! The mistake! Miko cuts him off and smashes his dreams to pieces.
I don't know what happened, but something happened, and it was not good for Ryzen right there. Honestly, because the onward was there on the point, it just misses the hook, and then Ryzen was out of position back then, and then it hit another onward, another Earth Shatter by Miko to get the kill against Ryzen. So deja vu, man. Deja vu. It's another history of game number 1 for Homeboys right now.
It's starting to look a little similar, I'm not gonna lie, but we're not seeing Team SMG push as hard as they did in game number 1, right? You can see that they're taking it a lot slower this time, waiting for the picks to start rolling in, and hoping, especially for Zorn, to use that iron hook and whiff it.
Miko misses onwards, unfortunately. That would have actually connected with GB, but the Mystic Projectile does! And now he's inside the Mystic Gun! Team SMG doesn't let GB go anywhere!
Meanwhile, on the top side, Smooth is split pushing on top. A hook.
That's a hook. Saksa gonna be pulled in. Bloody Hunted underneath the tower. Landshaker as well, but the Fredrin survives everything. Not enough combo points yet. He even spam recalls in front of them as Move comes in to aid his escape.
Gideon, break it down. What's going on?
Oh my
God! Come on!
Stormy is just abusing his range, right? Like, Smooth as well as Sambat have the very similar ideas of how they target prioritize the enemy composition. But I think Stormy is really making the difference here, especially when you work with Miko. It's just stun after stun after stun.
Miko gets pulled into the tower, but he pops the Primal Wrap, doing a lot of damage to Zord. He gets the kill! Mega kill for the ED! He gets the onward on the TV! Knocks him off! Miko's name should start with S as well, because he is going sicko mode right now with Team SMG! And Homeboys can do nothing about it!
This is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting coming in from the side of Team SMG. I feel like now, if there's any time to get some confidence, it is right now. Play around Stormy. Wait for his ultimate. He's finding picks where he honestly shouldn't be, and it's clear the Homeboys are uncomfortable dealing with his board.
Oh! With the gush again, Warlord. They can't catch a break, but Zorn gets Iron Hook. Bloody Hunt into the Bandit's range. Saksa! No! The tower finally gets the kill. That's gonna be fed over to Warlord. So at least a little bit of farm for him there.
Alright, some saving grace for Homeboys right there, managing to get a kill onto it. Saksa just shifting back the goal lead right now. 5.6k goal lead on the 8th minute mark. Hero hit rate for Zorn right now is 38%. It's not the highest, but as we all know, Franco, it doesn't matter if you miss all hooks. All it takes is one good hook to land, and the follow-up coming in from Homeboys is what is needed right now for Homeboys to try at least crawl their way back.
Yep, we see Fredrin is going to have to cover for the top side of the map, but they haven't spotted anybody else from the side of the Homeboys. So instead, he's going to sacrifice the tier 1, capture the top side of his jungle, and then take the wave as a safety measure.
This is so oppressive right now by Team SMG. They're still invading, they're still stealing jungle camps. Miko, by his presence alone, forces GB to use Retry on a regular camp. You can imagine this is not fun. And while they knew they were in for a slightly more depressive early game since they're going for the Sicilion, this is going beyond their expectations.
I mean, props to Stormy, man. Guard, again, first of all, it's not an easy hero to play with, but the positioning by himself is superb. Hitting the Mystic projectile, hitting the Mystic injection as well, and the Mystic gush. All in all, just the combination with Miko on top of that is just what making SMG fueling up the momentum from minute number 1 up until minute number 9 right now.
Yeah, they need something here. Zorn needs to find somebody to try to lock down, hit an Iron Hook or something. And the worst part is that even if he does hit an Iron Hook, there's a good chance that Stormy cancels out the Bloody Hunt.
I mean, knowing how he hits the Mystic projectile, yes, you can always count on Stormy to cancel the Bloody Hunt, to cancel out, sorry, the hook is what I'm trying to say right here. But looking at the goal difference right now, again, it's all in the favor of SMG Miko.
Finds the onward. Sasa has some damage now. GB drops the half HP, but he's able to get out. His team is there to support him to make sure there's no kills from this one.
Got a big whiff right there. Homeboys just need to stay calm. They have a good high ground defense, but is it enough to stop this slot from at least getting one inhibited turret down from the side of Homeboys?
It's probably, if Homeboys don't get picked off here, it's probably not. But Team SMG, they find a stun, it could be huge.
Lord pushing in, tower gonna take some damage, but it's only the first Lord of the game, so not too much structural damage for now. Homeboys needs these inhibitors to stay alive for as long as possible.
Right, still, SMG playing it really, really well. They know that they don't have enough pressure, they don't have the right initiation yet to be able to take the inhibitor turret down, so they're gonna play by the books, very disciplined, back off a bit, but still maintaining a good amount of pressure.
Gonna give away what initially looked to be Smooth, almost securing the orange buff by himself. Team SMG get a lot of information off of this, and now positioning himself towards the top side of the enemy jungle by Purple. And Seal.
Ooh, nice and Seal. Miko not going to be able to get the onwards this time as Homeboys makes a very nice disengage, actually, being able to spot out the attempt by SMG and not falling for it.
Yup, and it's good that they started falling back towards the opposite direction down by gold side of the map rather than, oh, I'm just going to pull back in towards mid because there's a good chance that Stormy can actually flicker forward to try and get a good Mystic projectile, especially when they're all clumped up together. It will be so much value. That Mystic Gush would be huge.
I mean, I like what SMG did right there. At least they took a chance. They took a chance and tried to get an initiation of Homebois. But again, as Dafa mentioned, good counter engagement by Homebois to just disengage from that particular, what could have been a bad news for Homebois. As we take a look at the minute mark right now, 12-minute mark, only 20 seconds left before the next slot is going to respawn, and another, most likely, Lord Dance is going to commence.
What we are seeing here, though, is a bit more the usual SMG we're accustomed to. They're in the lead, but they understand their siege potential isn't going to be quite as high as before, so they're not going to try and push the Homebois out too far because they know that Warlord still has scaling potential. But this is time that the Homebois can use.
To get some stacks for Warlord, to get some stacks on the Sicilian, itemization on Rizal. Yes, you are correct right there, my friend. It's a time that can be used by Homebois to gather up a bit of, I would say, defensive capability. But as Gideon did mention, if Miko gets a good pick-off, it could be over for Homebois.
So far, goal lead, 55% in Team SMG's favor.
Wow.
Even the EXP lead, 55%, but it's 77% overall being predicted by the AI so far. And with this Luminous Lord, it might be the game changer here because they're almost guaranteed one inhibitor at the very least, which is going to open up so many more options for Team SMG.
There's a lot of more space for Warlord to finish up his own itemization, right? There's only the Clock of Destiny, the Lightning Charge. It's not enough, but there is still room for improvement for Homeboy. So there is hope for them to be able to come back, but it all boils down to this Lord right now.
Concealed play going to be used. Miko, unfortunately, not going to be able to find anyone with the onwards there, but now he's taking a lot of damage. Forced to use Primal Wrath pretty early on. Mystic Gush zoning out the Homebois, but they're still mounting a great defense here, not losing anyone, and only trading out one inhibitor. Iron Hook going to miss again, unfortunately. That Mystic projectile being so annoying. SMG not quite letting up the pressure yet.
Just knocking on the base of Homebois right now with the Mystic projectile, with the Mystic injection as well, because they know that they can put this pressure on towards Homebois. Flicker was used trying to get smooth, but it wasn't. It's just not Zon's day today, man.
Yeah, it's not. And it's like, it was the right angle. It's just that the hook was just a little short, slightly off, and he whiffs just by a hair. Because if he gets a pick off of Smooth at this point of time, I think at the very least Homebois could look for something back. Right now, the big shutdown is on Stormy as well as Miko, who probably already got his goal back down to 0. But at this point, Homebois will take anything to try and catch up in terms of economy.
Although the winning percentage is on the side of SMG by our AI, the goal lead is on the side of SMG, but my heart feels like Homebois might be able to come back from this because the delaying that SMG is doing right now is, I would say, beneficial for Homebois, right? Because allowing them to get more items, allowing them to get the stacks for Warlord, and the higher stacks Warlord has, the better defensive capability, the better high ground defense that they can provide, even if SMG gets the next Lord.
Agreed. I do feel like it's riskier, right? The way that they're playing right now. I understand it's more methodical. It's to make sure they don't instantly allow the gold to swing if they mess up an engagement. But yeah, it's a Sicilian you're dealing with here. And Beatrix scales pretty well too. They do have to be quite wary.
I can agree with that sentiment for sure. I think a lot of it just comes down to like whether or not Homebois is able to actually survive this upcoming Lord, because I still don't think they can really contest it. GB is still a level down onto Saksa, and unless he's level 15, which I still think he's a distance away from, they're just going to have to give this up.
They're gonna give this up? Yeah, they should. I mean, even if they contest this Lord, it's not gonna end well for them. Hence, they know that they have the high ground capability, so just bet on the high ground defense better than contesting this slot. But the biggest question right now is gonna be thrown back to SMG. How do they close this game out? 7k goal lead, 8k goal lead, a good amount of kill differences, a good amount of level differences as well, because none of Homebois side except for Rizal hit level 15 yet. So again, how do they close this game for SMG?
Well, I think you know, number one, they gotta find Warlord, right? They expect Sapat to actually jump into the back line to actually distract everybody else, and I think Sasa has come to a point where he can just run circles around Sapat, and hopefully he pulls enough attention away from someone like Stormy to punish someone like Zorn. Because again, this Bloody Hunt has not gone off very many times in this game. Worst yet, 20% accuracy on his hook rate, so he's not getting that much either.
He actually has a fleeting time. Zorn has had this much trouble. He has fleeting time on the Franco. I don't even blame him. Being able to get that Bloody Hunt more often is very necessary for the Homeboys right now. Especially since the Lord gonna be pushing in. Concealed play once again by SMG. Miko must catch someone for SMG to end this game. 100% necessary. Miko jumps forward, flickers, gonna be cancelled. Nice movement from Chibi, doesn't allow it. Mystic Gust doing a lot of damage. The inhibitor has fallen. Lord exposing the crystal, but SMG is not gonna risk it. They go for the bottom inhibitor instead and clear up Homeboys' base of all structures. Unfortunately, next minion wave not gonna be arriving very soon. So now is when it's time to go. Zorn, for some reason, throws his hook into the middle of nowhere, and SMG will walk out.
That was a big gamble, I would say. I mean, he was hoping that someone might have dashed onto that side, but no one did. Everyone just walked out on a straight line, back off, and again, SMG, yes, good enough for them. Managed to get all the inhibitor turrets, but again, my biggest question, how will they close out this game again?
Miko needs a catch. He has not been able to get a catch.
He tried.
Like 4 fights.
He tried so hard, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
I think that as of right now, Team
You
SMG
left him hanging there.
I purposely left him hanging there
Come
because really, I feel like this game is starting, the gap is starting to close. And it's a bit of a problem for the Homeboys in particular, right? Because right now, all bets are off the table. They're begging for Irithel to like get into the middle of this side, but they have to set up the right conditions. And Team Homeboys is just not giving it to them. They're like, we will lose everything necessary and then look to try and punish.
Okay, let me turn this question around for the side of Homeboys. They can't just be defending, right? They need to be able to somewhat engage as well at certain moments. Do you think it's a good idea to just play it safe, just defend, and wait for a moment for them to pounce? Or at least they should find one certain moment for them to be on the offensive side?
I think it's really hard to be on the offensive, right? Because a lot of their CC can get cancelled out. A lot of their abilities get cancelled out by either Miko or arguably even by Stormy at this point in time. And it looks like, it has been an issue. Is that a Type 2 issue you pointed out earlier, or Type 1?
I'm not sure. I actually did not spot that. Hopefully everyone watching at home can tell us that.
Well, it's probably a Type 2 if it's going to be 2 minutes long, so it's probably audio issues here. But regardless, let's get back onto the topic here.
Is that how you close out the game issue right now?
Yeah, closing out the game is not easy without the Lord, and we're going to come to a point where both the junglers are basically going to be at the same level. So it's not just about base defense, it's also about how do we actually play the scenario out in our heads, especially when we're around the neutral objective. You've got 3 inhibitors already down, so it's most likely that Team SMG should be able to secure the upcoming Lord, but it's Homeboy, so we never know for sure.
Thing is, when you're sieging the base like this, it is where the enemy team is going to be strongest, because they can group up as 5, they can go back and regen. You need to have enough resources and damage to break through all of those to get yourself a victory. And in this case, SMG does have a great lead, lots of DPS, but they're still wary of Ryzel and Warlord. If they just run in willy-nilly, they're setting themselves up to be sieged by the bad impact.
What I'm afraid of for the side of Homeboys is as this game progresses, as we all know, the Lord is going to get even stronger, right? Yep. To a certain point that they cannot even defend anymore. Even with the Sicilian, even with the Beatrix, right? Because the Lord damage is just too much, the Lord is just too tanky. It may come to that point later on.
I think it probably will be. It probably will come to that point. I feel that right now, even if Zorn makes an aggressive play, he's going to get punished for it. So Homeboys, the most perfect scenario is that Zorn throws out a hook, he hits either Stormy, ideally Stormy, secondary Sasa, pulls him in, goes for the Bloody Hunt, while everybody else is just having to block Miko as well as push Stormy far enough so that they don't cancel out the Bloody Hunt and allows Ryzel to actually secure the kill. Oh,
Tall order there. Zorn, Conceal, gonna find Miko. Bloody Hunt into the bandit's range. Actually, a lot of damage. Immortality pops instantly. So he's not gonna have that, but Zorn will pay the price in return as Stormy gets the mega kill. GB now gonna be delayed by Smooth, who's taking quite a lot of damage himself, but regenning all of it. Right now, Warlord trying to do as much as he can as the Mystic Gust finds him out. Miko will sacrifice his life for a kill onto GB. 2 members down on Homeboys, 1 on SMG. That will let them contest the Lord.
Surprisingly enough, they both lose out of support, but GB is already gone. Team SMG gonna secure this no problem. GB's not gonna be back up in the next 32 seconds.
Oh, he's taking the 1v1, 1v3 now, and manages to dash out as Stormy secures the Lord for SMG.
I did talk about Homeboys should try at least go on the offensive side if they have that opportunity or moment, and they did. But it did not turn out well for them, and SMG has the lead to end this game right now.
They're trying to contest it right now. If they can catch anyone on Homeboys, they can end this. But Zorn is back up. He's looking for the Iron Hook. He's playing with... Oh, the minion! Oh, that feels so bad for Zorn!
Oh, not his day, not his day, my boys. Not his day.
Franco is just so big that he completely, entirely blocked the visuals for the minion. He didn't realize it was already in front of him. That's so sad. And now Team SMG, this is how they're gonna close it out, right? Let Lord do a majority of the work.
Is this going to be the end right here? Can SMG do it? Can Homeboys defend? We'll find out. The Lord is crashing in. Chibi gonna taunt it away. Oh, Miko with the onward stops Sabat from handling the land shaker. Mystic Gush comes out, going to miss mostly, but Sabat will fall. Sasa doing a lot of damage. Zorn loses immortality. Wind of Nature on Ryzel, not gonna keep him alive as the crystal is broken. Team SMG recreates history in a cleaner fashion than before. A clean sweep victory against the Homeboys!
Oh! He's on the floor! He's on the main stage floor! Team SMG with their 2-0, and the person who is the most happy about it goes over. It's Miko, man.
Well deserved, well deserved. He played a phenomenal EDIM on that game. The onward, the earth shatter. I mean, he's earth shattering the stage right there just now with that taunt, but hey, well played victory by SMG. Homeboys, they tried their best, but again, it wasn't enough. It wasn't good enough. But SMG takes home the victory.
It is rough. It was a rough game, but GG well played. Team SMG, the supporting staff coming out to show their support here. Absolutely huge coming from SMG.
Oh my gosh, amazing. What a game right there. Like, we already knew this was going to be a real clash between giants, but we would not have expected it to go this way. A clean sweep finish by Team SMG showing us why they're so consistent in the regular season.
All right, let's throw back to our host for the interview with the SMG boys. Rose, take it away.
SMG just repeated history once again sebab sekali lagi Homeboys falls to their hands. Okay, wow guys. 2 berbalas kosong dengan game yang sangat-sangat dominating for your side. But before anything, I want to ask Sasa. Okay, Sasa, I know you think that you're my favorite person to ask, but I think you should answer this, okay? Last week, I asked Zorn what he has to say to SMG. And if you guys remembered, Zorn cakap apa? Zorn cakap SMG adalah pasukan yang biasa-biasa je. And now that you beat him, what do you want to say to Zorn?
To him, nothing to say lah. Just like a minion.
Wow, Sasa. Wow. So, that's it.
And then he said better, right?
Yeah.
Last season, without him, we top 2.
Okay. All right. Oh, Miko wants to say something. Miko, come here. You want to do it in Tagalog also can. Okay, Miko, just now, you laid down on the stage, right? Can you do it again? Can you look at that camera and do it again? right. Okay guys, before we continue our questions, siapakah MVP anda? Alright, count with me, alright? 3, 2, 1. MVP kita adalah Stormy! Come here, Storm, our little mage prodigy. Okay, the mage prodigy of Malaysia, Stormy. Now, Stormy, everybody was shocked with your gourd pick because it's very macam unusual. Bukan hero Stormy. So kenapa korang pick gourd tadi masa game kedua?
I think because court is close to Eve, right? So we never tried before and it's our first time trying it, so it's good.
I see. Okay, and okay, I think I want to ask Smooth. Smooth, I nak tanya, daripada season lepas, bila kita orang dengar mic check SMG, diorang punya mic check tu paling chill. Season ni, ada meriah, tapi 2 orang je yang meriah. Yang 3, senyap. Smooth, kenapa tak join?
Fokus mekanik.
Habis tu, yang dua tu, okay tak bila dengar mic check ke korang macam, diam ah?
Okay, dia orang punya communication clear, kita orang kena faham ah.
Oh, I see. Okay, Coach Pau. Before we wrap this up, I want to ask, Coach Pau made a statement last season saying Season 11 was just a scream for him. Now, Season 12, is this the real thing?
I can't say that now. Just focus one day at a time.
One day at a time. All right, Coach, before we wrap this up, what do you have to say to everybody supporting SMG over here at Dewan Sri Putra, online, Malaysia, Philippines, wherever?
Thank you all guys for coming here. I hope you had a good time, guys. Everybody is a winner here, guys. Thank you.
All right, once again, a round of applause to Team SMG. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your win. And now, let us throw it over to our casters sebab kita orang semua nak tahu apa menjadi dalam 2 berbalas kosong ni. So, casters, silakan.
Wow, what a result. What an end to the match. And what an MVP by our mage prodigy. I still don't understand how God is similar to Eve. But hey, he's the guy. He's the correct one. 8-0 and 15 KDA. Good showing of Karita as well as Gord.
There's literally no deaths in both games here. Just standing back there, stopping people, getting out kills. Honestly, in game 2, with that Mystic Projectile constantly stopping people in their tracks, I feel like Stormy was just playing the definition of blue balling Homeboys today.
I think I can agree to that estimate, right? And I think the only similarities is the fact that he's been playing Gordon as well as Eve is zone control, right? I think he built so much. He conditioned Homeboys with the way that they're standing. It's clear that the Homeboys weren't clear on how they should maneuver around the board. Didn't expect that many to actually hit. But you know what? Talk about comms. Let's listen to the mic check.
Just if early game cannot, we late game. Okay we late game also can. Chill.
Nice one, Stormy. Nice one.
Nice
you
one.
good, Stormy. You good.
Go. Nice, Storm. Nice, very nice, bro.
Push bot this one.
What the heck? Ah,
Nice one.
nice try, bro.
13 ya. Nice try.
Nice.
Can?
Martis.
I taking bot.
Martis. Nice.
Go, no, listen to me. No figure, don't scare. Just hold the bush.
I saw you. I noticed.
I go.
Oh, very nice one. Martis. Skill Martis.
One by one, guys.
May tunta.
Alright, a very interesting mic check right there. Especially you can count on Miku's command, Miku's voice to always be in SMG's mic check. But let's take a look at SMG's side first of all. Towers being taken 9. Every single neutral objective was on their side. 4 lost, 3 turtles, and the mob boss was being taken by them, showing a good gameplay of aggression, but at the same time focusing on the objectives at the same time.
Yeah, and I think, you know, with the lineup that they actually have and the items that they have, for me, I'm surprised that Miko was like, you know what, guys? Starlium Sight.
Why not?
I'll show them.
Like, honestly, I stand by what I said during the game. This man needs to change his name to start with S. That was sicko mode, 100%. SMG looking good here.
I mean, with the addition of Nico and Saksa also, he did not need to do any much. He just went in, energy eruption. If anyone is low, yes, the Emperor's Wrath is there, but it wasn't quick enough because Stormy is gonna steal the kill with the Mystic Gush. Miko is gonna steal the kill with the Primal Ultimate as well. But then again, Iritel, Sasa, as similar to game number 1, Staffa did mention if Sasa doesn't need to do much, you know SMG is having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, the Primal Wrath was already pretty difficult to deal with, but the fact is, when you look over to the Homeboys lineup, right, you can't imagine that Franco, at any point of time, could have turned this around for the team. But unfortunately, Team SMG was honed on making sure that Zorn did not feel comfortable at all. You land the hook, I'm gonna kill you for it, which is so strange.
Not only that, man, Chibi again. Game number 1, almost 6-7 death. Game number 2, similar as well. So yes, we can be hypercritical on Zorn, but we gotta be hypercritical on Chibi as well. Both games, with the Martis, with the Fedrin, did not play it well.
It's unbelievable to see this kind of performance from the Homeboys because, like you mentioned, Chibi, you don't expect this from him. This is one of the best junglers in MPL MY, and he's being destroyed every single time. It seems like we may have hit on the spot Homeboys' weakness here. That early game, if it doesn't go well for them, things just fall apart.
I mean, 20 minutes was taken for SMG to end the game, but in terms of total kills, it wasn't much. 13 versus 3 kills by the side of Homeboys. And looking at the damage there as well, most of it is going to come obviously by Stormy. 73,000 by the Mystic Projectile, by the Mystic Injection, especially by the Mystic Gush. But again, Sasa just calm and collected. I like the way he plays this game. Yes, he doesn't need to do too much, but he still had the responsibility to farm up his item and be in all of the team fight because he knows he's another secondary damage dealer besides Stormy.
Absolutely agree here. And once we start jumping into the highlights, it's great that we heard from the mic check itself what SMG's communication starts to sound like, because we're seeing that Sasa is actually stepping up and making sure that he's microing the rest of his teams, making those final calls, but he's paying attention to the smaller details. Somebody needs to hold the wave, make sure you don't lose your flicker, consistently reminding the rest of his team what they shouldn't be losing in these engagements.
I want to see on the top side, how did Stormy still get the kill on Sapat just now? Still
I want to see that, yeah.
He probably Mystic Gushed in his face. Sapat thought he could kill, goes back in, Stormy flickers away while using the Mystic Gush and kills him with the true damage.
Stormy just walks away, not looking at the explosion, and says, while taking off sunglasses, all according to plan.
Oh man, I feel bad for Zon, not gonna lie. I feel bad. You're okay there, my guy.
I want to kill myself. I want to find some rope after this one.
No, I mean, I feel bad for Zon. The amount of hooks that he lands is... there are some good hooks, but as you mentioned, Gideon, it doesn't even matter because it's not a confirmed kill by the Homeboys, even if Zon land those hooks right there.
Yeah, it's super frustrating to see because every time you see the Bloody Hunt, it's going to get cancelled almost no matter what. But coming to the standings here, right now, Team SMG with 2 points secured. That's going to shoot them right up into the standings. And now in contention for 3rd to 5th place.
I like this. Everyone is close, within vicinity of each other. Hug, SMG, Homeboys, and Todak all sharing 5 points right now. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, as we can see, RSG, MY, Red Esports, MPNC are still within, touching distance between one and another.
Yeah, it is still the start of the season, of course. We still got plenty more weeks of games to see, but we're already seeing how hierarchies are being established. Some teams surprising us, some teams not quite living up to expectations. And I think we just have an exciting Season 12 to continue onwards with, because this was the highlight match. We thought it would be close, but it was anything but.
Speaking of expectation, did that meet your expectation right there?
Honestly, Game 1, probably yes. Game 2, not at all. It was crazy. Honestly, if you guys were thinking about insights, maybe you've heard of these two casters. It's going to be Sunfrost as well as betel, who have been nominated for the SAM 100 plus Sports Commentator Award. So use that QR code, scan it as quick as you can, because it's not just about the personalities that are being awarded, it's the MLBB community that's being awarded here. So make sure, quickly, send your votes in.
For those you guys are watching from Philippines, Indonesia, Cambodia, Myanmar.
Yeah, join that as well.
We can help you.
Help us.
You guys love LaFell, right?
Come on, who doesn't love LaFell, right?
Yeah, who doesn't love LaFell and Sunfrost here?
Yeah, of course, we all love them. But yeah, I mean, vote for them, guys, all jokes aside. But yeah, speaking of expectation, Gideon, game number 1 didn't match your expectation. How about you, Steffa? How about the match series just now? But before you answer that, we're gonna give a shout out because we are nearing our Independence Day, right? So make sure you guys join TikTok and stand a chance to win a share of, wow, am I reading that right? 2 million!
2 million, wow!
2 million diamonds in MLBB! And also, don't forget the hashtag of #ML Hari Kebangsaan. So, just, make a TikTok trend, put a hashtag in, and stand a chance to win a share of, again, 2 million.
Honestly, I was hoping that they would change the text to be like a lifetime amount of diamonds. 2 million is pretty close to that.
That's pretty close. We're gonna be pretty rich if we're able to get a share of that. So I imagine all of you guys are gonna want a slice of that delicious pie. Speaking about delicious happenings, we're gonna have one more match to end the day.
Yes, it's the battle of these two states right now, Selangor and Negeri Sembilan. Selangor Red Giants up against MPNC. I mean, one more match for the day. A lot more in store for us, but Gideon, any prediction scores? Any predictions?
Any predictions
Yeah,
here?
for this game?
I'm going to say 2-0 in favor of SRG.
Oh! Are you gonna in the same boat as Mr. Gideon?
Just based on performance, I would have to agree, but I'm gonna play a little bit. I think it's 2-1. I think NC is gonna put up a fight because they have history, these two teams. They know each other.
Being the best talent and won MPL Season 10 as well, I'm gonna go for MPNC. I just have an iffy feeling that they're gonna step up. I mean, this again, it's not just about winning those 3 points. It's on the stakes. But it's a battle between these two states. Which is the better state right now? Selangor or Negeri Sembilan? I mean, they are not far.
You're gonna put those stakes on it?
Yes!
That's inciting civil war so early. It's only week 2, bro. It's only week 2.
Come on, we gotta put a stamp on it. This is the moment for these two teams to stand out. But hey, we gotta take a break. We gotta take a breather right now. So you guys will stay tuned for more actions on MPL Malaysia Season 12. Game week number 2. See you guys later.
Hai semua dan selamat kembali kepada SERU Saturday Hot Link Meet and Greet. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose and of course a lucky friend daripada Red Esports. Hi, hello. Hi. What's your name? Lia. Okay, Lia. Hari ni you datang sokong pasukan Red, tapi siapa favourite player awak? Red QT. Red QT. Kenapa Red QT? Nasib. Alright, so nanti you boleh bagi kata-kata sokongan atau you boleh tanya soalan dekat dia. Nak jumpa dia tak? Alright, let's go. Hi, hello. Hi, hello. I nak bawa fan Red. Asal ada cerit-cerit. Sorry. Red, stand up. Okay. So, this is Lia. Dia cakap dia fan Ren. Apa Ren nak cakap?
Terima kasih.
Okay. You nak tanya ke, nak bagi sokongan ke apa dekat Ren ke dekat Red ke? Silakan.
Nak tanya Kim.
Oh, nak tanya Kim. Kim sini. Sini. Sebelah. Alright.
Okay. Apa perasaan dapat main minggu ni and apa kata-kata untuk Team Hub untuk esok?
Happy sebab dapat main hari ni. Untuk Team Hub esok, Iris jangan rasa dia tengah MVP sekarang untuk Sabtu. Aaron tak dibantai dia.
setuju tak?
100% setuju.
100% setuju. Alright, I nampak you nak bagi something.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Wow. Tunjuk dekat kamera guys. Champion Season 12. Ni pula autograph of the entire Red Esports team. Alright guys, jangan lupa join the fan club of Red Esports. And with that being said, I will see you guys on the next game. Bye!
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Hai semua dan selamat kembali kepada SERU Saturday Hot League Meet and Greet. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose and of course a lucky friend daripada Red Esports. Hi, hello. Hi. What's your name? Lia. Okay, Lia. Hari ni you datang sokong pasukan Red, tapi siapa favourite player awak? Red QT. Red QT. Kenapa Red QT? Nasib. Alright, so nanti you boleh bagi kata-kata sokongan atau you boleh tanya soalan dekat dia. Nak jumpa dia tak? Alright, let's go. Hi, hello. Hi, hello. I nak bawa fan Red. Asal ada cerit-cerit? Sorry. Red, stand up. Okay. So, this is Lia. Dia cakap dia fan Ren. Apa Ren nak cakap?
Terima kasih.
Okay. You nak tanya ke nak nak bagi sokongan ke apa-apa dekat Ren ke dekat Red ke, silakan.
Nak tanya Kim.
Oh, nak tanya Kim. Kim sini. Sini. Sebelah. Alright.
Okay, apa perasaan dapat main minggu ni and apa kata-kata untuk tim Hub untuk esok?
happy sebab dapat main hari ni. Untuk tim Hub esok, Iris jangan rasa dia tengah MVP sekarang untuk Sabtu. Aaron tak dibantai dia.
Setuju tak?
100% setuju.
100% setuju. Alright, I nampak you nak bagi something. Okay. Wow. Wow. Tunjuk dekat kamera, guys. Champion Season 12. Ni pula autograph of the entire Red Esports team. Alright guys, jangan lupa join the fan club of Red Esports. And with that being said, I will see you guys on the next game. Bye!
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? time before she gets it. Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Ini Malaysia lah.
Hai semua dan selamat kembali kepada SERU Saturday Hot League Meet and Greet. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose and of course a lucky friend daripada Red Esports. Hi, hello. Hi. What's your name? Lia. Okay, Lia. Hari ni you datang sokong pasukan Red, tapi siapa favourite player awak? Red QT. Red QT. Kenapa Red QT? Nasib. Alright, so nanti you boleh bagi kata-kata sokongan atau you boleh tanya soalan dekat dia. Nak jumpa dia tak? Alright, let's go. Hi, hello. Hi, hello. I nak bawa fan Red. Asal ada cerit-cerit? Sorry. Red, stand up. Okay. So, this is Lia. Dia cakap dia fan Ren. Apa Ren nak cakap?
Terima kasih.
Okay. You nak tanya ke, nak bagi sokongan ke apa dekat Ren ke dekat Red ke? Silakan. Nak tanya Kim. Oh, nak tanya Kim. Kim sini. Sini. Sebelah. Alright.
Okay, apa perasaan dapat main minggu ni and apa kata-kata untuk tim Hub untuk esok?
Happy sebab dapat main hari ni. Untuk tim Hub esok, Iris jangan rasa dia tengah MVP sekarang untuk Sabtu. Aaron tak dibantai dia.
setuju tak?
100% setuju.
100% setuju. Alright, I nampak you nak bagi something. Okay. Wow. Wow. Tunjuk dekat kamera guys. Champion Season 12. Ni pula autograph of the entire Red Esports team. Alright guys, jangan lupa join the fan club of Red Esports. And with that being said, I will see you guys on the next game. Bye!
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? rockstar or she gets it. Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain. Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Play like a pro with ROG Phone 7. The Republic of Gamers is the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan untuk SERU Saturday, kita dah dekat match terakhir untuk hari ini. Manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan Selangor Red Giants dan juga MPNC. Negeri mana yang lagi kuat dekat MPL Malaysia kita ni? So guys, I nak tanya audience sebenarnya. Audience rasa negeri mana yang lagi kuat? Wow, alright. There are answers, okay? Ada. Tapi bukan up to us to decide siapa atau negeri mana yang lebih kuat. It's up to the players. Alright guys, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready for the last match of the day? Alright, so with that, mari kita jemput Selangor Red Giants ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Berjaya membawa pula 2 mata untuk mengekalkan takhta Liga semalam. Hari ini mereka kembali untuk meneruskan dominasi. Adakah pasukan ini berjaya membuktikan mereka pasukan terkuat musim ini? Mari kita nantikan Selangor Red Giants. And now, the contender, MPNC. Kembali ke musim ini dengan nafas baru, MPNC masih cuba mencari chemistry antara pemain. Hanya membawa pulang 1 mata pada minggu pertama. Adakah Coach Pozan akan membawa meta unik sekali lagi untuk meraih kemenangan? Let us see. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesultanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of God. Alright, this is the battle of the states. Battle of negeri dalam MPL Malaysia. Pasukan mana lagi pandai? Lagi pedas and honestly lagi spicy dalam taunting. I nak tahu. I'm pretty sure semua orang juga nak tahu. So before I throw it to the casters, Dewan Sri Putra. Are you guys ready? And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
All right, welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 12, week number 2, where we have a big match on our head. Selangor Red Giants up against MPNC. But on this, we have myself, Adin, joining me, Sadafa, as well as Gideon. But man, a lot of states is on the line.
Really, a lot of states are on the line right now. Green Sembilan versus Selangor, the hometown favorites right now. And SRG is on one hell of a hot streak.
That is true, but no, they did actually face quite the competition when they were up against Team Secret at the start of the week, which is something a lot of people were not expecting. I think that's less on Red Giants and more on Secret suddenly picking things up, but it shows that there are still some chinks in the armor. They're obviously coming into this as the favorites right now at the top of the charts, but anything can happen.
On a winning streak right now, will MPNC be able to break that win streak? We shall see later on. Meanwhile, MPNC did not start off really well, but then again, it's not too bad as well. I feel like they're still finding their footing, they're still finding their momentum in this MPL Season 12.
I can definitely agree with that sentiment. But again, they're one of the few teams that actually gets to play the Hanzo. They play Sun Jungle before. They've also played Hanzo Jungle as well. Both having its good and bad. The Sun one really, really hurts to watch, but the Hanzo, interesting to see, right? Off-meta junglers is kind of the way that Sonic wants to go right now. I don't know if he's going to commit to it, or maybe it's just to buy time for Mali as well as Hawk to actually jump on in with the lineup.
Yeah, definitely, but we shall see later on what, in terms of drafting, shall commence between these two matches. But for all of this watching right now, we are celebrating our Independence Day, so might as well join in MLBB to celebrate this Independence Day, where you guys can log in into the game and claim a special Hari Merdeka emote voiced by 3 MPL MY players. But make sure this event is gonna last between 24th of August up until 6th of September.
Yeah, sounds like a pretty good deal to me. I got caught a little odd surprise here because I didn't know we were having something so special happening for our Independence Day. We get an emote, we get something cool, we get a little bit of voice lines from the players as well. So I'm looking forward to it personally, and I'm definitely making sure to log in so that I can grab it for myself.
When our voice line is going to be in MLBB?
That's true.
Yeah, don't hope too much for it. Don't hope too much for it. But what you can hope for is predicting who the MPL MVP is going to be. Scan the QR code and select which one of these players is going to take it away. And more importantly, who's going to be the most valuable player by the end of that game. Is it going to be a series of 3, or is it only going to be a 2-0? Only one way to find out. But my prediction says that SRG probably has a significant advantage here, right? Super Red has been looking so very consistent. One of the key players of the team, on top of the fact that Gojus has been getting some insane engagements.
I definitely agree. On paper, it does look like it's going to be an SRG scheme, but we cannot count out MPNC, as I mentioned, still trying to find their footing, and I feel like there is a bit of change in terms of their lineup. Most likely, Mali is going to be playing today. We'll see how it pans out later on. But although before we end the segment just now, I did mention that I have a feeling of MPNC is going to win, but now I'm feeling quite iffy. I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling a bit iffy of my prediction right now. But let's take a look at the lineup for Selangor Red Giants. First of all, who's gonna be playing? It's gonna be Super Zug, Super Red, Super Gorgeous, Super Pancake, and Super Skies.
I like how you add super to Pancake even though it's not actually there, because this is a super lineup here from the Selangor Red Giants. Very consistent right now at the top of the charts. There's a lot of eyes on this team because despite their performance, you kind of forget that these are still somewhat rookies on the stage, only made their debut in the MPL last season, and yet look how far they've come.
I think they've come a very, very long way, you know? They're an exciting team to watch when they're new, but the same can be said about MPNC right now with Sonic, Hawk, Zaz, Mali-chan, as well as Yeah with the lineup. I'm interested to see in the dynamic of Hawk as well as Mali-chan. Mali in the mid lane seems rather interesting because he was known for his roamers and enchanter style supports. Maybe they're going with the Angela this time around with hard engage from Hawk?
If that is the case, I'm pretty sure Selangor Red Giants would be able to read that move immediately, right? But I feel like there is something up in MPNC sleeve, hence why they brought in Mali. Could be a different kind of hero pool we can see on the mid side, but we shall see. This is I feel like it's like a lunatics lineup between
similar.
Dakus and Isha Ohana, right?
But I think it's different in the sense that Mali actually has some roots in being able to play mage heroes. We haven't seen as much of it, but comparatively, I think it will open up their hero pool a bit more, even though it looks like they're going for a double roll.
We shall see later on because, again, it's not just about the battle of the states, battle of the players, it's about the coaches as well. I mean, again, on paper, Selangor Red Giant has the more, I would say, what's the word I'm looking for here? A more established, experienced coach in comparison with MPNC, who is Fauzan, who was or who used to be a player, but right now becoming a coach. Would that be better? I mean, you have experience as a player as well, now becoming a coach.
I think it's always good to have more experience, right? Broaden your horizons, be able to relate with the players, especially when you're giving them advice about how you should how you should move around the map, and more importantly, just raw communication, right? It's easier to imagine that, yes, he used to be my ex-teammate, now he is my coach, therefore there's an inbuilt respect there.
But there's also some risk to it because you do get a lot of value from the perspective of someone who looks at it not from a player's point of view, because you already have 5 people on the stage looking at it with that player POV. They experience things, they understand things. You need a different perspective, and that's what Arcadia has been bringing. Azorveki obviously used to be a player himself, but he's had a lot of growing time in between too.
I'm just gonna jump the gun a bit here. I'm gonna talk about just a bit about the transfer window for next week, right? Do you think Selangor Red Giants need to have any additional players to maybe just mix up their own playing style, afraid of people might be able to read them?
I mean, they could look for some hard upgrades. They could switch out Skies for like Kyrie.
I mean,
wow.
I mean, they're basically the same person. Like, Skies really respects Kyrie, follows his builds to a T. I would, if they had their hands on it. I'm just saying.
Skies is just the past version of Kyrie.
He's the after image.
The other part, I'm pretty sure everyone wants to get a hands on Kyrie. It doesn't even matter. It could be an MPL team or non-MPL team as well. But okay, let's talk about the draft as the game begins right now. Selangor Red Giants on the blue side, MPNC is on the red side. Angela as well as Kaja is going to get banned out by Selangor Red Giant. You did mention about this Angela pick for Mali, but it's going to be denied by Selangor Red Giants, Gideon.
Yep, straight away. I mean, Selangor Red Giants, every single one of their matchups, they've known, hey, you play a very limited set of heroes, that's no issue with us. We're just going to hard target them and then start bleeding out into the other areas of the draft. And then when you recognize, man, this is really punishable, game 2, game 3, Coach Arcadia, he adapts and he adapts fast.
That's the experience talking there. Having that international exposure, having all those years under his belt has been really escalating Red Giants to different levels. One thing to note is that these two teams are familiar with one another. They had their roots in the Tier 2 scene, both debuting in Season 11. Yet look at the gap, the rift that's been created between them now.
I agree. I mean, look at Selangor Red Giants' ban right now. It's most likely specifically targeted, right? Angela taking away from Mali, Harith taking away from Zaf right now. So it's a very, very interesting ban. It opens up a lot of heroes for Selangor Red Giants to pick up for their first pick. The most common one would be either Fredrin or Martis, or maybe they could flex it a bit by picking up an X-Borg for the first pick.
Agreed. I think the mid lane is actually vastly open right now. I mean, we're already seeing at least one mid lane mage already banned out. In that case, it's going to be the Farsa, which leaves so much on the table. Valentina, the Yves. I would argue that we might even see another Gord.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, safe pick up Valentina, right? No matter whatever MPNC throws at Selangor Red Giants, Valentina has all the answer with the IMU. But question is, what is gonna be thrown out by MPNC by their first 2 picks? Knowing that Mali Heroes pool maybe limited if we're talking about the mid lane, right? So maybe securing Mali's hero right now could be the best idea.
I think it's a double-edged sword. Securing it now is going to confirm all the suspicions coming in from Coach Arcadia. At least you'll know what to look for in the upcoming game. You see the Mikito get locked in as well as the Claude. I mean, have a flex pick, make sure that Zavs actually has a decent matchup, because keep in mind, he's up against Super Red, and he's been one of the more consistent gold laners. He hardly loses lane, and even if he falls behind, it's only by an 800 gold margin before he flips it.
And speaking of Super Red, we got PH represent there. A lot of support for Super Red and Pancake coming into MPL MY. And I agree with you, it's terrifying, this prospect, to go up against Super Red in lane, especially comparing the differences in experience. But I do feel like Zavs has some potential here. Though I am curious, Red Giants banning out the Harif. I feel like they baited NC into grabbing that Claude, because it's basically saying, if you don't take it, we are going to. We already banned the counter, and now that they have that, they go for the more flexible Beatrix instead.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very, very good mind games coming in from Coach Arcadia, right? But right now, both teams haven't secured their, I would say, quote-unquote, aroma as of now, with catching ability, with setup ability as well. I mean, Kaja has been banned out, Franco is still there, Kufra is still there, so are they, as in NC, gonna go and pick up the Roma right now? Or, again, securing Mali's hero for the mid lane?
It really boils down to whether or not, where is the, who's going to be the priority, the focus for the side of MPNC? Are they just holding back until they actually have a jungle pick, an off-meta jungle pick for Sonic, or is it going to be revolving around this mid lane? You can't do both, unfortunately. There's not a lot of, I would say there's not a lot of flex picks that actually suit that position.
I'm quite surprised to see whenever Fedrin is being picked up, no one wants to pick Export as like a good counter to Fedrin jungle, right? But maybe, just maybe, they are afraid that what if this Fedrin is being flexed onto the EXP lane side, hence why Export is not picked up by NC. Meanwhile, Edith is the main idea right now, should be the roamer for NC.
I don't know, I just feel like Sonic is allergic to meta junglers or something. He just doesn't want it, even though it would be a pretty solid counter here. But we will see. The truth of the matter is that Fredrin can still be flexed, but I don't think so, because you're just limiting what Super Gojis is capable of. He wants to be aggro, he wants to win the matchup, instead of just standing there and soaking damage.
Yeah, let's not forget that so far he's been consistently playing, at least getting his hands on Terizla in the majority of the games that he's played thus far. And I think, you know, Terizla being able to jump on top of key targets, especially if Claude wants to get really aggressive with it, even better, right? So Boxia gets banned out for the side of Selangor Red Giants, and they're making sure, if and only if Sonic wants to play a meta jungler, let's take it away, because it's oppressive. The overall idea, Sonic is an oppressive style of jungler when he is ahead, when he is behind, assuming that he gets to play Hanzo, because that's our only data pool, he will stall out this game with high ground defense.
When MPL Season 12 starts, right, we've seen a lot of, you know, Terizla, Pakito EXP, Edith EXP, but lately we haven't seen a lot of clue. What happened to that hero? Fall out of a cliff or something?
It has kind of fallen off a little bit, right? A lot of teams stray away from it, because now it's like, okay, we're looking for people who can peel, but who can actually engage. And Glue, unfortunately, doesn't fall into that category. He's really great at peeling people away, really good at following up upon predetermined CC, but that also is a testament to where the mid lane and roamer relationship in the meta right now consists of. Artillery mages, people who can actually affect the wave more than anything else.
Because of that, Glue falls out because a lot of his counters in lane have grown in the meta. He's bad against Xborg, he's bad against Terizla, against Yuzong, because it gives him so much stuff to heal off of. So you can see how hero interactions can change because of that. But speaking of these heroes, Terizla is banned out by NC, so they respect that on Gojek. And Red Giants respect the Hanzo. The Baxia as well. We have to note, in Season 11, the Baxia jungle was Sonic's most successful hero because it changed the entire way that their team played, from a more slow early game to instantly rotating around and ganking.
It just shows that Selangor Red Giants did their homework really well. Hanzo banned out, Baxia banned out, Zaf's Harith banned out, Mali's Angela banned out. So it does give a big question mark to MPSNC, because we know Sonic, as Sadafa mentioned, strays away from the tank jungle. assassin that are left still, you know, the likes of Hayabusa, Lancelot, Link, but the counter is still within Selangor Red Giant, especially the Kufra or the Ruby.
The Let's find out, right? Because first we do get to see get locked in, so at least we know what Mali is going to be looking to play around. Hawk, on the other hand, we still don't know yet with the double flex pick in this Edith as well as the Paquito. We don't know if Paquito is going into the jungle or whether Edith is going to take the roam role or EXP role. But finally, we see Selangor Red Giants. They got to finish off their comp.
Lapu-Lapu should be for Gorgeous right now. I mean, if we are looking at a historical draft, right, Lapu-Lapu should be the idea. Unless you want to go for something really, really different. A better data is still there. What else?
Franco. I mean, I feel like Selangor Red Giants is going to hand off Fredrin over to Gojas, right?
Okay.
They're going to be finding a different style of jungler and then locking the Franco for themselves. So it's Franco plus X.
Franco Link could be a good idea here.
Still don't like giving Gojas Fredrin though. It doesn't like allow him to play, but looks like it's what they're going to do.
Okay.
Ooh, the Minotaur.
Interesting. So at least they have a guaranteed knockup for the Blazing Duet. They're able to kind of table turn fights when we do see the real world manipulation get deployed. So at least Selangor Red Giants, their counter engage is devastating.
I mean, with the IMU on Super Zack can steal out the Yift's ultimate, you know, to add on to the Minion's Fury, which Pancake will be able to use on later to cancel out the Blazing Duet. So it's a lot of counter engagement and also it's a lot of initiating abilities coming in from SRG.
It denies it from Hawk too. He actually played a really mean Minotaur the other day. So lots of respect here from Red Giants. They understand that these are their rivals from Tier 2 scene. And so you're going to be closing things out with that Mortis pickup, most likely going into the jungle. So Sonic going for something that is a bit more meta this time.
Man, MPNC coming out with some pretty meta picks overall, with the final composition being very team fight oriented. I think, again, playing around Yeah might be a good idea, but it's about rotating quick, right? Hopefully he's able to leave his lane without taking too much damage.
I'm just afraid that SRG is a very brilliant team in terms of how they maneuver around this map and how they kite all these team fight abilities coming in from MPNC. So MPNC, if they want to have a good clean fight, first of all, positioning must be good, and the initiating ability coming in from either Hawk or either Yeah later on.
Rivalry, pride, and multiple stakes for their states are on the line here as the Selangor Red Giants face off against MPXNC in Game 1 of our final match today here in Week 2, Day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys keep your hands and legs in the vehicle at all times, because we're in for a wild ride.
We're going to start off with SRG doing their purple buff in comparison to MPNC, starting off on the orange side. They're mirroring each other, so they'll end up on the same side of the map, which is going to be EXP when they're getting closer to level 4. In the meantime, right, I'm trying to figure out where exactly is Pancake, what is Pancake going to do in this state? Is he going to look to force something out, or is he just going to mirror the Edith this entire game?
I feel like in the early stages, Pancake should just mirror the Edith, just go wherever she goes, to just denying the rotation, denying any engagement coming in from onward or Earth Shatter. But as the game progresses, if Super Red has a good lead and a good itemization, achieve his power spike early on, I feel like Pancake should be the one making the first move, making the initiation first, knowing that Super Red has that ability to follow up. But it all depends on how this game progresses later on.
Well, let's also talk about the interaction between the supports, right? If Edith does decide to use the onward into Earth Shatter, and it lands on specifically the Minotaur, that might just be baiting his team. His team might think, oh yeah, this is no problem, we can jump on top of it. No problem, Minoan Fury, I'm immune to CC, and I can just flicker into your backline, which is a huge problem. So keep in mind, there's a lot of nuances that MPNC has to kind of think about when approaching team fights.
They gotta have solid trigger fingers here.
Oh,
because
yeah.
it's a very obvious thing. You see your Edith roam, grab someone, throw him over your shoulder, it's like, it's go time. But they need to hold back on that instinct if it is that Minotaur, because they will not have the tools to stop him from ulting. So what's going to be important here, I think, is for NC to actually start creating some momentum before you hit that level 4 mark, because that is where Minotaur will contribute more than the Edith.
I mean, it also depends on what Zach steals, what kind of ultimate he steals, right? Is it gonna be the RWM or is it gonna be the decimation coming in from Sonic? So that one would determine what kind of playing style that SRG is gonna proceed in this game. But looking at the early game aggression, my bet is on Selangor Red Giants. But then again, looking at MPNC with Yves and Edith, they also have quite similar power spike in terms of the early aggression. What do you think about it?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I think that, you know, in terms, when you compare the composition side by side, there's a lot of similarities, but the only dynamic that honestly changes in this particular case is EXP, on playing on this Paquito in comparison to playing with the Minotaur on the side of SRG, right? You can tell. The overall dynamic when you have the Minotaur is all about that team fight.
Yep.
But when you do, in a matter of fact, have the Paquito, you can start making plays across the map because you clear faster. So I would expect along these lines that needs to kind of be the driving force for MPXNC, especially affecting the mid lane and hopefully punishing Zach QT sometime in these next 3 minutes or so.
Well, we do see Super Zack steal the lead though, even in a 2v3 situation, so that's already a small win for them, but it's NC who are farming up right now. Slight land for lead.
Look at the emblem right now for MPNC. 4 of their 5 members all is like go time right now, focusing on movement speed as one of their sub-emblem, I would say. So, I mean, good for them to be able to catch on their enemies as well as if they need to run away from their own enemies.
Absolutely here.
Ooh, they get the onward. Super Zack has overextended, and Sonic with the first blood. That Decimate secures a kill.
The absolute disrespect coming in from Super Zack. He cannot be doing these moves. He really needs to hit level 4. And now that it's delayed, I think MPXNC have opened up an opportunity to actually snowball out of control, assuming they get this upcoming turtle.
They have to be a bit more aggressive. They know that they have this a good lead that they had killing off Zack and delaying that level 4, but it all depends on this Lord Dance. Pancake is over there, on behind is also available right now.
The cow gonna get tossed over the shoulder, gets earth shattered as Skies drops low thanks to Will he get it? Yep, it's gonna be the Lancelot securing the turtle for the Selangor Red Giants, and MPXNC doesn't want any trouble, gonna back off.
I just hate it, man. I mean, Super Sky just walks in, okay, free turtle, bye. I'm gonna go back to my jungle and farm away.
Well, I mean, that's what happens when you get distracted on what's the main objective here for Sonic.
Ali-chan could be in danger, but no more CC. He'll be fine. Zavs, though, gonna be dropped to low HP as well.
Yeah, I mean, Zabs, he really needs a lot of help here. Like, Super Red is gonna make sure that this lane is gonna be painful for him, and more importantly so, the level lead as well. It's really not helping the situation at all.
I mean, Zaf having a hard time getting his own farm on the top lane. Super Red applying much pressure on this Cloud, but over on the mid side, Sonic not a problem getting that Little Wanderer. Look at
Earth Shatter into the knockout strike. Super Zack still alive though, as Pancake with the Minuan Fury gonna zone out MPXNC. Gorgeous in the back line, taunt out Mali-chan to make sure he won't be popping that ultimate anytime soon. Still no kills here.
Yeah, a little frustrating for Super Skies because, again, it's like, wow, everything is set up so beautifully. They're below 50%. I go in, I don't do enough damage. And he did take adaptive damage on top of everything else. So as of this moment, he knows that it's not go time for him.
Oh, he's actually a nice dash to finish things off as Skies full combos Mali-chan to death in the mid lane.
Beautiful. That's what you want to see, especially when you're up against a Yves. If you can put that Yves behind, even better.
I mean, you just need one item from Super Sky to allow him to go a bit more aggressive to deal those kind of damage, right? But Selangor Red Giants right now, 4th minute mark, I would expect them to be just a bit more aggressive, knowing that Super Red is, I would say, winning his lane really well, but not enough pressure on Zaf, still allowing this Cloud to farm out his own item. Hawk, gotta be careful right there.
Get knocked up a little bit, but no damage. They don't want to invest on this. They know the Edith is actually a bigger threat to them than they think, as gonna be knocking Super Skies back with the knockout strike. He dashes through all of their members, through the turtle as well. But he's not going to be able to contest this, as is still chasing him down, making sure he cannot get close. Real Meditation comes out. Hawk going to get the knock up onto Pancake. Will it be enough though? Turtle dropping low. Super Skies comes on in, steals it away in exchange for his life. Decimate going to miss, actually lands on the wrong target, and that will cost Sonic his life as well. As now Hawk, the Primal Wrap will not save him, gets squished in one fell stroke by Super Coaches, and the penetrate into Nibiru's allows Super Red to pick up one for himself as well.
Beautifully done. Now Super Red has a significant lead against Zobs, who's going to be playing a little bit of catch-up despite not losing his lane too hard. And this is great because Pancake denied the kill from the Paquito at the same time. Having to use his flicker is a little sad, but hey, it's not the end of the world. He's got to wait 72 more seconds before he can make a significant play. And at the same time, once his flicker comes online, the turtle will be spawning.
I mean, the macro and macro gameplay coming in from Super Red was on point. The trigger fingers as well, allowing himself to use double ultimate kill off MPNC members. And looking at the lead, 2k lead on the 5th minute mark before the second turtle pops up, but Hawk is isolated here. Pancake and Super Sky is trying to cut off his escape. Forces out the Primal Wrap as Super Zack comes in. Real world manipulation from the Valentina to secure the kill. Not allowing Hawk to get out of that one.
A huge deterrent. Now MPNC, they can't really do much here. Zobs is just forced underneath his own turret, and even so, without any support whatsoever, now Slanger Red Giants are going to come online and they're going to start sieging down these tier 1s.
Not looking good for MPNC right now. The only saving grace, well, not the only saving, one of their saving grace right now is just to chill a bit, let Zaf farm up his own item, let him get his power spike, let Mali as well get his power spike, but Super Skies.
Beautiful dashing, beautiful iframes, making sure that even being tossed over the shoulder, it doesn't matter. He's able to dash out, steal the purple buff, and not take any damage at all.
Steal the purple buff, managed to steal all of the turtles as well. I mean, what more do you want from this young jungle right now?
Well, hopefully he's able to, I don't know, maybe get a Maniac?
Re-engage. Hawk with a nice engage. You see the Mortal Coil come out, pushing Super Skies and Goja's back. Hawk forced the flicker away. Real world manipulation, trying to lock out the Red Giants. Super Goja's token being picked up as Super Skies is not going to be able to escape. Gets punished right there as Red Giants lose 2. NC gonna work on the turtle as the rest of Red Giants pushing down the bot lane. Super Zack, the only one still in the area. This may be a bad choice though. He may want to back out of here.
I mean, he's getting a bit of damage in, but nothing relevant. And the fact that he doesn't have the real world manipulation, instead has the decimate, he can't really influence how this turtle goes. Oh?
I don't think so. No. Don't fight this right now.
I was wondering whether MPNC was like, we gotta get something.
I was like heavy complimenting Super Skies right there before he got killed by Ye with the Paquito, but still a good showing by both sides. MPNC still within the game, although the goal is not in the favor of themselves. But you know, slowly but slowly as well, just chipping away the goalie of Selangor Red Giants. Super Gorgeous, good energy eruption against Hawk, but again, not enough damage to take down this ED just yet.
They're not gonna invade again, right? Okay, so Super Skies, he's not part of this. He's going towards the top side of the map where the majority of the members from Selangor Red Giants are creating a barrier to make sure that Super Red can conveniently push this bottom side.
I mean, whatever it takes, right? Whatever it takes. Selangor Red Giants right now, they are controlling the map. They are dictating the tempo as of now, but what more can they do? I mean, just trying to control the map is just not enough. They need that middle turret, but...
Ooh, Hawk gonna eat the Renner's apathy as he pops the Primal Wrap to avoid decimation. Survives all of it. Blazing the wet from Zounds, dropping Super Zack low, and they'll find him as the Mirror Fury comes a bit too late to save his life. MPNC now taking some names for themselves.
Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. He was so very close. I can understand the sentiment why Super Zack wanted to go for the decimate. It looked like it was a good amount of help, but well played. Coming in from Hawk.
Super Gorgeous, he's in danger here. He's actually taking a lot of damage. He has to flicker out. That's another resource used by the Red Giants.
Why is he just eating these shots? And better yet, why is he taking such a dangerous path, even though he knows that his members are already down? And if it breaks out into a fight, it's 4v5. He shouldn't be there in the first place.
I mean, because he can, because he is Fredrid. He's strong, but not as strong as Pancake right now. Getting onward by Hawk, but Hawk is gonna get jumped.
Energy eruption keeping him in place. Primal Wrap into the flicker. The Edith is out. Sky is dropping him very low. Renner's apathy doesn't find its mark. and Red Giants are not able to find anything yet again.
Almost there, but just not quite there yet. But right now, the lot then is going to commence while Super Gorgeous is just beating out this lot. Looking at the position from MPNC, Mali quite in a prime position to pop the RWM to just catch out Selangor Red Giants. Meanwhile, SRG respecting the distance, maintaining a good amount of distance between them and MPNC.
Yep, so Selangor Red Giants are going to do what they traditionally do around these neutrals. They let Super Gorgeous just tank it up. He's Fredrin, so it's totally fine. And now they're waiting for some kind of motion to happen as they dance around this Lord. Look, bottom side, again, Lancelot, he's rebuffing, he's passing it over. He's passing over that orange over to Super Red. So as they start approaching this fight, he's going to show up mid, and if it prompts a movement from MPXNC, that's more than enough information.
I mean, who's gonna pull first right now? Because
Looks like it's Hawk. He finds Pancake. Minwin Fury gonna be denied because he's died instantly. Hawk dropping low. Primal Wrath not gonna save him here as Super Skies will dash out to safety and Goja still forming the front line, but he's dropping real low. Decimate misses, but the kill still goes through. It's an exchange from Ali Chanzo and Sonic as well. Gonna be tanking the sniper shot. Skies looking for him, but misses out the Torn Bros. And yeah, overstays his welcome. Red Giants with the turnaround.
Beautifully played. A bit of a blunder coming in from Pancake, but he was just doing the best that he can in the situation. At least he got the slow down. At least he baited MPXNC into an all-out fight. They walk away 2 for 2 in terms of kills, but they walk away with something more important, which is the Lord, who is at least going to get them, I would say, a 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead, depending on how they play it out.
It was a follow-up coming in from SRG, right? I mean, yes, Pancake got caught out, but the follow-up was super quick. Reaction coming in from Selangor Red Giants and able for them to get a couple of kills on their own belt. Looking at the itemization right now, bit of aftertaste, BOD, Malefic Raw, physical penetration is the main idea coming in from Super Red. Meanwhile, Zav still trying his best to just emulate back the itemization, the trinity that he needs. The DHS, the Golden Stuff, as well as the Corrosion Sight coming in from Cloud.
I don't know if SRG is going to get more aggressive here. They do see Zavs in that
Wow,
mid
that's
lane.
a lot of damage.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get the punish, and even Super Gorgeous can recognize he is losing way too much health. Whoa!
Real manipulation right into the random execution as Skies comes in from their own jungle. Mali-chan gonna be standing there. He knows he's not gonna get out. Just buying time for his team in exchange for his life.
Gotta feel bad for Mali there. I mean, RWM used upon him, the Phantom Execution was used upon him, and then just one single skill hit coming in from Super Zeg, allowing him to get the kill onto Mali. And looking at MPNC, they have to back off right now because the lot is still not being dealt as of yet.
Well, they're going to take all the outer turrets, and so far, this has only developed into at least a 4.3k lead for the side of Selangor Red Giants. Not enough to close out the game just yet, but at least put them ahead for the upcoming lore, which I would imagine is by far the most important one. Second lore, significantly stronger, but Zavs, he's strong enough to actually deal with the lore by himself with the Trinity build pretty much completed.
I mean, not only that, I feel like...
Pancake flickers forward, but Minwin Fury not going to land. Some good disengage from MPXNC. Skies gonna be using his ult, gets caught out. He dashes through Hawk. Will he be able to escape? The answer is no. That's killing spree for Sonic. And now Red Giants are falling apart under the blazing duet. Zaz picks off another. There's gonna be another 2 deaths for the Red Giants, while Yeah is pushing the bottom lane.
That hurts a lot. One big mistake coming from Selangor Red Giants, and they are paying the ultimate price. I mean, Pancake, yes, good initiation, but the follow-up was just not there to be able to follow up by the minion spray from Pancake. And not only that, it hurts them a lot because 3 of their members was taken down.
Yeah, and now that gold lead that we were talking about earlier, non-existent, wasn't even there. MPXNC now take control, developing into a 2k lead almost, but without Flicker coming in from Pancake, he cannot set up this neutral objective, especially getting a knock-up on towards that back line.
I mean, the goal is swung over to MPNC side right now, and what a comeback. Again, slowly but surely by MPNC. Nonetheless, the next lot is going to be a very, very big determining factor. Who will able to get the win? Sonic, gotta be careful, got hit by Pancake as well as Super Zag. Managed to escape death, but Lot is still just hovering around this lot bit.
That would have been a really crucial pickoff. Red Giants were trying to cut off Sonic, but they couldn't succeed. Yeah, he's also split pushing the mid wave, so Red Giants needs this objective. They're gonna jump on top of Martis once again. You see Hawk coming in from the backline. Flicker gonna miss a little bit, but Zaz contemplating to it, doing a lot of damage to the backline. Super Red uses the Wind of Nature as the Lord knockup. Here goes, yeah, he's still alive. Super Red with a tiny sliver of HP, somehow getting out of this situation, but it's still gonna cost them. Zaz gets the mega kill on top of Super Zach. And MPNC retain control over the Lord Pit.
Wow, that fight was so down to the wire. Had Superskies had a single kill, he just needed one kill, he would have been able to chain it into one more and then get back out. At the same time, Zobs is finally strong enough to actually take on the entire backline by himself, kiting very beautifully, especially with the BMI, in addition to the real-world manipulation out of Malichan to get the big flickers out of Super Gojas, and as well as Pancake, who had already blown their cooldowns early on into the fight.
I thought Yeah could have gotten Super Red with the flank, but the onward coming in, my bad, not onward, the Pancake, I mean, how he protects Super Red was really well. If not, Super Red was a gone man right there by the hands of Yeah. Looking at the itemization, utility item pick up by Mali with the glowing one as well as the ice queen one. Meanwhile, Valentina, magical penetration is the main key.
Lord has crashed, mid inhibitor is gone, bot inhibitor is gone, Pancake gets knocked up, he can't engage at all this game. And MPNC are turning the tides right now, disrupting expectations. Super Coaches not gonna get decimated, still alive, but not for long. Zaz with the unstoppable, Hawk a bit too far out, so Super Red will get that revenge kill for his EXP liner, but MPNC are looking to gain even more. Guys, on top of Zaz, dropping him real low, Phantom Execution pops the immortality. Red Giants looking for the counter engage, and Giants with the shutdown. Super Red with the shutdown. They pick up the rest of MPNC with a double kill. Yeah. The only survivor. There's no way he can end the game like this. He needs to get back, but Red Giants are now pushing in to the NC base.
He's not gonna let him. Watch, Super Zach, he stops the recall, and now they're just Pancakes tanking it, and he's gonna end this game by himself.
The reversal as Selangor Red Giants only needed one engagement. Hawk is back. He's alone. He needs to kill this minion. He flickers forward. Earth Shatter on the 2. Has he bought enough time? Yeah. Has finally returned to the base. They defend. Red Giants are forced to retreat.
Wow. Wow. Talking about in the nick of time. It is Hawk managed to defend the base pretty well, allowing Yeah to get back on time with the recall. Again, talking about almost ending the game.
My God.
Whew.
Can we get a replay of just Super Skies dashing like almost infinitely there, getting that double kill? That's what I wanted to see on the previous Lord fight. He was so close to achieving that. This time round, he made sure that he was going to seal the deal and almost ending the game against MPNC with an absolute insane play of his own.
I mean, I thought Zaf was gonna outplay him right there, but then again, looking at, as how Gideon mentioned, the puncture, the phantom execution, going onto the back line, going onto Zaf and managing to get that kill on Zaf just turned the tides around for Selangor Red Giants. And as we approach the 18-minute mark, you know, things start to calm down a little bit.
Both crystals are exposed. Both teams are equally matched. 18 minutes in, we have the Lord up. And Hawk will find Super Gojas onward. Pulls him back. Hawk dropping low. Gojas dropping low. Both somehow escaping with their lives intact, with their flickers being utilized. Super Skies, he doesn't quite have the needs for the dashing. Forced to use Phantom Execution to get out of sticky situation as the Lord is reset.
Okay, that's good. The Lord is resetting. Super Gojas already has the Guardian Helmet, so he can actually heal whilst he is outside of the combat. But right now, MPNC, they've got a really solid foothold on this Lord with a huge wave down bot side, crashing into Selangor Red Giants' base.
All it takes is one mislook, one lapse of attention, and your base might be gone, man. I mean, one side having the Beatrix, another side having the Cloud. the split pushing potential is there for both sides. Looking at Yeah, how he tried to wrap around against Slango Red Giant.
They're looking for it. Hawk misses the onwards. He's gonna get knocked up by Pancake. Super Gorgeous will survive here as Super Skies not gonna be able to secure the litho to get a little bit more vision. Super Gorgeous gonna be delaying on the left side to make sure he can't get into their back line as NC. They have so much damage sponge. Super Gorgeous appraises draft gonna miss entirely, and now he's being dropped down very low. He's able to get out, but the same can't be said for Pancake, who's been picked off in the front line. Super Skies still trying to delay, but they've lost Super Zack as well. They get the double kill, Zav, and it's a shutdown from Super Skies, the only survivor left all by his lonesome. He gets the killing spree. He's still outplaying, but what does it matter? His base is exposed. And Zavs are there. They're gonna break down the crystal and deny Red Giants a victory as MPXNC makes their presence on the MPL stage known.
Woo! And the Niners go wild right now. I mean, that is the fan base of MPNC. What a showing by Mali. What a showing by overall the members of MPXNC. They have submitted to this game and SRG are shaken to their core.
It's huge. It's huge, as a matter of fact. I mean, Mali coming up big time with these real-world manipulations to make sure that they punish SRG for diving so deep into their lines, but the job's not finished yet. I can't give them the GG well played until they close out this game, and if they can do it against Slango Red Giants, what an underdog story here in the regular season.
What an underdog story, and to be the ones who break the winning streak of SRG, and it will be MPNC. That is a big statement if and only if they manage to get the win on the second match later on. But Sudafar, do you expect that? Do you expect that victory coming from MPNC? Be honest.
All of us were not expecting that victory. We went into this match knowing Red Giants were the favorites, the top of the charts. They dropped the game against Secret, but we thought, hey, that has to be a fluke, right? Turns out it's not. Red Giants may be losing a bit of a foothold here as other teams are figuring them out.
Because when you watch SRG's game previously, yes, there are victories, but they are like shaking of a victory. It's not a confirmed victory, but let's take a look at the MVP of the first match. It's gotta be Zaf, aka Pirate Gaming.
I'll take it, because this man has been stealing lives here, taking all the gold as much as they can. Let's look at the MVP here with the full screen. 7-1-5 with an 802 game GP and with a 71% game kill participation. It's us, because he comes out huge in these fights.
Awesome, honestly. Like we talked about this before the game. Zavs is gonna have like a really high hill to climb laning against Super Red. Yep. But Zavs just comes on in and says, not a problem at all. His KDA is clean, his GPM is very high, and that's on top of a very solid kill participation too.
I mean, up against Super Red, he needs to recall twice, if I'm not mistaken, on the laning stages. So from that moment, you know Zaf was much behind in terms of gold lead, in terms of farming, right? But again, how he climbed back up those deficit, the gold GPM, the gold, and managed to get those kills and rack up this KDA. But let's take a look, let's have a hear mic check from MPX and
Dia nak gelau macam Ui, tapi aku dah tadi.
Nampak sangat kan tu?
4 flicker. Oh yeah baby. Yeah, I love you.
Tolong turunkan air gaya lah. Nice one.
Nice one. Okay, reset balik. Boleh pergi tak? Boleh pergi tak? Kontes mati lah. Dia boleh mati ke? Wah, wait, leg. Aku leg.
Wow, very interesting mic check. Very interesting. A bit of banter against Gorgeous, but never mind. Let's not talk about that. Let's more focus on the differences between these two things. What was the biggest difference from this match, Gideon?
Well, I think, the biggest difference came down to how Zavs and the rest of the team actually approach these team fights. Majority of the time, notice that Zavs is not trying to get a 1v1 with Super Red. He knows he's going to lose it, especially with a Haas call already completed for the side of Super Red, and Zavs needs to maintain his stack. So he sends in Paquito first. They make sure they get the good chunk with the RWM, and if Edith is lucky enough to still be alive, can actually dance around Super Gojas and hurt him because, man, he took so much punishment.
I mean, because when I take a look at the objective, neutral objective, right, it's not much of a big difference. But when we specifically look at single players or individual players, look at Zav, 7-1 and 5, and again, just a very good showing of, even if you're getting dominated in the laning stages, but it's not all over yet, because you know that as a good laner, as a Cloud, your potential is in the later stages when you have the power spike, when you have the stacks. And what he did was, again, just be calm, get his farm up, and then showcase his strength later on the stage.
And I think we have to give a shout out to Yeah, because he was the one generating that space. This Paquito was a huge nuisance, being able to win out his lane against the Fredrin, which is kind of an expected result, but then expanding that influence, making Selangor Red Giants very uncomfortable. A lot of their resources had to be used to defend the backline rather than going for the engagements they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at Yeye's build. He's going not entirely full damage, still has a bit of hybrid, but his emblems is a dead giveaway, right? When you do see a Paquito not go for the Brave side and instead go for the Quantum Charge, he's looking for backlines, he's looking for damage, because then you can chase people and really stick onto them.
He even had rapid boots.
Rapid boots as well, yeah. Just to make sure that he doesn't get slowed, quote-unquote, slowed too much by the Minotaur when the ult goes up. Even then, he still has Flicker.
I agree. I mean, gotta feel bad for Super Sky as well. He played phenomenal, right? I mean, the amount of time he managed to go in, steal the turtle, steal a few lords as well on his own side. But again, just overall gameplay, as Sadafa mentioned, I also did not like seeing Fredrin on Super Gorgeous. Felt like he did not manage to fulfill his full strength using that hero, right? Because you normally see a Terizla, you would normally see a Lapu-Lapu, a much more aggressive EXP laner. But with Fredrin, it limits his capability to open up the game, make space for his own teams.
Personally, I know for a fact that Super Gojas doesn't really like to play the Fredrin, especially in the EXP lane, only because, as you mentioned before, it caps him to what he can do. You can absorb damage, sure, that's great, but also recognize that Super Gojas misplayed a couple of these situations, right? He should be using the Energy Eruption as much as he can to make sure that he has the base stats, the raw base stats, in a matter of fact, so that Zobs can't necessarily hurt him. But then, on the opposite end, Zobs, when he is max stacks on his Art of Thievery, he absolutely melts through Gojas.
Almost 110k damage dealt from this Cloud. I mean, again, nobody managed to catch him out. Yes, you would hope that Pancake using the Minion Fury to cancel out the Dixing Duet, but that did not happen. Because why? Pancake cannot withstand the damage output coming in from South.
Yeah, I don't really like the Minotaur pick, I gotta be honest here. I feel like it was a deny pick rather than something Red Giants really wanted. I thought it would be like a Franco, even a Cho, because the Claude is always going to be a problem.
Wow.
Oh, look at that sudden dip. After securing at least 4 turrets of their own, walking up with the Lord as well, right just before the 13th minute, it just goes straight downhill.
Yeah, I mean, stocks are not good for SRG right now. One mistake, 4 death, or I think, yeah, 4 deaths if I'm not mistaken, from SRG, just pummel the goal lead onwards to MPNC side. And when they held their goal lead, they held it really, really well. You know, they know that, okay, we cannot lose this goal lead. We have the advantage. We have the map control. So let's take it slow. Let's try to get the Lord. If we can get even more than that, let's just go for it. And that's what they did and how they closed the game out. So SRG, again, yes, they had a good lead, but they did not manage to close out the game. As we take a look at the highlights, we get to understand a bit more what happened throughout this game, number 1.
Yeah, a lot of it just came down to how the early game was going to be played, but more importantly, that mid game, right? We saw a lot of SRG just dominating, finding steals after steals, but honestly, when it came down to control over the map, there was a lack of it, right? You can definitely see that SRG is giving respect where respect is due. And especially when they start moving towards the gold lane, that's when the disrespect happens. But down here, you notice that it's about disengaging. They're playing for these neutral objectives and hoping they can actually get ahead.
thing is, I feel like a lot of these team fights were very scrappy, which is kind of unusual for Red Giants. They usually have a certain degree of control even when the team fights look very split up. But here, it feels very reactive, almost as if like facing against their former Tier 2 rivals. Evoke something primal within them. Go back to your base instincts and leave it all on the field. And that just plays into NC. They have a lot more tools here compared to, say, Pancake. He needed time to get that Minwen Fury out. And every time he went in, NC instantly scattered. Their reaction was perfect.
And I thought it was for the moment for SRG to close out the game. But again, in the nick of time, Hawk was able to defend their own base. And once Hawk did that, this is what happened next, where they just, I would say, separate SRG really, really well into like 2 to 3 different groups. And just end the game immediately after they know that, okay, Skies cannot defend this base. He cannot recall back, so we just take the risk, take the opportunity to end the game.
Yeah, and I also caught in that very last moment of the highlights that actually swapped out his items just to get a Winds of Nature to close out that 1v1 fight. Well, 2v1 technically.
I mean, I'm predicting it's gonna be a long day for this last game as well. My stomach is quite hungry.
Is that a marching band back there? That's a marching band.
It is. It is a marching band. And what better way to watch the marching band is accompanied by Mr. Potato.
Oh!
Sounds pretty good to me.
I mean, when your stomach is rumbling, Mr. Potato is definitely the answer. You know, what's more spicy? I'm just reading out here. Do you know what's more spicy than the upcoming game earlier?
What?
It's the legendary Mr. Potato Snack. So make sure you guys grab your snack because I'm predicting it's going to be a long game for this next match.
I do feel like it is going to be a long series because SRG initially playing to deny their opponents now might have to revert back to playing regular comfort picks, playing to their own style of gameplay, which honestly, looking at the lineup that they had, I've seen this lineup many times before, maybe a couple of tweaks here and there, but overall, it just seemed that Pancake was unable to find those key Minoan Furies, especially when it came down to that last hit timing.
It was uncomfortable for them, and the Red Giants' gameplay relies very heavily on setups from Pancake and Super Coaches. And then you put them on heroes that don't allow them to be quite as aggressive or to be able to control momentum as well as they normally would want to. Yes, if you're able to win that out instantly, it's a huge morale boost. It proves that you are a very strong player despite the circumstances, but there's the risk. And they ended up facing it in game 1.
Okay, I know it's... Oh, okay. Transfer needs for MPNC. An analyst, a backup jungler, and squad depth.
Interesting. Interesting. The fact that they need... the fact that they need a backup jungler is kind of interesting because Sonic technically has been performing really well with the team overall. The squad depth I can understand, right? Maybe they don't have enough in their playbook in terms of hero pool to really expand outwards, but I think it's kind of interesting that they want a backup jungler.
I think instead of a backup jungler, a more solidified mid laner should be the main focus for MPNC. I'm not taking away anything from Mali from his game debut for MPL Season 12, but let's just say if there is a better mid laner out there, quote unquote same point, out there, maybe pick him up.
Something felt very specific about that line there, but we're gonna pass up on that for now. Now, I do get where you're coming from though. Malita, he did a good job that game, but at his heart, at his core, Mali is a support player. He's there to enhance the rest of his team, and that does work. But you do also need the flexibility of being able to become a secondary carry if you want to act as a mid laner in this meta.
That I can agree with. You know, this meta is really rough because if you put all your eggs in one basket, there's a high likelihood that there's going to be usually it's about 3 heroes that are going to target you throughout the entire game, and it's not the most fun experience in the world, even if you have the greatest draft in the world. It's just too much investment on one person, and half the time there isn't enough AoE to completely win out a fight.
Okay, Gideon, I know it's quite hard for you to answer this because it's quite hard to see as well, but looking at game number 1, do you think there is a sense of disrespecting from SRG against MPNC?
Oh, 100%. I think they were very disrespectful with the way they played, right? Because I feel like when you see confidence, it comes in the form of 2 ways. Either you distance yourself a lot closer, knowing that, assuming that you can actually flicker out of the way, sidestep out of the way, rather than commit to a full ability. Then you have Super Skies, who's just like, I'm just that good. So there is a very distinct difference between being disrespectful and looking to make the play.
I agree. I mean, yeah, that's hence why I asked that question, because I feel like there were a form of, again, disrespecting coming in from SRG up against MPNC, but we shall see, is it gonna be a 2-1 score as the fans predicted right there, or is it gonna be a clean sweep by MPNC, who started the game by banning out the Fanny, the Joy, as well as the Valentina. Meanwhile, SRG, Angela and Paquito, thoughts a bit on your side, Sidafa?
Okay, some interesting bans here so far. And see, getting rid of the Valentina makes a lot of sense, because that's not really going to be Mali's type of hero. Otherwise, Fanny and Joy have been very consistently removed. And Red Giants did actually have some serious problems going up against Paquito in game number 1. We noticed during Season 11 as well. Yeah, actually stood out quite a bit among his peers for being a very excellent EXP laner, being a total terror on the land of Dawn on signature heroes like the Joy. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to see that for now, but there's a reason why this player has to be respected.
Yeah, give the man Arlot. I would love to see him play Arlot all over again, man. He has made some amazing plays with that hero.
I forgot that hero existed.
Look, the meta has shifted. The meta has definitely shifted.
Same, I forgot that her hero existed. But yeah, Kaja not being banned out is a very safe pickup by MPNC, having that suppress ability with the Divine Judgment. Question is, what is the follow-up, right? Normally we would see Kadita, the best follow-up as of today, but we have to take a look. Selangor Red Giants right now, what is in store in their own minds as the first to pick up? Is it gonna be focusing on Super Rich Cloud, or are they gonna go more of a flexible pick?
Well, I mean, first of all, they've already gotten rid of rid of the Cloud for themselves. I think it might just fall back to Beatrix again. There's a good possibility for that. But knowing how Selangor Red Giants generally plays their game, I would imagine that they want to flex pick at some point. No, they don't want to flex pick at all. They're just like, here's what we got. This is our gold laner. This is our EXP laner.
It's what works.
I mean, it's the comfort pick, right?
Yep.
So should they get this hero, I would imagine a much more familiar gameplay coming in from Selangor Red Giants. But again, MPNC are no pushover, so they have the answers coming out from them.
Getting some very spicy taunts from the crowd right here. The fans are excited. Like, I don't think we expected a fight of this proportion, and for Red Giants to actually be backed up against the wall. So the fans are going to be predicting a Game 3 for this series. But NC, now that they've gotten a grasp of some momentum here, will they run away with it? They're going to lock in the carry as well as the Eve.
Okay, once again, I think if this does go into a game number 3, you would expect that maybe the Eve might be stolen away by Supersack. It's also one of his comfort picks, right? But that's for game number 3. We'll save that for later. Right now, Mali-chan has been performing especially well on the Eve. Not only, it's not about the way that he is just tapping the real-world manipulation, but more importantly, the placement of the box itself, encapsulating usually 3 or more players inside, but more importantly, having the edges line up with the most key player to get the initial stun.
I'm looking at Super Zack right now, and one definite answer by myself would be the Kadita.
I agree.
To be able to capture the Eve, to be able to, just be an annoyance of a hero.
Wow.
Wow.
They've got him in 2 poses as well.
Wow.
Don't forget to vote for him. Where's the QR code? Where's the QR code?
We need the QR code. Polite-looking young man there. He's like dressed so well. He looks like quite a catch on those.
Did he make like a TikTok? What was it called? He made a TikTok about it on the Mama Talk with you, Adine, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
What do they call it?
I can't remember what.
I'll get back to it later. I'll get back to it later.
He looks like the person you would want to bring to get to know your father and mother. Such a nice kid, you know?
Exactly.
With that picture. I'm not saying the person himself, but the picture. But okay, X-Boy is banned out by Selangor Red Giants. I like the ban. I mean, X-Boy, as we all know, once the Ice Queen one has been picked up, it's just super annoying to deal with. The Furaka armor, the immortality as well. But right now, let's talk about the Farmis. I mentioned the Kadita, but the Farmis is the idea by Super Zack. Any thoughts on that, Gideon?
I think this could be a potential bait, right? I feel like Slanger Red Giants, considering the lineup that they have, I wouldn't put it past that Superzac made the call for this Farmist. I would prefer if it does go into the support section, but that begs the question, right? Does Pancake have that deep of a hero pool to play the Farmist in the support position, or maybe even the Kadita in this case?
And it would mean putting him on a hero that that doesn't sound like he would be comfortable on again, and I'm not sure I'm a fan of that. Not to mention that I don't feel like Cold Altar is the best solution in this case. It's not really going to save you particularly well from the real world manipulation, because you're still going to be stuck in the box, and if someone gets pulled out with the Divine Judgment, it's up to Faramis to like try and follow along, and it's that's just not going to work.
But question is it enough? Divine Judgment plus real world manipulation, because again, normally we see Kadita as the main follow-up, right? But right now the Yif is the main follow-up. Again, not too sure if it's enough, but if it's the carry with a full set of items, more than enough to kill anyone being caught by the Divine Judgment. Uranus ban! Huh. Interesting.
Uranus? I mean, I get it. It's like not someone you'll have fun playing against on a Terizla, but I don't really feel like NC we're gonna pick it up anyway.
Oh
so
no, there's a good chance they might actually do, because again, Uranus is a great enabler for the team. How do you get free hits? By slowing down the opponents. How are you gonna slow down your opponents? With RWM, maybe Ring of Warrior. Oh, guess what? You have the Ionic Edge, which is constantly slowing them down.
I feel like MPNC is setting up for a Hanzo pick. I'm not sure why.
It's open.
Just a gut feeling right now, but it all depends on SRG next pickup. If they pick up Pancake's hero right now, it could be the Kufra still available, Edith still available as a rover, Xiao is available as well. Might determine whether is it gonna be a Hanzo jungle or not.
Ha! Joke's on you. Slanger Red Giants locks in the
yeah,
Hanzo.
let's go. Come on, guys, pull out the Hanzo. We know you want to.
He's got 15 seconds to decide here. I do feel like an assassin might actually be pretty useful, but then you look at the Kaja and it's just like, man, how
That's
much
why
more?
Hanzo. Let him use Divine Judgment on the ultimate, you know? Makes a lot of sense.
I
This
unleash
was just
this
leg,
primal lightning.
Okay.
Hunter of all the evil gods.
This is a good game for Hanzo, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, who out of these 4 heroes from Selangor region are able to go for the original body of Hanzo, right, when he uses the Pinnacle Ninja? I mean, what, you want to throw out Faramis to Shadow Stampede him? No. Maybe Gorgeous might be able to flank, but it would take a lot out of him.
You know my
Bro,
oh, what? Hold on, what is this?
Bro. wait, hold on. Who goes into the jungle? Who's going into the jungle here?
Barat. It has to be Barat. Barat sucks in the EXP lane.
He could go for Comet Emblem just to make sure that his mana doesn't deplete. Think about it. It's a possibility.
Up against a Terizla, not bad as well. Not bad as well. I mean, be able to clear out the waves, not as fast as Terizla, but you know, having the common emblem, mana regeneration, allowing him to just stay in lane just to sustain, right? So, I mean, whatever it is, I'm happy and I'm okay with it.
What's the solution for Red Giants here?
Diggy, I don't know, man. Like, where do you really go with this, right? You go for the Martis, but there's still Divine Judgment to deal with. So at the end of the day, there's like nothing much you could really realistically do. Worse yet is that it has a heavily winning matchup here after 4. So
wow,
we'll see how Gorgeous deals with it.
This is a big issue by Selangor Red Giants because Alpha having a lot of movement ability skill set, because you gotta remember the ultimate cooldown is not long. He can just easily spam it all day long if he wants to.
He could rotate and still use Spirit of Alpha just to rotate faster.
That's so annoying. And I love it. It's so interesting. I love these unique picks. I love when people bring non-meta stuff. And right now, MPNC is going up in my stonks right here. I'm loving what this team is bringing to the table. But will it be enough? The Red Giants have come to play. Very strong team fight composition. They want to even this out. They want to keep their win streak in Season 12 going. And only the Land of Dawn shall tell us whether or not that will be the case.
Well, let's find out. Let's jump into this game. MPNC on the blue side with SRG on the red side. Both marksmen making sure that they leash their junglers to speed up. But again, we are going to see that the early game is going to be heavily dominated by Slango Red Giants, only because they can force priority on their side. When it comes down to the team fights, it's anybody's game once they hit level 4.
Alright, we shall see. We shall see it right now because I'm expecting. Wait, hold on. Let's take a look at the emblem. First of all, Gideon, anything?
Nothing out of the ordinary. You can go ahead.
Okay, alright. So all things well right now because I feel like, before that,
They catch out Hawk, gonna be thrown over the shoulder, and Super Gorgeous with the first blood with his Durizla.
I hate Edith with all my guts because it's such a simple
All your
skill.
guts.
All of my guts. I have a lot of them. Right now, Sonic, you gotta be careful. Baron, you're gonna get caught out.
Sonic in danger. That's a really nice push there, but Super Skies with the Decimate instantly denying NC, and this early game already spiraling out of control.
Look, I said that Slango Red Giants should be like dominating pre-level 4. I didn't expect it to be this nasty, right? It's super nasty, as a matter of fact. Sonic hasn't hit level 4. The fact that Super Red has been left alone with Zobs for at least a full minute is already a problem, as you can see that Zob's struggling to even walk up to his lane.
Yeah, I was just about to say that the early game aggression should be high on Slango Red Giants, but this high, I'm not expecting this at all because the onward combination is just, and I would say at a professional level, it's such an easy skill to hit, but it matters a lot on who is going to follow up with the damage. But having Martis, having Paramis as well with the Ghostbuster is enough for Slango Red Giants to dominate this early game.
Yeah, I mean, look at the amount of control that they have. They get to do whatever they want, and even though they could look to potentially engage or steal, really isn't going to make a difference. MPNC is heavily prioritizing making sure that Zobs is going to get to that critical mass, no matter what.
Look at how much pressure they're putting on too. They respect that Alpha will win against Terizla in this matchup, so they're constantly rotating Super Zack or Super Skies over to cut the wave safely, make sure that he's able to get his levels, and make sure Alpha cannot leave his lane. Speaking of leaving, Pancakes gonna miss that onward entirely. Now walking through the tower, he's gonna eat a lot of damage.
He's lucky that Hawk didn't get close enough for that seat. Well, it doesn't really matter. He's got the roll boots anyways. But at the end of the day, I would imagine that Mali-chan is going to start becoming more relevant in these fights. Oh!
Okay, with the flicker over the wall into the onwards, and that's going to be a free kill onto Mali-chan. Not able to dash over the wall though with his ultimate. That's a bit awkward.
Are they not going to go for the mid lane there? They had a very good opportunity to actually chunk out at least a good amount of the gold shielding. But instead, they decide to back off. Okay.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, they got the kills, should be able to take at least a few gold plating armor down on the mid lane. But again, yeah, lost I guess. But MPNC, Hawk is already level 4, Mali is already level 4, so this would be the time for MPNC to go a bit more aggressive.
So much damage. Super Skies even gonna use the Decimate just to connect, and the flicker forward gets Super Red his second kill of the game.
Yeah, but Super Gorgeous just starting to struggle in the lane, having proxied so many times. If he ever gets into a full front-to-front engagement against he basically loses all the invade though from SRG.
Earth Shatter knocking up Sonic. Who got it? It was Skies. He steals away the purple buff with the Retribution.
I mean, Slango Red Giants right now, every single movement that they are doing is, again, to perfection. And every single movement are rewarding them very, very highly right now. 1.6k lead, 4 kills on their hands, and just might, the second title will fall onto the hands of Super Skies, because I'm not seeing any rotation coming in from NC.
Absolutely not. I wouldn't expect MC to actually contest it, right? You're already 2 levels down. There's nothing much you can really do about it except focus on your win conditions, which is Zobs on that top side. That's why you see Pancake. He's actually hovering around, knowing that 3 people is more than enough to deal with the neutral objective. So therefore, I'm going to open up the map and make sure that Super Red is okay.
The Earth Shatter, last minute Earth Shatter, allowing Pancake to steal off the Turtle Crab goal right there. And MPNC just again trying to find any kind of ways to be able to pop the Divine Judgment, the RWM, but everything!
Pancake once again flickers forward, but Sonic pops his ultimate, keeping him in place, regenning up, gets the collide with Super Red, but still not surviving. A killing spree for Super Red. Meanwhile, Zav's gonna be looking for the trade of the tier 1 up top, but he's gonna be forced to get out of here. Hawk providing scouting. Red Giants will not push the issue. They already got one.
All right, nicely done. So far, so good for the Selangor Red Giants, not giving a single kill over to MPNC. I would have imagined that Cikugais was going to go for the purple buff in May, but it's really dangerous considering that Mali-chan has not been seen. Oh, no, he has been spotted out in the mid lane, and now they go for the purple.
Ooh, Super Gorgeous 5k gold lead, Super Skies 6k gold lead.
Uh-oh.
It's not looking good, not looking good by Super Skies. That red tree actually hit Hawk instead, but I think he still got it.
Still got it! I mean, alright, you win some, you lose some, am I right?
I mean, when you're too good, you don't need the red tree to steal.
Sonic did get it.
Oh,
okay,
thank
it's
God.
fine.
Oh, thank God, thank God, thank God.
Which feels bad for Skies that somehow Red Tree decided to auto-target the enemy roamer instead. Trying to contest. Oh, here comes Hawk. Divine Judgment pulling Super Skies back. Here comes the Cold Altar, keeping him alive. Red Giant still in the area. Renner's Apathy gonna collide with the Kaja as Yeah comes in from the side, but the Alpha doesn't quite have enough damage yet. So Red Giants will just easily walk out of here.
Yep, well played by Super Skies, saving the second half of that motor coil to get him out later on, so that way he has some distance between him as well as Yeah after the Spear of Alpha. Now the turtle is back up, and hopefully Sky doesn't accidentally whiff that retribution like he did the other day, but at the very least, Sonic, he is struggling. A level down, at least he's close to the gap.
Should be a free turtle for Selangor Red Giant because Sonic did use his retribution to clear off the minion on the mid side. So again, a hat-trick of a turtle for Selangor Red Giant, dominating early stages and dominating this mid-game stage as well with the neutral objective on their own side.
Seems like the Barats may have been a little bit too experimental by MPNC here. There is a reason why the dinosaurs are extinct. And right now, Red Giants are making him feel it very heavily. As you can see in the jungler head-to-head, Sonic, the numbers speak for themselves.
Oh yeah. I mean, the fact that Super Red already has 3 kills and he's a marksman jungler at this point in time.
I mean, give that man all the roles.
Yeah, give him all the roles. He's capable of it.
Alright, but 4k gold leads Selangor Red Giants in the driving seat right now, but we have yet to see NC, really committing with the Divine Judgment. We've seen a couple of Divine Judgment, but not all in as of yet, because Super Zug has that Count Alta, allowing Selangor Red Giants to, prolong the team fight and having that second wave of health to just play around.
Sonic gonna get pressured here, but Skies himself is not gonna have enough damage to take down the dinosaur. Conceal play into the mid lane. They're gonna try and save Gorgeous. He's been caught by the Divine Judgment as Full Altar comes out, and Hawk is removed from the play as Mali, Flicker not gonna save him. Yeah, chased down in the back line. Zams, he gets one, but it's gonna cost him everything as Skies gets the double kill. Sonic eager to even things up, but the dinosaur is too slow. He's not gonna be able to kill Super Red.
Oh my goodness, Super Red is ginormous this game. 5-0-5. He's like, last game, I got outplayed a little bit. This game, I see no more.
I did not like the placement of ultimate coming in from Sonic. Yes, he managed to swallow out Super Red, but when he spins it out, I was expecting he spin out onto the tier 1 turret on the mid lane, but instead he went for the tier 2 mid turret, but it wasn't enough to kill off Super Red. So again, a couple of times the Detona's Welcome was used, but it was not placed well in my own personal opinion.
I think he definitely could have been better, but no matter what he did, even if he was able to kind of collide with the wall to get the initial stun, I don't think he would have been able to kill Super Red, right? If he does it against the tier 1, the rest of his teammates bail him out of the situation. If he goes for the tier 2, maybe there is some hope that Super Red flickers in an awkward spot and he can continue to chase him down. But if we talk about the AI winning prediction, I would agree. 78% overall against the 22% against MPNC.
The Red Giants have regained full control here. And this draft from NC, unfortunately, not quite working out. They have heroes that really need to have control from the early stages. Make sure that they're able to stonewall to remain relevant. And they've not managed to achieve that. So now, heroes like Sonic, like Yeah, they're actually not contributing anything to these team fights.
But we gotta remember, Selangor Red Giant had a similar lead in game number 1. But they threw it all away, so
I mean, not like this.
I mean, come on, it can happen, but it looks highly unlikely. We shall see. Selangor Red Giants have to maintain their discipline to be able to close out this game and pushes us to a game number 3.
They're gonna be sieging the lanes now. They got 2 siege minions down in the bottom lane. That's gonna help a little bit, but not enough as Sonic will be able to clear that up. The Lord, though, will be the true threat. Redder's Apathy dropping Mali to 40% instantly. Meanwhile, Pancake flickering forward, going to miss out, but he gets the onwards off the sound, pulls him back. Hull Ultra comes out as Red Giant's going for a full dive, but they're actually losing a lot of health, and the tower is still standing. Hawk, unfortunately, not able to find anyone here. No, he still has the Divine Judgment. Interesting. Doesn't manage to land. As now Red Giant will slowly whittle things down. Divine Judgment finally lands on the Super Skies, but there is no follow-up. There is no damage from NC, and Sonic is dropping low. Ooh, just barely avoiding the snipe. As NC, it seems like their days here may be numbered.
Very much so. Very much so. But that farm is also saving everybody, making sure that entire time that even when you're underneath the turret, that you're not going to die. And that's the beauty of the farm miss, right? Being able to get aggressive like this is great because now you can start pushing people off the inhibitor turrets for Super Red to finish it off with his 5 kills. And not to mention that he's essentially going to build his last item not too long from now.
If this game progresses just a little bit more, maybe GGG would have enough item to be able to, you know, dish out the damage that he has. Meanwhile, Bara's focusing on his own defensive capability. But looking at Selangor Red Giant side, man, oh man, a very, very luxury. All of the items have been completed by Super Red, and not to mention Super Skies as well. A bit of attacking items, a bit of defensive capability as well. So, you know, it's heaven and earth in terms of the co-lead between MPNC and Selangor Red Giants.
It's a stark difference, right? We're 12 minutes in, 9k gold lead already. The Lord's coming up in about 10 seconds, and I think, you know, the end game has already begun for the side of Selangor Red Giants, and MPNC somehow have to be defensive. When you are playing this Barats, you want to be able to kind of sit on top of these neutral objectives and have this slow, constant pressure. But with such a deficit, I think that MPNC, they're just going to have to back away and just focus on the lanes.
I think this game is very a good example of why the tank jungle meta has fallen off. At no point in the game was Sonic actually tanky enough to do, like what you said, stand on the objectives, threaten Red Giants, make it difficult for them to engage. And that's why heroes like X-Fork are getting a lot more spotlight, because they can. And NC are feeling this. I don't really see a comeback mechanic for this lineup.
I mean, the itemization is there, it's just the damage is not seen yet. Either coming from Zaf, nor yeah. So again, MPSNC, biggest question is, they have the catching ability, but do they have the damage output enough to be able to follow up with the Divine Judgment, with the Detona's Welcome? Look at the conceal.
Pancake flickers forward, catches up Sonic once more, and the dinosaur is extinct for a second time. Monster kill for Super Red. Lord colliding up top, yeah, biding time. Super Skies gets pulled back, but what does it matter? Zaz disappears, vaporizes. 2 Super Red, 7-0 on the Beatrix. Crystal is exposed, Lord on top of it. Yeah, trying to buy time. Divine Judgment on the Super Red, but he's still alive, but the Crystal isn't. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having a game number 3 as the Selangor Red Giants does not make victory easy for their rivals.
Woo! SRG bringing it 1-1 against MPNC, which leaves one more game to decide who walks away with 2 points. Selangor Red Giants, you gotta give it to them. When they are playing on form, especially when they're looking really sharp, it's hard to come back from such a lead.
I mean, we have comfort heroes like Beatrix on Super Mid, you have Tarizla on Super Gorgeous, Paramis on Zac. It's very much difficult for you to, you know, crack an opening for yourself to be able to be on top. And as much as I like the differentiality coming in from MPSNC, but I mean, there's a reason why we all follow the meta, the current meta, and there's also a reason why we shy away from this, I would say, unorthodox picks.
I think it was just great adaptation, though, from the Red Giants as well. We can definitely blame the draft a little bit for NC.
Nice, definitely the draft.
Yeah, we watched the movies, you know, in Jurassic Park. There's a reason why you don't bring back the dinosaurs. And here, it's not just that. It's the fact that now Red Giants has their comfort heroes, they're able to engage better, and they recognize that, oh, Gorgeous doesn't have a good matchup. So let's bully out, yeah, not let him play the game.
Alright, never mind. Let's take a look at the MVP from Selangor Red Giants. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be super. Oh! It's gonna be Pancake! Oh, wait. That is not Super Red.
We're getting some very mixed signals right now.
Wait for it. He's not done with the bit just yet.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Show that, Martin. Show that Lancel on the can itself and stack like a goddamn legend.
Alright, Super Red is our MVP of the game. 7-0-0. The true marksman, the true damage dealer, almost hitting 1k gold per minute. The itemization, you see it and you know how to build on these victories. But what impresses me the most is the laning stages of Super Red, right? Very aggressive, not allowing Zaf to farm up very, very well. Similar to game number 1, but again, right now, having comfort heroes by Selangor Red Giants and very disciplined gameplay as well. Similar to game number 1, early game aggression, but right now they close out the game immediately without any single mistake.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is they were limiting the space of Zabs. And whether he goes into lane directly against Super Red, he knows that he can win this. He just needs the added bit of support so he doesn't come back into this game with Summer Reservoir. Let's go jump into the mic check of Selangor Red Giants.
Fika. Watch me, Ade. Nice. Yes, Ade. You want to blue? Careful LBM Zaka. Yeah, let's go, guys.
Bottom. Wait, I'm coming.
Yeah. And still.
Okay.
Nice.
Bot.
Back up, Red, guys. Back up, Red. Nice. Me. Guys. I'm alive. Nice. Santay. Can still push. Just push.
No ulti. Yeah. Baka just stay guys. Tower lock. Get tower lock.
Yeah, can tower lock. Dito ya, Alpha. Go. I tower. Yes.
Alright, let's take a deeper look at the item build. First of all, I want to take a look at the objectives won by Selangor Red Giants. In terms of gold, it's a huge lead as we all know, as we all see, but again, it's the objective that matters the most, right? Turtle all in the favors of Selangor Red Giant a lot as well. There was no contesting it at all. From the minute 1 up until minute 13, it was all Selangor Red Giants. Early game aggression was them. Mid game potential was them. Damage was them. Control was all of them.
Yeah, the score ending 1-11. The big standout here is the fact that Malichan is heavily underfarmed. 5,919 compared to someone like Yeah, who was able to get 6,000, almost breaking into the 7,000 itself. It's very surprising to see how much MPNC are willing to sacrifice for their gold lane.
And it does seem very weird just how different the performances of this team were in Game 1 and Game 2. Did the draft really matter all that much? Was Red Giants getting their turrets, getting that fair miss, having the Edith, really such a huge game changer here? Looking at the items, I don't really think anything's too weird.
Yeah, nothing's too weird. Everything's all standard as of, just gonna double check that. Yeah, no, everything is all standard. So it's rather surprising to see that the shift in where they put their priorities against MPNC put them at odds, right? Because they know for a fact a non-factor is going to be, a big non-factor was that Barats, right? What is he realistically going to do? He's just gonna walk up into the lane and that's about it. He can't initiate the fight, he can't start the fight. It's not like he has flicker as well, so he's just a walking giant.
I mean, whenever he walks up onto Super Red is super fun, you know, just hitting him with the Nibiru's weapon, right? And looking at Sonic as well, doesn't have enough item to be able to withstand the damage coming in from Beatrix nor Farmis. Meanwhile, other players, Zaf, not being able to match up in terms of itemization because being pressured super hard by Super Red in the early game stages. But overall, it's just the dynamic of their heroes. Alpha, Barat, Sif, Carry, Kaja. Maybe in a different world, this might work, but not in this world.
I think this lineup is a little bit too dependent on certain players. Yeah, especially is kind of relied on to win his lane once again, because Zaf doesn't have the best matchup. Mali, we know he's not really going to be a true carry to start ganking and getting kills. And Sonic, well, the Barats just did not have a good time. This is not the meta for this type of hero anymore. And Red Giants understood that instantly. They focus on to Gojus' lane, make sure he wins out, and then the game is just easy pickings from there.
Yikes, looking at the damage dealt coming in from MPNC. Again, non-existence. for 14,000, 28,000, 70,000, 16,000. On the flip side, looking at against Selangor Red Giants, not only the damage dealt is high, but the target is a lot. You know, Alpha is not the most mobility of heroes, so allowing themselves to hit against Alpha easily. Barat's again, just a walking target for Super 8, regardless of whatever weapon he chooses, right? The Nibirus, the Runner is just a big target for the side of Selangor Red Giants to keep dishing out this damage that they have.
Yeah, and that's why I was imagining that Mali probably wasn't going to be the one that rotates, right? He wants to rotate probably third to last. He wants to be nearby to respawn, but not directly in the lane. I mean, let's jump over into the highlights and maybe we get to see a little bit more about this, because if we're talking about sacrificing the sacrifices that MPNC actually made in the lanes itself, it really boils down to how much did you give up in this early stage. Like, Hawk shows up, you see that Mali rotates a little bit late, and it's just constant punishment for the first 3 minutes from SRG.
Just again, non-stop aggression, non-stop pushing the agenda by Selangor Red Giants. When they get the kill, the early kill against Sonic, they know they were on the driving seat and they did not stop. Again, it's Paddle against the Mellow. Just forcing the issue, knowing that they have this humongous opponent. This was the Detona's welcome. Again, was expecting the first turret to be hit, but you know, again, just a minor, I would say, inconvenience by myself. But then again, Selangor Red Giants, one-way traffic for this game number 2.
Yeah. It's very clear to see that NC did not have a hold of this game in the first few minutes. And Red Giants never let go of their hold because they understood the nuances of the draft. They understood that they were superior in terms of resources, in terms of damage, in terms of scaling. I feel like a lot of things went wrong for MPNC here, and something does need to change. Is it like, why not bring out the Hanzo here? Something that we've already seen work, something that doesn't rely on, oh, just soaking damage standing there because it's proven in this meta that doesn't work anymore. I don't know. It felt like it was a bit experimental considering the momentum they already had.
I'm fine with you know, experimenting, trying out different stuff, but I feel like you need to have a good understanding and not stray too far away from it, right? You need to have a good basic understanding, then maybe just tweaking here and there could be enough, but what MPNC brought in game number 2 for me, it's straight quite far away from what they know and could playing with.
Yeah, I felt like, you know, the game plan wasn't exactly very solid from the side of MPNC, and I definitely think that the distribution of resources were very abysmal in that particular matchup. But then again, they were already like 5 kills down 3 minutes into the game, so that's also pretty devastating to deal with. Hopefully, they do recover and pull themselves together mentally, because for the upcoming draft, I think this is where Arcadia is really going to take advantage of the patterns that we have seen in Game 1 as well as Game 2, in particular, the Yeve.
The Yeve, the Trizla by Gorgeous, I think should be able to be banned out as well. But I mean, we shall see for game number 3, because being an experienced coach by Arcadia, he knows all of this stuff, and I hope that Posan also understands well. But right now, we're gonna throw over to our host, which is Rose, with a little interview segment on stage. So, Rose, who do you have on stage and what do you have to say?
Hello semua, this is Rose and welcome to the Battle of the Negris. Hari ini saya tak nak interview player actually, sebab I ada 2 KOL yang cantik. Say hi guys.
Hi.
Alright,
Hi.
What's your name?
I'm Shah.
What's your name?
Shazal.
Shah dengan Shazal. Oh, tengok guys, cantik ni. Alright, so hari ni Shah datang sokong pasukan mana?
Sepatutnya MPX sebab ada orang kampung Jang Hobin. Tapi lepas tengok Selangor, jadi I sokong Selangor, Red Giants.
Selangor Red Giants. Shazal pula hari ni datang sokong siapa?
MPX.
MPX. Okay, kenapa you sokong MPX?
Sebab ada crush.
Oh, ada crush. Jap. Kat siapa?
Hobin Jang Hobin. Hobin Jang Hobin.
Bagilah ayat-ayat sikit.
Hobin Jang Hobin.
Alright, you pula, you sokong Selangor Red Giants. Siapa favourite player awak dalam tim ni?
Sebab baru baru kenal tadi, jadi I pilih yang paling handsome boleh ke?
Boleh.
I rasa yang paling handsome lah. Siapa ya?
Siapa?
Susah lah. I pilih pancake.
Pancake! Wow! Okay. The drama king of MPL Malaysia. Boleh. Alright, so I nak tanya korang actually. Korang ni kan KOLs. Tapi korang pernah macam rasa nak try jadi pro player ke tak? Start with Syah.
Niat tu ada lah. Tapi bila dah sampai mythic tu, esok pagi tengok jadi master balik. Tak tahu.
Jauhnya lu streak tu.
Mungkin dalam mimpi lah push ranknya.
Oh, alright. Syazal pula?
Adalah kan. Tapi main ML pun tak reti.
Okay, kalau you main ML kan, selalunya you main hero apa?
Boleh lah, Nana lah.
Nana. Alright, Syah?
I main Angela.
Papi poo. Comel. Alright. So, sekarang kita nampak 1-1 dah skor sekarang kan. You nak Red Giants menang. So, I nak you bagi kata-kata sokongan dekat Red Giants. Diorang boleh dengar sekarang ni. So, bagi ayat.
Jangan gentar. Kita lawan, kita radu, bos.
Alright. Syazal, come on lah. Boleh kalah ke tak? Mestilah tak boleh kan? Bagi sikit untuk MPNC.
Ayo MPS. You guys can do it.
Alright, thank you very much to Syah dan juga Syazal. Thank you so much. Lah, mari kita mulakan game ketiga kita untuk Best of 5 series ini. Best of 3 series ini. Casters, mana suaranya?
Wow, thank you so much, Rose, and the two KOLs on stage just now, Shazal and Shah, or as known as Lukman and Johnson, for a couple of times right there. Definitely.
Those are their nicknames.
No, definitely just such their nicknames. But yeah, all right, game number 3. I mean, we've seen it all. Parrots, Alpha, good heroes, but just a bad debut today. I mean, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Not good heroes. Bad heroes. Bad heroes, come on. I mean, I think it's good enough because another good thing is going on is the SAM 100 Plus Sports Commentator Awards, where we have 2 of our beloved casters, Lafel and Sam Frost, who are nominated. So we need your support. Please, I beg you guys, go vote for them. How? Just scan the QR code and vote for them.
I'm not going to sugarcoat this. I think they're kind of good at their jobs. And maybe you do too. So if you do agree, please vote for them, because this is not just for them. It's for the community of MLBB to represent. Now, coming into this game 3 and potentially 4 and 5, based on what Rose mentioned, I would imagine that a lot of changes need to be made. Number one, the sides of which they are on. It feels like, you know, MPX and NC are a lot more comfortable on red than they are on blue. Because again, when you're on blue side and you get that first initial pick, most people go for the flex because it's standard. I think that with the limitations that they do have, it's starting to become very evident that it is a straightforward composition. There's not a lot of complexity, as we mentioned before, and based on what we saw earlier, with the low third, they did mention that they're looking for an analyst and they're looking for some extra depth to the team.
If Milo was not on red, I would suggest Milo. But unfortunately, Milo is best analyst so far, man. But yeah, speaking of the compatibility and the drafting as well, do you think that the Terizla and the Yif might be banned out for this game, for this next game?
I would say Eve probably not, but Terizla deserves some respect. They banned it out against Gorgeous in game 1 and then they let it through, and well, we saw what happened. There's a reason why this hero is a problem. So I do feel like going into game number 3, there needs to be some change. There needs to be a little more respect. I appreciate some experimentation. Now, I do still like unique hero picks, but I did not like Varats.
They need to do the ultimate. Experiment. The Nana Golin. The Nana Golin, man. The Nana Golin, man.
Are we really gonna go there?
I tried it, and I lost pretty bad. But because I'm
they
not,
might not.
Yes, because I'm not a professional player. They are, so they should be able to do it with the Niners as well. Looking, giving them all the moral support to be able to close this game out. Remember, it's not just the 3-point; it's on the line. Who is the better state is also on the line.
Yeah, but you can see that the fan bases are making sure they can transfer their energy to their players up on stage here. But this is where it's all going to matter. Wait.
Wow.
Oh, can we just like enhance on that piece of paper? We're going to get so many insights there.
The value of that piece of paper right now.
You would thought it's like hero stats or individual stats, but it's actually just SRG's game schedule for next week.
It's like, what's the next game, right, guys? I don't think we need to put much thought into this last one here.
Just imagine, man, just imagine. But again, I mean, if MPNC have the Niners, SRG, Selangor Red Giants have their Ultra Cell, their fan base giving them all the support that they need right now to be able to get this victory for game number 3. Gideon.
Yep.
In terms of drafting, because it always boils down to the drafting, right? For Arcadia, do you think Arcadia is gonna go for again another comfort pick for Gorgeous Super 8, or is he gonna whip out a different kind of drafting for game number 3?
I suppose that he is going to whip up something different and especially get something good for Gojas this time round. Game number 1 struggled a little bit. Game number 2 still struggled a little because it was a direct counter matchup, but there are ways around it so that you can start influencing the rest of the map during team fights. Game number 3, this is where I think when Coach Arcadia is like, all right, I've got all the pieces that I need to line this up perfectly. So I'm curious whether they are going to be on blue side this time round, because I would only imagine that MPXC is like, yes, give us red.
Logically, NC would want to be on red side. Being a weird team with unusual picks, you will gain so much value because red side offers more creativity by having that last pick, more responses. And I'm excited to see it. About as excited as all the fans here at Dewan Seri Putra. We're going to be going into the last game of the day. I don't think we expected a series like this, but I'm still going to hold on to it. I predicted a 2-1 for Red Giants. It's looking pretty good here.
I mean, yep, definitely. It's all 50-50 from now on. But we have to, discuss a little bit about the players. I mean, what is their mentality? What is their mindset? Having Selangor Red Giants having the international experience, right, should have the better mindset, the better stamina as well. Meanwhile, MPNC, I'm not saying that there's no experience there, but international level, just not there yet. So hopefully MPNC would be able to, still calm things down, focus on the game on hand, especially these crucial moments of drafting.
Yeah, I think that in this particular case, I would imagine that the Selangor Red Giants would have a very clear conscience of who to actually hurt, because they saw a lot of the weaknesses from MPXC in that lineup, especially the better performing players in game number 1 heavily got punished in game number 2.
Okay, right now, drafting has begun. Game number 3, the one that decide it all, Selangor Red Giants. He's gonna ban out the Kaja as well as the Angela. Meanwhile, NC, the Fanny, and Joy is gonna get banned out. Very interesting. Pakiro, Selangor Red Giants ban out as well. So first pick, the options are quite open for Selangor Red Giants. Valentina is one of it. Still open, can be picked up and be given to Super Zuck.
Obviously, they're threatening the Terizla here. NC are going to be forced to use a ban on it if they don't want to have to deal with Super Gorgeous on his comfort hero once again. But if they do that, then, like you mentioned, all the picks like the Valentina are going to come out. It's actually very interesting, like why Red Giants would ban the Kaja here, because they do have first pick. And even when Hawk had it last game, it didn't really work out for them.
Look, I don't know, I must be tripping or something, but last time I saw Johnson was when I was in Cambodia, bro, so I don't know about this one, Chief. But Rizla does get banned out, and we do see a bit of semblance, a combination of things that Selangor Red Giants learned from game number 1, and MPX just maintaining their game number 2 plan.
Right, first pick for Selangor Red Giants. again, Valentina is open, a very high winning percentage hero, but another comfort pick. Another comfort pick. I cannot with that mask, man.
That's terrifying.
I cannot, because the lights are dim, and when you look into his eyes, man, oh man, super scary. As scary as Cloud is going to be given to Super Red. I mean, the MVP for game number 2.
So this is going to bring up the question: Is are they just going to be like, all right, Harith, Zobs, here you go, take it, win that lane, do us some justice?
Is it going to be it?
They don't have to prioritize it so soon. They will still be able to third pick it if they go for the Harith, and I don't think that would be a bad idea, since when you go for a hero like this, you want to make sure that there's not too many solutions on the enemy side. He needs that space to dash around and cause havoc. So having heroes like this to make that space pretty good. The Edith as well as the Valentina are pretty flexible in this case and aren't too easily counted.
I have a big question mark in terms of Mali's full capability using this Valentina on the mid side later on. Having the Edith good, you know, easy initiation with onward a shatter. It all depends on whatever the hero is gonna follow up with those kind of initiation. But Selangor Red Giants, it doesn't matter. You have the IMU, we're still gonna pick up the Farsa. We're still gonna pick up a very, very comfort hero for Super Zag and Martis for Super Skies.
Yeah, it feels like Selangor Red Giants, as of right now, are just devolving back into into their regular comfort picks, you know? It's not about the strategy, it's the fact that we are clearly better than you guys, and we are going to abuse every single one of those facts. And MPXNC, the Valentina, I would agree that how is Mali-chan actually going to perform, because he needs to be a big driving force, stealing away the Farsa's ultimate, and maybe looking to affect the side lanes as soon as possible, since you already have a good initiator in Edith.
It's a good demonstration of what he's really capable of in the mid lane position, but now we get to see the Baxia, a hero that has a 100% win rate so far with 2 picks in Season 12, was banned in game number 1 against Sonic, and I already mentioned this as well, in Season 11, where NC, previously Madness, was known for very slow openings. The opposite was true when Sonic was on Baxia. They rotated so quickly.
Is it going to be a case of Season 10 repetition? We shall see. So far, yes, with the heroes being picked up by MPNC, but we're going to take a look at the bans right now for MPNC. Kufra being banned out, Terizla is being banned out, so targeting Pancake and Super Gorgeous hero pool as well is a good idea for a start.
I agree. It's a very, very good start here, and more importantly so, it kind of sets them up for the future, right? At the very least, they want to make sure that they can dash around. If we're looking at some of the other picks that haven't been touched just yet, okay, so the Joy has already been banned out. Yeah, so that doesn't leave too many options left on the table. I would imagine that at least for Super Gorgeous that he's going to fall in line like everybody else. Probably doesn't want to go for the Yuzong. Most likely will have to play something a little bit more traditional. I hope it's not Uranus, but I have a sneaking suspicion that just might be the case. Florin ban coming out from Selangor Red Giants.
Interesting. Wait, so they're suspecting that this is going to be a support roam because they already have the Baxia. That does make sense, but it confuses me as to how the players would switch around, because you'd expect Mali to play on the Florin. If he does that, then Hawk has to play Valentina, which is also weird. So I see where Red Giants is coming from, but I can't really associate it with the players on NC.
Same question mark here. For MPSMC, I'm not sure the last ban, but for Selangor Red Giants, if they want to take out one of the comfort hero by Zaf, Harith could be the option right now for Selangor Red Giants. Good call out right there. Grok is going to get banned out by MPXNC. Is it possible for MPXNC to pick up another support healer here? Something in the likes of Estes. It's weird.
There's a reason we don't really see Estes much anymore. Yes, his healing is still kinda stupid, But when you're against a team that has a lot of early game burst, you have a Claude that wants to scale towards the late game, has good AoE, I don't think it's going to work out.
I don't know. I think we just suck at Estes, to be fair.
That's fair.
Like if it was
Understandable.
MPX, yeah, if it was MPX NC, maybe there's a chance because this is something that they whipped out before. But Slang or Red Giants is like, okay, even if you have mega healing, it's not going to change the fact that CC is going to be highly prioritized. So ban out that Diggy instead. I think that's a much better shout. And if MPX NC want to be going for a composition that wants to play front to front, front to back, if not, look for some backline divers on top of everything else, then maybe there could be a place for this Estes. And even then, Feathered Airstrike still a strong ability.
You did mention about Super Gorgeous getting more of a traditional EXP laner, right? Arlot is still viable, and we know that Gorgeous can play a good, scary Arlot on the EXP lane side, but is it suitable enough in this situation? Not too sure. I like Uranus pickup. You know, a frontliner can absorb a lot of damage coming in from MPNC, but we shall see what is in store in the minds of Arcadia for Super Gorgeous.
They give him Hilda.
Oh, why not? We have seen that before. Gorgeous is pretty comfortable with it. He's played the Hilda EXP, he's played the Minsatar EXP. I don't really think it's gonna be Minsatar.
Has he played Masha?
No, I don't think so
as well.
I mean, safe pick is still like Lapu Lapu, Xborg is still there.
I thought you were going to go with the Nana.
Come on.
I'm not going to.
Oh! There it is! There's the Xborg, finally.
Okay, alright. Finally, we get to see the Xborg. We do get to see the Cho this time coming in for Pancake. And I think he's got a lot of work on his hands because there's so much CC to actually deal with from the side of MPX NC.
Yep, I agree. I mean, with the Onward, with the whatever ultimate is gonna be stole by Valentina, with the Baxia Shield Unity coming in from Baxia himself. So the target prioritization by Pancake should be, I would say, focused on as well, and the follow-up coming in from Friday Astrike or the last Insanity from Asbab. But Lapu Lapu is gonna fall onto the hands of Ye. So matchup between Lapu Lapu and Xborg. Gideon, what do you think?
Lapu Lapu and Xborg, it's pretty uninteractive for the most part. Lapu Lapu just wants to clear lane and Xborg just wants to get out of it.
Pretty much, but I think Lapu Lapu does match better into Xborg compared to like almost every other EXP laner in the meta, because he actually has some aggressive play. His ultimate can actually threaten Xborg if he plays it well too. So I'm interested to see how this will develop, because this is going to be game number 3. These two longtime rivals ever since their time in the Tier 2 scene here in Malaysia encounter one another on the MPL MY Season 12 stage, bringing it the full series, showing us exactly what they're both capable of. The Selangor Red Giants eager to maintain their consistent win streak in Season 12, and NC wanting to show the world what this organization can do.
All right, let's find out as we jump right in towards this game to conclude the series of Saturday Week 2, day number 2 of the MPL MY Season 12. SRG going to be taken over on towards the purple side of their map, while MPNC is going to be starting off on their purple side. So it's opposite sides, and they'll end up on their strong side by the end of their full clear.
I'm expecting a bit of early aggression coming in from MPSNC. Looking at the emblem right now, nothing out of the ordinary. Cool down. He's being taken by Malichai. Very interesting one to be able to spam his skill, but that
forced the flicker very early on, but I think that's the wise choice. If he got knocked up by Pancake, you legitimately could have died there.
I mean, good enough, right? I mean, no better spell coming in from Zaf if there is another engagement coming onto the top side.
I suppose, but I'm more curious, why don't we see the invades already? Why haven't we seen this, at least for Sonic, start to get ahead here against this guy? He's technically a level down as of right now, and I was expecting him to like instantly take his buff, walk over to the enemy side, steal his jungle right in his face.
Oh, they do catch someone in the river here. That's going to be Pancake, actually. First blood already claimed by Sonic. Slightly slower rotations, but there we go. That's the start NC wants.
I mean, at least it gets the job done, no matter slow or fast. MPSNC right now able to secure that kill, but you know, now the invading of jungle only commenced by Sonic right there. You know, stealing a bit, one camp out of Super Skies. But rotation is going to commence on both sides because the first turtle is going to arise on this bot side. Pancake already in prime position, but already showed himself towards Sonic.
Yeah, I think Super Skies needs to hit level 5 off of this wave and then show back up. And Sonic, he's rushing this down, knowing that he won't be able to contest if he does hit level 5.
Pancake trying to be disruptive, looking for the kick, but he's only level 3. So we're gonna see Sonic get caught out, and that's gonna be the decimate onto the back as the turtle falls, and Skies will secure it. While Gorgeous pops the last insanity on top of Yeah, who eats the decimate, eats the Feather Air Strike, double kill, and Pancake finds the kick in the back line. Earth Shatter, not gonna stop them, but Mali will flicker out to safety.
Well-timed flicker coming in from Mali. Getting hit by the Asura's Horn would basically ensure his death. Pancake, despite dying, is coming back pretty strong. Zobs, on the other hand, is giving up a little bit of his lane, but it doesn't matter. He still has the River Crab. He's going to be able to get more gold. But in terms of EXP, Super Red, making sure that he's already forced Zobs to miss out a couple of the minions.
Yeah, I like the chain of skills coming in from Selangor Red Giants. The Feather Strike was opened up by Super Zack. The kick from Pancake right there was just at the right timing, pushes the target onwards to Super Zack, who used the Feather Strike to perfection. So yes, MPNC got the first blood, but as the game progresses, Selangor Red Giants are in the lead right now with 1 turtle on hand and 2 kills in their favor.
Yeah, and it looks like Yeah is actually doing pretty well against Super Gorgeous right now in lanes, so we gotta make sure. Oh,
Pancake gonna get caught out onward, and the Reddit raid going to miss entirely, but they still catch out the toe, so that may cause Hawk as the Decimate finds the Edith. Sonic gonna slow things down with the Tortoise's Poissons, and Red Giants will not pursue the issue.
A little sad, I'm not gonna lie. A little sad with the anti-synergy there. Could have been a little bit better, but hey, at the end of the day, they still got their target and they traded for it. At least for Zobs, he knows that he's slightly winning.
Again, pressure on the top side, allowing Super Red to just hyper farm away to be able to get his trinity of items. But as of now, looking at the shift of, I would say, momentum are still in the hands of Selangor Red Giants. They are still dominating at least, I would say, what, 55% of the map as the second turtle arrives on the top side. Hawk is within vicinity. We have to take a look. Where is Sonic right now?
Nice check on the Pancake, but he's able to dash out and penetrate once again as Primal Wrap actually disrupted, slowing it down from Hawk. Feather Air Strike comes out of Super Zack as well, trying to zone them out, but it's Skies who's actually dropping real low, so he cannot continue, and Sonic will secure the turtle.
Selangor Red Giants, they have to be together on the call on who they're targeting specifically, and right now they're not finding it just yet, having to play defensively and allowing MPNC to actually get a, well, I wouldn't even say much of a lead, but they do lessen the damage that Selangor Red Giants have put onto them with their 3-2 score.
Yeah, I mean, a good showing by MPNC right there with the turtle dance, managed to secure it and managed to, you know, just disturb Selangor Red Giants, zone them out pretty well, not allowing Super Skies to steal away that turtle. As we approach the 6th minute mark, we have to take a look at how is Selangor Red Giant is going to initiate with Pancake by using the Way of the Dragon, and the follow-up is enough or not. Meanwhile, MPNC just, you know, farming away for Sonic and Zobs.
Yeah, so far at least they've lessened. They lessened the EXP lead that Super Skies actually had, right? 9-8 so far, and Sonic is slowly closing in on this gap. This next upcoming turtle is going to predetermine what the next 3 minutes will eventually look like for him. So let's see whether or not he can get to that super oppressive state.
Problem is, I don't know if he's gonna reach that in time, as Red Giants are just upping the momentum. Yeah, gonna use his ultimate to clear the wave. He will do so, but Way of the Dragon kicks it back into the Red Giant, and Sonic, he may have chosen a bad time to roll in, as his teammate is already down, and the Red Giants are already rotating over. Bot lane, Gorgeous being ganked by Zav and Hawk, but a quick last insanity gets him out in exchange for his tier 1. And Sonic will be forced to back off from the top lane too.
Yep, you gotta fight hard for it. You know that the 3 people up top side, and you saw that the Martis actually walked off, showing himself, giving you more than enough information that you can basically do whatever you want to this export down on the bottom side of the map. In comparison to a Lapo Lapo who can force clear a wave, export does not have that luxury.
A much closer game, number 3 right now, trading off top turret with the bottom turret for both of the teams, and I'm liking how this game is progressing. It's not like one team is dominating immediately, but Pancake is gonna get disrupted, tossed over the shoulder, and dead instantly. Can't find his way on the dragon, but Super Skies will still get the turtle. Super Go just loses the Fragaga armor. Not gonna have the last insanity, but here comes Super Red with the blazing duet into the backline. And Super Skies gets the unstoppable streak, picking off Sonic. A nice flicker from Super Zack to make sure that yeah cannot pick him off. And now the Lapu Lapu left by his lonesome double kill for Super Skies.
Woo! All right. So now Super Skies having a gigantic lead on his shoulders. But I don't know how he's going to transition out of it. Wow, he went for brute force breastplate first before finishing off that Hunter Strike. I can respect that.
I mean, having a bit of armor, having a bit of movement speed allows him to be more aggressive, and only now, he's gonna complete the Hunter Strike. Oh, not only that, he complete the Athena Shield first, knowing that Mali-chan is quite a threat with the magical damage that he has. Only having the Call of Destiny, but hold on!
Dragon onto and the top lane. Better Strike finishes him off! And Super Red continues working on the tower. Sonic can do nothing but walk away, leaving his trail of shame behind him.
Oh, you can hear the drums going off in the background. It's just the momentum that Selangor Red Giants is building up here.
Again, I was saying that it was close, but right now Selangor Red Giants
just the last insanity is the 4 members of NC, forcing them all into full defensive positions, and Hawk staying for way too long, biting the bullet to Super Red.
What was he? I don't know, he just took it. He just took it. He was like, yep, I'll die for this. I am willing to go. I am willing to die to Super Red for this, to prove a point.
Go on without me, team. Leave this to me.
It feels bad. It feels really, really bad. But right now, in comparison between these two junglers, 6-0 and 1. Meanwhile, Sonic 1-2 and 1 is the heaven and earth differences right now. Having the brute force breastplate, Athena Shield, and completing the Hunter Strike, allowing Super Sky. I mean, Super Sky having no damage item just yet, only the Fury Hammer. Imagine the Hunter Strike is gonna get picked up. Imagine the damage that he can deal on towards MPNC. Regardless of Foxtail having a high health, regardless of Foxtail having very high defensive stats, it wouldn't matter at all.
Well, I don't think it's about the damage at this point, as you mentioned. I think it's about peel, right? How much can you peel for the rest of your team? How much can you actually set up for people like Super Red to get in safely? How do you threaten your opponent enough to force abilities out? And I think in this particular case, like Super Skies, if you are low, you are in danger. You don't have much choice.
MPNC, they have high ground defense right now. If Mali steals the Feather Strike, yes. If not, it's not big of a high ground defense, in my own opinion. Look at it, Selangor Red
Giants. Pancake flickers forward, gets the kick onto Mali-chan, and he is dead. Pancake will bite the bullet in exchange, but his job is done as Hawk will be picked off with the last insanity as well. Lord pushing in bot lane with Super Gorgeous as support, while the rest of the Red Giants split up and take down the remaining tier 2s.
That was so snappy, that was so quick, that was so instant, right? The conceal gameplay, the flicker gameplay, everyone was on the same page by Selangor Red Giants. They know who they need to target, and they know the follow-up will always be there to help each other out.
Yeah, that was disgusting to say the very least. Let's watch that instant replay one more time, because they can steal from the top side, and Pancake was like, I can get them 100%. I'm gonna dive for this, but if you can get any more, that would be perfect, and they find more.
Oh, just this synchronization from Super Red, from Pancake, as well as Super Gorgeous. Everyone was on the same page, and MPNC was not ready at all with that engagement coming in from Pancake's way of the dragon. So NC gotta be careful, knowing that SRG can at any given of time just again switch on and capture anyone they want.
This is the aggression and synergy that we know of the Red Giants that created a name for themselves on the international stage, where all of a sudden we had a new contender here from MY. Pancake gonna get disrupted once again. Onward, Bennett's raised, Sam with the mega kill, but Sonic will be left behind. Yeah. gonna be flickering forward with the Landshaker, still surviving, but not for long as Super Red finishes him off. Super Red jumping in the backline, Wind of Nature, keeping himself alive, getting one more as well. Mali-chan is gone. Super Gorgeous eats the Renner's apathy, drops to a tiny bit of HP, but survives with the Viraga armor.
Whew, that was dangerous. That was so dangerous, and a very good call for Super Red to actually decide to back off the safe way, to try to feed out and take a couple of heals through auto-attacking the minions. Just well done all across the board. But MPNC right now, Zobs, he is a force of nature. He's got some very relevant damage here, and all he's waiting for is Zac to not have the feathered airstrike.
I mean, SRG, yes, is holding on to it. They know, but can they do anything
They want
about
Pancake for breakfast, and they'll find him onward. Reddit's Rage drops to 40%, but not enough CC to keep him in place, and that's gonna be important. The Cho is alive for the Lord fight.
I mean, almost there, but not enough damage. And having Chow as your main roamer right now, having the movement ability just to maneuver around, that allows Pancake to be more aggressive. Yes, 5 deaths, but 5 meaningful deaths. Gorgeous!
Gorgeous is gonna eat a lot. Viraga armor gone. No last insanity as Mali makes a bad choice. Somehow surviving despite diving in with his own X-Borg ult. But that means NC can no longer challenge this, and the Lord falls to the hands of the Red Giants.
Oh, that's so worth it. As soon as Super Zac sees Mali as well as Zobs flicker out, he's like, nah, I'm a flicker in as well. And if I do get a kill, even more benefits. The fact that he didn't find any is a little unlucky, but he's got really big battle spells out from the side of MPNC. Now keep in mind, they're not going to have it by the time the Lord spawns, which is fairly soon here in about 6 seconds.
And Mali-chan without Feather Astride, again, the high grounds ability, the high grounds defense by MPNC is questionable right now. Selangor Red Giants have the Lord marching on the bot side. They have the Feather Astride. They have the engagement coming in from Chow, as well as the Last Insanity and Blazing Red. If everything is timed to perfection, this could be the game for Red Giants right now.
Will they be able to hit those timings as the Lord collides with the bottom wave? Beautiful wave like Pancake in the back line, but he gets onwarded once more, and he is gone, squished like a pancake by MPNC. Not able to find that cat. Honestly, Hawk has had some incredible reaction timings to that Go engagement, but they will still lose 2 inhibitors.
It's so good. But right now, a 4v5 doesn't look like an ideal situation for... Whoa!
Sonic looking for the cutoff here, trying to sandwich Super Gorgeous and Skies, but they're just running off. They have more than enough mobility to make up for things. NC needs to be careful not to extend too far as now the last insanity comes in. No! An airstrike bursts them down. Mali is gone. Decimate, godlike, double kill on the Skies, and they finish off MPNC with multiple shutdowns and double kills to wipe out their opponents. And the crystal is now wide open for the Selangor Red Giants as their win streak continues.
Oh, what a stressful game! In all game, despite Pancake making heroic plays time and time again, all it boils down to is, oh no, he's gonna do it. Oh! He's committed. Round 2, another one. Dab it up, dab it up.
Yes, he's committed. He was committed right there. I mean, yeah, you guys won game number 1, but don't cry when we come back. 2 against 1, Selangor Red Giants closing off our SERU Saturday with a win with a fashionable style.
Oh my god, GG well played to SRG. It just boiled down to whether or not Mali dashed or not before they initiated. What a difference here. A close game coming in as MPNC was on the cusp of maybe turning this around, but SRG just better today.
It's not a big problem of FNC, you know. They're like always there, but did not manage to get a clean victory, right? I mean, up against Selangor Red Giants, it was a good showing. Managed to get 1 point off of them, but game week 3, I feel like MPNC need to make that big of a change in terms of the transfer.
Yup. Oh, beautiful game. Beautiful game.
All right, but right now, let's throw over to our host for the interview segment. Rose, please take it away.
Dan itu dia, Selangor Red Giants continues their win streak. 2 berbalas 1. A rocky start tapi they ended it with a bang. Okay, kali ni siapa pula nak kena interview? Korang nak siapa? Gorgeous? Gorgeous. Audience yang pilih.
Apa?
Alright, gorgeous. Okay, I tak nak cakap pasal menangis tu tadi lah kan. Tak nak cakap lah. Okay, gorgeous. Tadi kita nampak game pertama korang kalah. Tapi macam mana korang discuss backstage untuk reverse sweep? Apa strat yang jadi? Apa discussion yang jadi backstage?
Discuss backstage tu sebenarnya kita nampak fan-fans diorang ni macam beria sangat tau. So, kita orang jadi geram lah. Dia jadi geram.
Geram?
Jadi geram gila lah. So macam, oh tak boleh. Oh.
So tu yang Selangor Red Giants bangun.
Lepas tu kan Ros. Saya sebenarnya ada buat bisnes.
You buat bisnes?
Tapi kecil-kecilan je lah. Sebenarnya saya ada jual bisnes tisu. Mana tahu kalau korang nak ke. Tapi saya jual murah je. Tisu.
Alright, nanti I beli.
Okay.
Okay. Alright. I'm done. Alright. Siapa MVP korang? Siapa MVP korang? Okay, count down with me, okay? 3, 2, 1. MVP kita adalah Super Zak. Okay. Zak, sini Zak. Tadi bukan gorgeous dia yang taunting sikit. I nampak. Zak pun taunting. Okay, Zak, sebelum you jawab kan. You tengok kamera? You buat sekali lagi. You buat yang you buat tadi. Buat. Tengok kamera tu, lepas tu buat. The reason why I suruh dia buat sebab Zak ni, dia jarang tau. Last season pun jarang pegang mic. Season ni, on fire pula. So Zak, apa perasaan jadi MVP kalahkan MPNC?
Biasa kot.
Gorgeous yang tengah bagi jawapan.
Tak, sebab diorang kan dekat bawah. So tak ada apa pun. Diorang kat bawah kan.
Makin lama makin panas interview I atas stage ni. Alright, dah. You nak cakap lagi?
Tak ada.
Oh, tak ada. Oh. Risau. I think kita bagi dekat coach lah kan. Let's give it to the coach. Coach, your players are a bit spicy. Actually not a bit, they're very spicy. Alright coach, before we end the day, before we end our SERU Saturday, what do you want to say to all the fans who came down to support Selangor Red Giants over here at Dewan and of course online?
Okay, guys, thank you for coming here. Thank you for supporting us. I hope, guys, that we will see you again next week, okay? I hope that we keep this win streak going, okay? Thank you again, everyone, and thank you to our bosses. Thank you, everyone. Okay.
Oh, okay. Becky wants to say something.
Okay, as long as I'm coaching Selangor Red Giant, no matter it's in Tier 2, now or in the future, Selangor will always be the winner.
All right, thank you very much, Selangor Red Giants. Congratulations on your win. Congratulations. Thank you. Whew, guys, I think kita semua boleh agree that the interviews are getting so much more pedas and so much more spicy. Wow. All right. So, let us throw it back to the casters untuk dapat tahu apa yang jadi dalam 2 balas 1 game ni. Casters, silakan.
I like that these players have another business on hand in case one day they decide to retire.
Look, they're looking towards the future.
I like it.
Start now.
Yes, I like it. Looking towards the future and just how Zach. Why does all our MVP today, okay, no death at all. Literally no death at all, but insane amount of assists. 3-0 and 22. What is this?
Look, Zach was not the finisher. He was the starter. He was the chunker. He let somebody else do the finishing. All he had to do was press 2 buttons.
I mean, if 2 buttons gets you the victory, then that's all you need to do. Super Zach has never really been the standout star of the Red Giants. You always pay attention to Super Red, the Skies, the Gojas, but Super Zach is always there every step of the way to support his teammates and make sure they go far in the competition.
Very underrated mid laner, but must be given very, very high props. The way that he plays, very consistent. Positional heroes is his biggest strength. The Farsa, the Yves, but Farmis as well, surprisingly, knowing the timing of the Call Alta was really, really well. But then again, when he used the Farmis, it was up against a Baras and an Alpha. So, you know, you might debate there a bit right there.
Yeah, but you gotta take it as you will. Well, let's have a look at the mic check.
Let's go.
Ada Martis,
Let's go, Maniac. Okay. Guys, dito ya.
Nice.
Dito ya. Ade, try. Just try, Ade. Nice try. Let's go first, guys. Back siya. Mid. Santay. You can give Santay. Dep mid.
Lapo na figas.
Okay.
Uy, abo dun.
Nice! Back.
Want to top.
Wait. Cover red, guys.
Nice, Red.
Nice.
Cloud God.
Ade, guys. No Winchan to Winchan. Nice!
Actually,
Me.
I like how when they know that they won. Okay, taunting time, let's go, guys.
Get the tissues, boys.
It's just like, we know we're gonna win. Regardless of whatever happens, just stand up, let's go, boys, let's go.
The win doesn't count if we don't do this.
Yeah, the win doesn't count if we don't do this.
14 minutes and 31 seconds, all it took for Selangor Red Giants to get the victory, but what a gameplay by Super Red. We have to give another shout out to him as well. I mean, what more do you expect? Using his comfort heroes, just dominates on the laning stage, and in terms of the understanding, when Pancake uses the conceal, he follows up really, really well. The 3 to 4 man Jikundo, and then the follow-up with the Blazing Duet is just super on point, man.
The more that I think about it, and the more I think about this star import player, it's crazy to imagine that he was part of the blacklist roster and they let go of him. Think about that. Like how? What? He's performing out of his mind.
Their loss, our game.
Yeah, their loss, our game. It's crazy to imagine that somebody so young can already be so talented. And what's even crazier is that the overall age of the Selangor Red Giants barely breaks 20.
It's such a young team.
Don't mention that against me, man. Come on.
You're bringing Adin back his trauma. Come on.
The man has a child already. I don't think he gets to be part of this.
I live in the world of quantum charge, man. I live in the world of, Electro Flash, okay? I live in that world, but yeah, I mean, a lot of potential, a lot of, improvement that can be done by Selangor Red Giants, but we can talk about the similarity as well on MPSNC, a young player, Sonic as well, but I feel like what Selangor Red Giant has, obviously the experienced coaching staff, from the coach, from the analyst. I feel like if MPSNC had a similar level kind of coach and analyst, it would be a totally different game in terms of draft, right? Because the gameplay is there, it's just they need to polish in terms of drafting, they don't want to counter draft, comfort base, and so on and so forth.
I do also feel like deeper pockets may be needed for MPXNC, and you can see how they may be able to find quite a lot of value once we get to those transfer windows, because these players are solid, and with a bit more practice, they'll become strong, but you still need to have more options. Sonic not being able to play a lot of the more meta junglers. Mali, I think, still getting adjusted to his mid lane position and so on.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you there. I think that the MPXNC players, as of right now, they're great. I think they have a lot of potential, but man, they really need some polish and some dedicated protocols for certain situations.
I think we both just saw that GPM.
Yeah. Come on, man. I wanted him to break that 1K GPM, right? Almost there, but still, Super Red coming out on top in terms of the farming himself. But the damage dealt right now, Super Zug take on that responsibility on his shoulder. I mean, not much of a difference between him and Super Red. It's like 4K damage, but still, all in all, magical damage is there, physical damage is there, and everything we can see from the highlights for game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, the early game was already pretty interesting with MPXC finding optimal catches, but then it was all about the overall follow-up, right? And especially when you're up against someone like Amartys, you've got to be careful with the way that you kind of maintain your pressure in the side lanes.
Pancake really played the role of sacrifice this game. You can tell that every time he jumped, how am I getting tossed every single time? But his team is there to back him up. If he gets a kick, they get a kill. Even if he doesn't get the kick, they get the kill. Red Giants got such a big lead, they were able to snowball things off. And NC, we expected some cleaner rotations here with Sonic on that Baxia, but it turned out to not be enough as Red Giants started playing circles around.
I mean, all in all, yes, MPNC lost, but props to Hawk, man. I mean, every time Pancake wants to go for that kick, the onward will always be there on time to counter-initiate it. But again, having a huge amount of deficit in terms of gold lead, not having enough item to counter-initiate is what hurts MPNC the most. And Selangor Red Giants, they just rode the wave, you know, rode the momentum really, really well. And again, never stepping off that gas pedal. Just push the limit, push the agenda, and just gets the victory.
Man, he nearly chain decimated 5 people. So close. But let's look at the standings right now because Selangor Red Giants have not stopped. They do not stop at all with mega momentum on their side and continuing 4-match win streak so far here at Season 12. They take the #1 spot at 10 points.
This is week number 2, and we've seen 5 points of differential between #1 and the second place.
You're right, actually.
I mean, that is a huge lead. Let's not talk about between #1 and #7 right now. That is 8 points off. I mean, if I had to make an early prediction who's gonna make it for the first place of playoffs, for 2 playoffs in the regular season, it should be SRG, man.
Hey, I don't know. If you're going to compare to the Red Esports in 7th place, imagine if Red Esports wins the next 4 matches 2-0.
Fair enough. It's still possible. It's that clean sweep points. The 3 points really mess things up on this board because even someone at 8th place, MPXNC, they get 1-2-0 instantly. They tie for 2nd. That's crazy.
It's just that close, and I love it. I like it. No one is running away with it, especially that 2nd spot right now. At the moment, 4 teams battling it out with similar 5 points. So I like the changes that we've seen, and I like it's a bit more competitive comparison to previous seasons.
Well, I think a lot of people, and especially netizens online, are going to look at that scoreboard and be like, I can't deal with this. There's so many teams that just suck and other teams that are just so much better. That's not the case. Each of these teams will have to face off at least 9 other teams. So there's still so many games to be had. So many games for these teams to get down and dirty.
I mean, I kind of feel bad whoever supported for Red Esports because the wrong red color they did support. They should support Red Giants, man. Look at them. Very strong, very, very fresh with Guardian Man, where you guys can defeat Agnet Fast like MVP with Guardian Man, you know? Look at Gideon, look at Staffa. I mean, both flawless skins right there. Because why? They use Guardian Man every single day.
Yeah.
Single day, right?
Yeah.
Sure, yes.
Right. Every
100%.
single day. I don't miss a moment. I sleep with my Guardian Man.
No, you just leave it on. You don't wash it off.
I hug the bottle.
Just apply it on your face, sleep. Like it's a face mask.
It cleans acne in my dreams.
With that being said, let's have a look at tomorrow's schedule here because we still have another set of games for Saturday with Team SMG up against the Lunatics. Red Esports once again versus Team Hawk and PXNC, hopefully to redeem themselves, but against the Homeboys.
Ooh. We got a spicy day of matches tomorrow as well. It's almost as if the action never ends here at Dewan Seri Putra. So if you guys are in the area, you guys have already seen the crowd we have, the amazing audience. Thank you everyone who came. But for everyone who is interested in joining the party, what are you waiting for? There's no reason to hesitate.
It's like free entrance, guys. There's foods, there's drinks, there's a lot of activities you guys can participate and a lot of merchandise to be won as well. Or if you guys are in the lookout for jerseys of these MPL teams, you guys can purchase it here as well. Team Hawk booth is open upstairs. You got MPXNC, you got Red Esports, you got Todak. I mean, just mention everything is there as well. But we gotta congratulate our MVP winners as well. I mean, you guys were smart enough to predict who was the MVP of today's matches. I mean, we got a lot of matches, and who would have thought you guys are the winners as well.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to imagine that somehow out of all the players that we saw here today, out of all the games, which would have been a total of 30 players, so that means after 3 series, it's a 1 in 1 in 10 chance that you get all of them correct. Well, honestly, a 3 in 30 chance, but then again, it depends on probability at the same time. We'll just leave it at 1 in 10.
I gotta bring you guys to good thing. I'm just gonna say that. Just gotta say that. I mean, for a vacation, nothing else.
Yeah.
It's cold, comfy up there, you know. Why not?
Why not?
Have you been to good thing?
That should be your,
Yeah?
your new giveaway prize.
It's been a while though.
You get a trip
with
to
Adin.
Genting.
To Genting.
Hey, bring that up for the next Mama Talk. That'll be interesting.
We shall see. We shall definitely see. But man, looking at the schedule for tomorrow, I kind of feel bad for MPNC. You're gonna face Homeboys. Yeah, that's rough. But you know, they've already shown some pretty good potential here. Winning the first game, I think if they were just to polish things up, they've got a promising future ahead. Any prediction for that game?
Homeboys are gonna take it.
MPNC, come on, man!
Way to shut him down.
MPNC, come on, at least 2-1. Just don't bring out the Barats and the Alpha. You
Yeah.
should be fine. But that's it for today, guys. With Old Man Adin, Sadafa, as well as Gideon signing off. We shall see you guys in the next day. Hopefully you guys take care and good night.